Chapter 2041. Well said. Xian Yunzi nodded again. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect Xian Yunzi and said happily, "Thank you, Senior Xian Yunzi." This is Huangdao Sec's Daoist Shui Mo, the nascent soul cultivator on Huozhi Shan's right smiled. Daoist Shui Mo, please take care of him in the future. Junior Xiaohua greets Senior Shui Mo. Xiaohua bowed again. And get up. Daoist Shui Mo waved his hand. Imperial Thunder Sect is a big sect, not something Ardent Fire Mountain, Bluely Sect, and Huangdao Sect can compare to. Xiaohua is just a junior. Although he has Imperial Thunder Sect's background, there will always be times when he meets difficulties. If you two fellow Taoists can meet him, it will be as easy as lifting a hand. Huozhi Shan smiled and raised his cup. Come, fellow Taoists, please. Please, Xian Yunzi and Daoist Shui Mo raised their cups and said. Xiaohua was quite surprised to see Hua Shrouded Mountain talking to the two nascent soul cultivators. He thought it would be great if he could meet the two nascent soul cultivators and report their names. Who would have thought it would be like this? Huozhi Shan must love this junior named Hua Furong very much. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't see Hua Furong's shocked expression, or he would be even more surprised. When Huozhi Shan and the others put down their cups, a mid-gold core cultivator on the left stood up. It was Lonely Sex by you. He smiled and said, Junior congratulates Senior Hua's nephew for being able to escape from Heavenly Demon Sect's evil hands. However, after listening to what Senior Hua said just now, I don't understand. Oh, does nephew have any questions? Huozhi Shan looked at Xian Yunzi and asked Bai Yu. Bai Yu said, Junior has a disciple who just entered Foundation establishment. However, in this junior's opinion, this junior's disciple's cultivation is even inferior to Ardent Fire Mountain's Hua Furong. Furthermore, Xiaohua just said that he had also just built his foundation. How could he possibly save Hua Furong? Moreover, according to Elder Hua, Heavenly Demon Sect has 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Xiaohua also has a Qi Refinement junior sister. How could he save Hua Furong? It would be good enough if he didn't run away, right? Bai Yu said again, if Xiaohua and his junior sister saved Hua Furong, then turned around and left, then Junior would not have anything to suspect. Moreover, he only came to Haoming City to look for Senior Hua after nearly a year with junior sister. Senior Hua has to be on guard against Xiaohua and Shue's intentions. Senior Bai, what do you mean by this? Before Xiaohua could speak, the Fire Qilin walked over from behind Shue and said with a frown, Fellow Taoist Shue came to Haoming City with Furong several months ago. How could it be like what you said? Besides, with fellow Taoist Shue's character, why would he do such a dirty thing? Bai Yu was slightly startled, then he smiled and said, I don't know the details. I only heard Elder Hua asking about the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Only then did I know about this. I'm just stating facts. I'm somewhat doubtful about Xiaohua's cultivation. That's just a wild guess. Fellow Taoist Shue would never do that. The Fire Qilin retorted without hesitation. Qilin, Hua Pakong stopped him. Bai Yue is your senior, you can't be so rude. Besides, you're usually rather refined. Why are you so reckless today? He can talk about anyone, but he can't talk about fellow Taoist Shue. The Fire Qilin said stiffly. You child. Hua Paishui smiled. Bai Yue is just reminding you. It's nothing. Even reminding is not allowed. Damn it. Xiaohua had a good impression of the Fire Qilin. This guy seems to be somewhat infatuated. Even I feel ashamed of my inferiority. Hua Paishui was somewhat helpless. He knew the Fire Qilin's temper. He could only smile and point at the table. Furong, accompany Shue to rest over there. Yes. Hua Furong didn't dare to disobey. She glanced at Bai Yu and said, At that time, I was captured by the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples and was unconscious. When I woke up, there was only Xiaohua and Shue beside me. The 3 demons had already been executed. It was Xiaohua who did it. How can I be wrong? After that, she didn't speak anymore. She pulled Shue's hand and walked towards the table. The Fire Qilin naturally didn't hesitate to follow. Only Xiaohua stood there. When Furong told me about this matter, I was also shocked. First, I had only heard of the Heavenly Demon Sect's name and didn't know the details. Therefore, I just wanted to ask my fellow Taoists about their knowledge. Second, Heavenly Demon Sect actually dared to make a move on my Ardent Fire Mountain's direct disciple. It can be said that their ambition is truly hateful. Third, I didn't believe what Bai Yu said just now. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator can kill 3 cultivators of the same level. Hupaishui smiled. However, after I carefully thought about it and made some inquiries, I found out that the Heavenly Demon sect is made up of devil cultivators. In addition, their foundation establishment cultivators can't compare to our foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Their lightning cultivation method is the nemesis of devil cultivators. Hee, since Senior Hu said so, this junior can't say anything. Baiyu smiled. This junior is only reminding you as an outsider. Don't fall into the trap of others. Even if it's a famous sect, there are still some direct disciples who can't do such dirty things. Seeing Baiyu sit down, Hupaishui laughed. Many thanks for Bluely sect's fellow Taoists' concern. My Ardent Fire Mountain naturally knows the severity of this matter. In fact, Furong has already said that it was because she was careless. It seems that she knew that loose cultivator in the past. Therefore, she fell into the trap. If it was a normal time, those 3 cultivators might not be able to catch her. Then he said to Xiaohua, tell me what happened that day. After all, Furong was unconscious at that time and didn't see it. Yes. This junior doesn't dare to disobey. Xiaohua knew that when he came here, he would definitely be asked about the process. He had already thought about it. Anyway, there were no secrets, only the Samadhi True Fire. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, knowing the Samadhi True Fire, it wasn't too strange. Thus, Xiaohua recounted everything that had happened. You know the Samadhi True Fire? Hua Zhishan's face revealed a happy expression. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and nodded. Good, Senior Hua knows. If it wasn't for the Samadhi True Fire, this junior would have fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Demon sect. Xiaohua felt that it was inappropriate. He regretted not changing the Samadhi True Fire to the Thunder Palm. But really, how could the Thunder Palm defeat cultivators of the same level? Show it to me. Hua Zhishan laughed. This, Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Ardent Fire Mountain is a sect that controls fire. This junior shouldn't reveal this little bit of pettiness, right? Chapter 2042. Good boy, you're quite generous. Xian Yunzi of the Bluely sect mocked. I'm not proficient in Samadhi True Fire. And you say it's petty. Junior doesn't dare. Junior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. No matter, show it to me. Hu Paokong smiled. Everyone here is your senior. What's there to be afraid of? Yes. When Xiaohua heard this, he could only brace himself and open his hand. An inch-long Samadhi True Fire appeared in his palm. Seeing that the Samadhi True Fire only had a strand of red within the pure purple, the cultivators present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Xiaohua's Samadhi True Fire was small, it was pure. Xiaohua was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. If he was at the nascent soul stage, how big would the Samadhi True Fire be? All the nascent soul cultivators were well aware of this. Damn it, I finally understand why you were able to easily kill the 3 demons from the Heavenly Demon sect. Hu Paokong smiled. Your Samadhi True Fire is their nemesis. Yes, Xiaohua put away the Samadhi True Fire and said with an apologetic smile. Junior was also forced to activate this Samadhi True Fire after various spells were ineffective. If this thing is still unable to do anything, Junior can only take Junior's sister and flee. And this thing hit the demons. No wonder it didn't leave behind any remains. Hua Zhishan grinned and said, Xiaohua, take out the demons' things and let the seniors have a look. Let's see if there are any clues about the Heavenly Demon sect. Yes. Xiaohua had already prepared this item and unhesitatingly took out a storage pouch from his waist. Hua Zhishan waved his hand, and Xiaohua's storage pouch was sucked into his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and frowned, then passed it to Master Shuemo. After everyone had finished looking, the last foundation establishment cultivator on the right handed the storage pouch back to Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at this somewhat familiar-looking cultivator, but before he could think, he heard Xian Yunzi say, This matter is somewhat troublesome. The methods of the Heavenly Demon sect are quite strange. I've only heard of similar methods among the demonic cultivators. Many of the methods of the demonic cultivators are not things that we cultivators can practice. Could it be that the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect found a method to practice the demonic techniques? Yes, that should be the case. Master Shuemo also said, I've previously heard about the Heavenly Demon sect's disciples, but in the cultivation's 3 kingdoms every year, There are small sects and small sects at the same time, some small sects and small sects, small sects and small sections. Who would have thought that the heavenly demon sect, they sect? The key point is that since they dared to make a move on my blazing fire mountain, they will definitely make a move on the Blue Li sect and Huangdao sect. In the future, they will definitely make a move on the Imperial Thunder sect and Huanhua sect. This kind of sect is terrifying. Yes, we need to think about this at length. Hua Zhishan nodded, then turned to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, take your place. Originally, this old man wanted to give you some rewards in front of these two Dao friends. Consider it my ardent fire mountain's gratitude. But since you know the Samadhi true fire, this old man will have to consider it carefully. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua didn't dare to say any more humble words. He bowed and walked to the lowest table on the left. Although Fire Qilin didn't sit next to Shui, Hibiscus couldn't block Fire Qilin's gaze. Fellow Daoist Xiao, Hibiscus smiled apologetically. I've told grandfather everything I know and what Sister Shui told me. Grandfather naturally believes in fellow Daoist, but I didn't expect the disciples of the Blue Li sect to. Xiaohua saw that the hot-tempered Hibiscus was so obedient and smiled. Don't worry, what they said makes sense. If I didn't have the true Samadhi fire, I wouldn't dare to say that I could save fellow Daoist Hua from the heavenly demon sect. Hibiscus grinned. Although she looked ugly, her eyes were sincere. She raised her cup. This is my fiery mountain's fiery wine. It's the most effective for fire-type physiques. Fellow Daoist Xiao should drink a few more cups. Spiritual wine again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. However, he thought that everyone present were nascent soul and golden core cultivators. He was just a small character. No one would plot against him. The moment the fiery wine entered his mouth, he instantly felt a burning hot current rush into his body. Xiaohua choked and almost shed tears. Immediately, the hot current turned into spiritual energy and rushed into his meridians. Like a fire snake, it followed the Heart Sutra and went through a cycle. Only when Xiaohua's entire body was boiling hot did the spiritual energy dissipate in his meridians. What a tyrannical spiritual wine. Xiaohua sighed and said, Hee, this spiritual wine has a benefit. Hibiscus said with a smile. However, just as she said that, her face turned red and she stopped. Xiaohua didn't see it and asked curiously, There's a special benefit? I'm all ears. This, Hibiscus murmured. I heard grandfather say that it seems to be related to dual cultivation. Although Hibiscus was ugly, her skin was extremely white. At this moment, her earlobes and neck were slightly red. Sweat. Xiaohua was also embarrassed. He was about to hide something when he heard someone transmit sound in his ear. Xiaohua, this old man has already introduced the nascent soul cultivators. As for the golden core cultivators present, let Hibiscus bring you to toast them. In the future, when you walk around Dawn Rain Continent, it will be convenient. Xiaohua looked up and saw Hua Zhishan's ugly face looking at him with a smile. Xiaohua didn't dare to transmit sound in fear of being discovered by the other nascent soul cultivators. At this moment, Hibiscus also received Hua Zhishan's order. She waved her hand and asked the ardent fire mountain disciple behind her to bring a wine pot and a jade cup. She whispered to Xiaohua, fellow Daoist Xiao, the cultivators present all have some face in Xi or Meng country. This servant's master is an ardent fire mountain and didn't come with grandfather. This servant can only toast them. Fellow Daoist Xiao is a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect and also this servant's savior. This can be considered as getting to know them. In the future, it should be helpful to fellow Daoist Xiao. Good. Xiaohua stood up with Hibiscus. He knew that this was an opportunity given to him by Hua Zhishan. Whether he was willing or not, he had to get up and toast. The two nascent soul cultivators wouldn't accept Xiaohua's toast. Therefore, Hibiscus led Xiaohua to toast from the left side. There were 5 tables on the left side. They were the 2 middle gold core stage cultivators of Blue Li sect, Bai Yu and Ku Qingqiang, the middle gold core stage cultivator of Blazing Flame sect, Meng Shi, an early gold core stage cultivator of Blazing Flame sect, Lu Lanlan. At the bottom, next to Xiaohua, was the middle foundation establishment stage cultivator of Lian country, Wang Ming. The other cultivators were easy to talk to. For the sake of ardent fire mountain's face, they all smiled and greeted Xiaohua. After drinking the spirit wine, only Bai Yu coldly looked at Xiaohua and asked, Xiaohua, This old man feels that you have some problems. Let's not talk about your Samadhi true fire. How can this Samadhi true fire burn 3 foundation establishment cultivators at the same time? As long as you burn one of them, the other 2 will attack you at the same time. Can you escape? Moreover, after you saved Hibiscus, you suddenly disappeared and only sent your junior sister to Haoming City. Where have you been for nearly a year? How can this old man not suspect that you have colluded with the heavenly demon sect? Similarly, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Hibiscus was also displeased and coldly said, Senior Baiyu, this is something that my ardent fire mountain should consider, right? Since Xiaohua is hiding something, he is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. It is impossible for him to collude with the demons of the heavenly demon sect. Even my great-grandfather believes it. There is no need for Senior to worry too much. Baiyu smiled and looked at Hibiscus and then at Xiaohua. He didn't say anything and didn't drink that cup of wine. Xiaohua originally didn't want to be meddlesome, but this Baiyu's repeated suspicions also made Xiaohua somewhat angry. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Baiyu's suspicions are indeed reasonable. Of course, I can't tell Senior where I went this year, but I can explain to Senior how I was able to escape the attacks of 2 foundation-building cultivators. Oh, if you can convince this old man will drink this cup of wine. Baiyu said with a smile. Senior only knows that Junior is a foundation establishment cultivator, but don't forget Junior's origin. Xiaohua faced Baiyu. Junior is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Junior naturally has the strengths of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. You actually know the lightning evasion technique? Baiyu was somewhat surprised. This old man has a friend who is also a foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. He is already in the late stage of foundation establishment, but he has yet to learn the lightning evasion technique. He is a direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. From your surname, you shouldn't be a direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, right? How is it possible for you? Senior Baiyu, what is impossible in this world? Xiaohua looked at Baiyu with a smile. Forget it. Baiyu raised his cup and said with a bitter smile, This old man is asking for trouble today. This old man will drink this cup of wine. The last cultivator on the right had been paying attention to Xiaohua. When he heard the conversation between Xiaohua and Baiyu, his face unconsciously revealed a thoughtful expression. After toasting the 5 cultivators on the left, it was the 5 cultivators on the right. These cultivators were Huangdao Sect's middle stage golden core stage cultivator Xing Ting and early stage golden core stage cultivator Su Yun. Meng Country's Immortal Music Sect's middle stage golden core stage cultivator Li Chengxiu and middle stage foundation establishment cultivator Zhiming. The last cultivator, Xiaohua, who looked somewhat familiar, was Xuanyan School's middle stage foundation establishment cultivator Liangyu. However, although Xiaohua was paying attention to Liangyu, he didn't have the slightest impression of this unfamiliar name. Liangyu also followed the rules, as if he didn't know Xiaohua at all. Thus, Xiaohua casually said a few words to these 5 cultivators and returned to his seat. It could be said that he had completely thrown Liangyu's matter aside. After a moment, Huozhishan, Daoist Shui Mo, and the others roared with laughter as if they were talking about something extremely interesting. Huozhikong called the dancers over. After watching the dance that made Xiaohua feel somewhat embarrassed, everyone dispersed. Huozhishan left Xiaohua and Shui alone while he and his 2 brothers sent Daoist Shui Mo and Xian Yunzi out of the cave. Chapter 2043. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Hua Furong ordered the disciples of Ardent Fire Mountain to clean up the other tables before inviting Xiaohua and Shui to sit on the left. However, before Xiaohua and Shui could sit, Huozhishan and the other 2 had already returned. Huozhishan smiled and said, Xiaohua and Shui, come with this old man. Yes. Xiaohua and Shui had already stood up. Hearing this, they looked at each other in surprise and followed Huozhishan into the hall. Furong, you come too. Fire Qilin did not need Huozhishan's order, and had already followed behind Shui. Hua Furong was hesitant, because Huozhishan clearly had something to tell her. However, hearing Huozhishan's call, Hua Furong quickly followed. After the hall, there were several different corridors. Huozhishan did not hesitate to choose the middle corridor and walked in. Fire Qilin only had Shui in his eyes and did not care, but Hua Furong frowned. When Huozhishan stopped in front of the last room, Huafurong was even more confused. This room was where the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain usually cultivated. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. Even Fire Qilin and Huafurong could not enter without being summoned. Hua Zhishan looked at the 4 people kindly and waved his sleeve, opening the room's restriction and entering first. Then, the other 2 elders looked at each other with a mysterious smile and followed him in. Xiaohua entered the room and realized that it was extremely large. It was probably half the size of the reception hall. In the room, there were 3 praying mats placed in a triangular formation. Below them were some simple decorations such as jades and bottles. Qilin, Furong, you 2 accompany Xiaohua and Shueshui. Hua Zhishan waved his sleeve and walked to the center praying mat. He smiled and said, "This old man has some matters to discuss." Yes. Although Fire Qilin should be the one to respond, Huafurong could only answer on his behalf. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please sit." Huafurong reached out and took out a few praying mats from her storage pouch. She casually placed them in the quiet room and invited Xiaohua to take a seat. Although Hua Zhishan wanted Xiaohua and the others to sit as they pleased, how could Xiaohua dare? He smiled and said, "This Xiao is prepared to stand. If I sit down, I'm afraid it would be disrespectful to the seniors." Seeing this, Shueshui naturally nodded and said softly, "Let's stand here and talk." "Okay, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Shui." The Fire Qilin, who had been silent all this time, waved his hand and put the several praying mats back into his storage bag. "Fire Qilin." Huafurong was a bit angry. She said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao and little sister Shui are guests. Grandfather ordered them to sit. They are just being polite, so how can you take it seriously?" "Oh, okay." The Fire Qilin was like a puppet that had lost its soul. With a flick of its hand, the 4 praying mats fell to the ground. Shueshui looked at Xiaohua awkwardly. Xiaohua also looked at the Fire Qilin, but it turned a deaf ear to Xiaohua's gaze. Sigh. Thinking about how the Fire Qilin protected Shueshui, Xiaohua did not know how to treat it. Cough cough, above the cultivation room, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain had smiles in their eyes. They communicated in a low voice for a moment before nodding. Hua Zhishan coughed and said, "Xiaohua, you all should sit down. This old man has something to say to you." This junior obeys. Xiaohua bowed and sat down. "Just now at the banquet, the disciples of Lanli sect doubted you. Please don't take it to heart." Hua Zhishan thought for a moment and said, "This old man knows that you are a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect. You would not collude with any demon from Sky Demon sect. However, the Lanli sect has always wanted to be at the forefront of the cultivation sects in the country of Shi. They are quite hostile towards the Huanhua sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. This old man understands his intentions. When he asked you to reveal some spells, it was also to let you become famous. Yes, this junior understands." This was the first time Xiaohua knew that Lanli sect was hostile towards Huanhua sect and Imperial Thunder sect. However, he was very happy that Hua Zhishan was explaining this to him. The regret from before was swept away. "You saved my family's Furong. The 3 of us are very happy. After hearing the benefits that Furong promised you, the 3 of us also agreed. Let's not talk about bringing you to participate in the auction. Just now, this old man has already prepared some benefits for you. We don't dare. As long as senior can bring this junior to participate in the auction, this junior will be very grateful." Xiaohua quickly smiled. "Hee, that's easy. When the time comes and you see something that you are satisfied with, just tell this old man. This old man will help you bid." Hua Zhishan said casually, "However, in the auction that we will participate in, any item will cost a lot of spirit stones. This old man and the others have already arranged the auction for my Hua Zhishan. If you want to bid for something, you will have to pay the spirit stones yourself." "Of course." This junior left for a year to prepare. Xiaohua smiled. "I don't dare to trouble the seniors." At this time, Huafurong said, "Great-grandfather, just now when the boy accompanied fellow Xiao here, he received a message from a cultivator. The boy knows that great-grandfather hates this kind of message, so he crushed it. I didn't expect it to be a message from Immortal Music Sect's Taoist Blue Feather." As she spoke, Huafurong took out the message talisman that the boy crushed. I know." Hua Zhishan didn't even look at it. He flicked his sleeve and said, "This guy came for the item that my Hua Zhishan is bidding for." Today, Immortal Music Sect's Li Chengxiu came to visit this old man. He didn't even bring his name card. He is obviously using his Mongolian sect's arrogance. Yes, the boy understands. Hua Furong was overjoyed and put the broken message talisman into her storage bag. Seeing Hua Furong take the blame for the boy, Xiaohua had a new understanding of this temperamental female cultivator. In fact, appearance didn't mean everything. For example, the beautiful Chenyi. Xiaohua, actually what this old man wants to say is far from this. Hua Zhishan looked at Hua Furong. He obviously knew what this junior boy had done. He turned to Xiaohua and said, "This old man saw your true samadhi fire and, just now, all my previous thoughts were overturned. I want to give you more." Ah! Xiaohua was stunned. He felt that something was wrong. How could there be free spirit wine in this world? He quickly waved his hand and said, "This junior really only wants to ask for a small favor from senior. What are you in such a hurry for? Boss hasn't finished yet." Hua Pekong said angrily. "We have been discussing for half a day and you don't appreciate it? Third brother." Hua Zhishan smiled. "Don't scare the child. This temper of yours, Furong has learned it from you." Chapter 2044. Hee boss, Furong is my direct descendant. How can she not follow me? Hua Pekong laughed. Humph, Qilin is also my direct descendant. How can she not follow me? Hua Shishue looked at the infatuated fire Qilin and said angrily. Hua Shishue Shan ignored the two and clenched his hand. Xiaohua felt the world's energy in the room suddenly gather in Hua Shishue Shan's hand. Hua Shishue Shan waved his hand and a red light flashed in the air. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the air and started to absorb the world's energy. In the blink of an eye, it became big. Ah! Xiaohua was somewhat dumbstruck. The trembling light was actually a fiery red firebird. That firebird was extremely lifelike. Aside from the fact that there wasn't much spiritual light in its eyes, even the fine feathers on its forehead could be seen. It was exactly the same as a real firebird. On the left side of the firebird, an extreme heat radiated in all directions. Xiaohua was not too close, but he could already feel the heat. Whoosh! That firebird actually spread its wings and pounced towards Xiaohua. Ouch! Xiaohua was startled. When the firebird flew, it actually gave off an intimidating aura that could cover Xiaohua and restrict his flight. Moreover, this momentum was so terrifying. Although it was much worse than the vermilion bird transformed by the vermilion bird Great Array in Tianmen Mountain, it was not something that Xiaohua could easily dodge. The bird flew in front of Xiaohua. Half an inch closer and Xiaohua would turn into ashes. But the bird spread its wings again and flew in front of Hua Shishue Shan. Seeing the bird in his hand, Hua Shishue Shan looked at Xiaohua with pride and said, "Xiaohua, what do you think of this old man's fire-controlling technique? It's really amazing." Xiaohua said willingly, "This is the first time this junior has seen such a technique. This junior is full of admiration." "This is nothing." Hua Shishue Shan smiled. "My Ardent Fire Mountain is a fire sect. We have many fire-controlling techniques. I just don't know. Your Imperial Thunder sect also has fire tribute disciples. Have you learned this kind of fire-controlling technique?" This. Hearing Hua Zhishan's question, Xiaohua hesitated. After all, he represented the Imperial Lightning sect and couldn't embarrass them. But in reality, he hadn't learned any fire control techniques from the Imperial Thunder sect. That brat Yoda. "Boss is asking you, how can you be so rude?" Hua Pekong shouted, "You're just a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect with a different surname. How could you have learned such a miraculous fire-controlling technique?" Xiaohua nodded. Senior Hua is right. Junior has indeed never had the opportunity to learn such a fire-controlling technique. However, Junior believes that my Imperial Thunder sect surely has such a miraculous fire-controlling technique as well. There is, but can you practice it? Hua Zhishan looked at Xiaohua with interest. Junior doesn't know. Xiaohua could only tell the truth. "Do you want to learn my fire control technique?" Hua Zhishan asked. Xiaohua was taken aback. He shook his head and said, "Junior doesn't want to." "Why not?" Hua Pekong was anxious. Xiaohua glanced at Hua Pekong, not knowing why he was so anxious. He could only reply, "This is a secret technique of Ardent Fire Mountain. Junior is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. How could I learn Ardent Fire Mountain's secret technique? Even if Junior wants to, I'm afraid I can't." "Why not?" "As long as you want to," Hua Pekong said. "Senior, what do you mean?" Xiaohua was startled. "What do you think of Furong?" Hua Zhishan suddenly asked. "Not bad," Xiaohua blurted out. But then his expression changed. He knew that something was wrong. He looked at Xue Xue. Shui also understood, her eyes flashing with surprise. Hua Zhishan laughed. You have good eyesight, great-grandfather. What do you mean? Hua Furong's face turned red as she hurriedly asked. You silly child. Hua Zhishan laughed. This year, you've mentioned Xiaohua many times in front of this old man. If this old man still doesn't know your intentions, then this old man will really be a fool. That's not it, great-grandfather. Hua Furong's neck was completely red as she anxiously said, Fellow Taoist Xiao is this child's benefactor. This child only mentioned this in front of you, so that great-grandfather can reward him greatly. Boy knows that fellow Taoist Xiao and Sister Shui are a match made in heaven. Sister Shui's yearning for fellow Taoist Xiao in this year. Boy has seen it all. How can a boy steal someone's love? This absolutely cannot. Why not? Hua Picong angrily said. You're a direct disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain. Your future will be bright. Xiaohua is just a neglected disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. What future does he have? If he dual cultivates with you, this old man will teach him all the secret techniques of Ardent Fire Mountain. When he reaches Golden Core or Nascent Soul, this old man will give him the position of an elder of Ardent Fire Mountain. Wouldn't that be more glorious than being in the Imperial Thunder sect? Great-grandfather, dual cultivators cannot be forced. Hua Furong naturally knew that Hua Zhishan and the others cared for her, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly defended herself. But before she could finish, Hua Picong berated her. Furong, although you've been like your great-grandfather since you were young and have a bad temper, unlike a little girl, you've always been kind to others. Great-grandfather and the others can clearly see that. Let's not talk about other things. Just take that demon from the Heavenly Demon sect, for example. Wasn't it because of your kindness that he caused so much trouble? Also, the mistake of the boy at the door, you didn't even ask about it and just took responsibility for it. You have to know that there are some things you can be kind to others, but there are some things you can't. This old man also knows that you're a female cultivator and have always been inferior to others because of your appearance. Many times, you've avoided others and even used your bad temper as an excuse. Hua Picong continued, however, your happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. You can't rely on others' charity. Xiaohua's appearance is grand, and he also has a fire attribute constitution. He's proficient in Samadhi True Fire. This kind of cultivator is very hard to find in the Dawn Rain continent. If he were to dual cultivate with you, it would definitely be extremely beneficial to your cultivation. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation would also definitely advance greatly because of your assistance. Why don't you take the initiative to seize this kind of beneficial matter? This old man knows that you're thin-skinned, so today, I brought you and Xiaohua into the quiet room and made this matter clear in front of you. It's also Xiaohua's good fortune to have you, the daughter of the first wife of Ardent Fire Mountain. Great-grandfather, Hua Furong smiled bitterly. Everything you said is correct. This boy also doesn't object to what you said. A woman will dress up for the person she likes. With this kind of appearance, which cultivator would be willing to dual cultivate with a boy? Those who send themselves to my door, saying sweet words and loving words, which one of them doesn't have ulterior motives and want to rush to my Ardent Fire Mountain's inheritance. Boy has long been sick of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed great-grandfather to Bright Dawn City. It's all right, Furong. When you reach Nascent Soul, you'll definitely be able to reforge your body. At that time, you can do whatever you want to him. Hua Zhishan smiled. Don't be like this old man and the others, thinking too highly of yourself and not wanting to wallow in the mire with others. Hua Furong smiled bitterly again and bowed. Great-grandfather, boy is only in the early stage of foundation establishment. Nascent soul is something that will happen thousands of years later. In any case, boy doesn't intend to reforge his body. Sigh, great-grandfather, to put it bluntly, boy doesn't even like Xiaohua. Aren't you forcing the boy to go against his heart? Hee, how is that possible? Hua Picong smiled. This old man also came here when he was young. How can I not see it? Back then, when this old man was dual cultivating, it was exactly the same as you are now. A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet. Great-grandfather, this old man understands your feelings. Boy! Hua Furong was somewhat dejected as she spoke softly. What do you mean by a forcibly picked melon won't be sweet? Hua Picong said. Feelings can be cultivated. Back then, this old man also forced himself on her. Third brother. Hua Zhishan scolded and then said to Hua Furong, it's different now. Furong, you have 3 great-grandfathers supporting you. There are cultivators all over the world, and you can choose one by one. This old man also likes Xiaohua. Just his true samadhi fire is a gift from the heavens. Fellow Taoist Xiao is Sister Shue's lover. Huafurong said word by word. Boy isn't ashamed to the point of fighting over a junior's partner. Haha, Huazhishan laughed. Do you even need to consider this? This old man and the others are all optimistic. Didn't you see how distracted your cousin is? If Shue and Qilin dual cultivate, and you and Xiaohua dual cultivate, wouldn't that be a natural couple? Ah? At this moment, whether it was Xiaohua, Huafurong, or even Shue, they were all stunned. Previously, when Huafurong argued with the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed. He looked at Shue and did not speak. Shue naturally knew that Xiaohua and Huafurong had only met once and did not have any dirty thoughts. But after hearing Huazhishan's arrangement, she was a bit afraid. Shue seems to be of the lightning attribute, similar to Qilin's fire attribute. After dual cultivating, their cultivation will be the same as yours, complementing each other. Why not? Huazhishan said proudly. Qilin, boy is here. Qilin ignored Huazhishan's call. Only after shouting twice did he look away from Shue's anxious expression. He asked curiously, why did great-grandpa call boy? Do you like Shue? Huazhishan asked decisively. I like her. Qilin was even more straightforward. Are you willing to let Shue dual cultivate with you? Ah! Qilin stared blankly, then became overjoyed. Of course, boy is very willing. Damn this. Xiaohua was slightly angered. Shue's face was also ashen. Look, how good is this? Huazhishan laughed. The 2 of you are this old man's treasures. Once Xiaohua and Shue come, all the problems will be solved. This old man is happy to death. Damn it. Xiaohua cursed inwardly. Isn't this randomly matching a couple? Chapter 2045. Immediately after, Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. 3 seniors, this junior greatly admires Ardent Fire Mountain, but the problem is the same as what fellow Taoist Huafurong said. This junior and fellow Taoist Huafurong have only met a few times, and I don't have any thoughts in this regard. Senior has forced us to be together, and we are simply unable to dual cultivate. Besides, this junior has been in love with Shue for a long time, and this life can't be without Shue. Senior's good intentions, this junior can only accept it. That's right. Shue stepped forward and grabbed Xiaohua. Their fingers interlocked, and she said, this junior will only dual cultivate with Xiaohua in this life. Others would rather die than submit. Rather die than submit? Huapakong laughed. I said the same thing back then, but after I dual cultivated with her. Third brother. Hearing Huapachong's words, Huazhishan hurriedly scolded. Don't talk too much. Boss, it's nothing. Huapakong said innocently. I just wanted to say that she always makes me drink blaze brew. And I know. Huazhishan was angry and amused at the same time. He turned to Xiaohua and said, how can a junior like you interfere with our decision? When my Ardent Fire Mountain tells this good news to the Imperial Thunder Sect, even Qian Leizi of the Imperial Thunder Sect will be happy. I'm sorry, senior. Xiaohua rejected. This junior's private matter, and it has nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder Sect. This junior will say the same thing as Shue. I would rather die than submit. Then you can wait to die. Huapakong was already impatient. He grabbed, and before Xiaohua could react, he felt the heaven and earth spiritual qi around him being sucked dry. He had no way to borrow strength, and an irresistible restrictive force appeared in mid-air, firmly holding him in place. You. Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to spit out the spiritual fire and forcefully break through the shackles, the power of the shackles had already landed. The true essence around his body was completely frozen, just like in the ink Zhao Black Forest. Bitter. Xiaohua sighed. Great-grandfather. Huafurong hurriedly stood in front of Xiaohua. You have taken Xiaohua's life. How can that boy still have the face to continue living in this world? Tisk. Huapakong put his hands inside his Taoist robe. I was just scaring him. How could I bear to do anything to such a good son-in-law? As long as he and Shue change their minds and agree to this matter, this old man will naturally release them. Ah! Xiaohua quickly turned his head. Sure enough, Shue was also standing there, unable to move at all. This nascent soul cultivator's technique was really not something that Xiaohua and Xue could deal with. Qilin Furong, I'll leave Xiaohua and Xue to you too. Hua Zhishan flicked his sleeve and said, persuade them well. Once they agree, this old man will send the news to your parents in Ardent Fire Mountain, and my Ardent Fire Mountain will head to the Imperial Thunder sect to propose marriage. Great-grandfather, Hua Hibiscus still wanted to explain, but Hua Mengshui waved his big sleeve. The four of them only felt their vision blur, and they all appeared outside the quiet room. Ah, fellow Taoist Xiao, it's all this servant's fault. Hua Hibiscus smiled apologetically. This servant only wanted to give fellow Taoists some rewards. I didn't expect such a change. No matter. Xiaohua did not have the strength to complain about her. He only gave her a look and said, this Xiao does not have anything else to think about right now. I only ask, without waiting for him to finish, the Fire Qilin said with a smile of exultation, fellow Taoist Xue, this way please. I did not expect this Fire Qilin's thoughts to be seen through by great-grandfather. This is truly a match made in heaven. I hope that fellow Taoist Xue will treat this Fire Qilin with respect in the future. Pei, Xue glared and said angrily, this concubine's heart is Xiaohua's, and her body is also Xiaohua's. This concubine will definitely not dual cultivate with you in this life. Just give up on this idea. Then she said to Xiaohua, rest assured. This concubine will commit suicide by biting her tongue. Io, fellow Taoist Xue. The Fire Qilin originally extended his hand to support Xue, but at this moment, he was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his hand. He said with an ashen face, could it be? I, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, cannot compare to you, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Xiaohua? I, who will be able to control the Ardent Fire Mountain in the future, cannot compare to you, Xiaohua, who is destined to be unknown in the future. Could it be that you are also like those vulgar women who only care about a cultivator's appearance and no longer appreciate a cultivator's heart? Xue did not show any expression. She sneered and said, this has nothing to do with appearance. This concubine only knows that there is Xiaohua in this world. Other male cultivators are all dung. If I cannot dual cultivate with Xiaohua, this concubine would rather die. Hearing this, the Fire Qilin's originally grief-stricken face flushed red. He said anxiously, fellow Taoist Xue means, you are not doing this because of Ai's appearance, but because there is Xiaohua in this world? That's right. Xue answered without hesitation, there is Xiaohua in this world. No matter what other people, this concubine will not give half a glance. What if there is no Xiaohua in this world? The Fire Qilin's eyes narrowed. Xue hesitated and said coldly, then there is also no concubine in this world. What nonsense are you talking about? Why aren't you taking one away each? Otherwise, this old man will kill you with one palm. Hua Paikong's angry roar sounded. Yes, great-grandfather, Hua Furong smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow this servant first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. But how could Xiaohua let Xue leave him? He shook his head slightly. Little sister Xue, please follow big sister first. Hua Hibiscus understood Xiaohua's intentions. She pulled Xue to her side and slowly walked along the corridor. Seeing this, Xiaohua glanced at the Fire Qilin and also followed them. The Fire Qilin hung its head dejectedly for a moment and could only continue walking. Hua Furong did not dare to disobey the orders of Hua Zhishan and the others, and did not arrange for Xiaohua and Xue to be in the same room. Fortunately, the two rooms were facing each other. Xiaohua could see Xue on the other side with a glance. Only then did Xiaohua's heart calm down. Hua Furong sat beside Xiaohua with a bitter face. In that room, the Fire Qilin was even more dejected, as if all of its energy had been sucked away. Even after several hours, Xiaohua still didn't have any countermeasures. He was really anxious, as if his heart was on fire. Being imprisoned here did not matter, but inside the cave, he still had to refine the Ling Lei pill. This was related to Xue's foundation. There was only one heavenly Yin grass. If the refining failed, Xue's foundation would become fleeting. However, could he agree to dual cultivate with Hua Furong? Could Xue agree? Very quickly, a day and night passed. Xiaohua sat cross-legged and stared at Xue in the other room. Xue was as calm as water and looked at Xiaohua with a smile. No matter what, I have to think of a way. Xiaohua naturally knew Xue's intention to die. Chapter 2046. At this moment, he heard Huafurong secretly transmit her voice. Fellow Taoist Shao, no one in the entire Ardent Fire Mountain dares to disobey the words of great-grandfather. Furthermore, he has never rashly acted against low-level cultivators. This time, he must have made his decision. This servant knows the feelings of you and little sister Shui, and this servant does not wish to separate the two of you. However, the situation is pressing. This servant thinks that it would be better if we first compromise and wait for the three great-grandfather to feel at ease. We will coax them until they are happy and release the four of us. At that time, you and little sister Shui can escape to a faraway place and quickly return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Could it be that they still want to chase after the Thunderclap Peak? Xiaohua's heart was moved. This was not a bad idea. After all, dual cultivation was not something that could be done in a short period of time. There were still many things that needed to be prepared. If he and Shui left, what could they do? However, just as Xiaohua was about to nod, his heart was moved again. He thought of Huapikong's forced himself on her. He transmitted his voice to Huafurong in a low voice. He saw that Huafurong's face was also flushed red, and she slightly lowered her head. Indeed, Xiaohua's misgivings were absolutely reasonable. How could three nascent soul cultivators who had lived for several thousand years be fooled by two people? When the time came, it would be too late to steal the chicken and end up losing the rice used to lure it. Then what should we do? Huafurong was somewhat at a loss. At this moment, Shui, who was in the other quiet room, suddenly raised her head. Her face revealed a frightened expression. Fellow Taoist Hua, quickly. Xiaohua's heart was also grasped as he hurriedly called out to Huafurong. Huafurong saw this and felt that things were not good. Just as she was about to run into the other quiet room, she felt a force coming from the quiet room and pushing her back. Immediately, the quiet room was sealed. Fire Qilin. Xiaohua's face was pale as he roared loudly. Cousin, Fire Qilin. Huafurong was even more shocked. She crawled up from the ground and rushed into the quiet room. At this moment, Xiaohua did not care about anything else as he angrily said, Fire Qilin, if anything happens to my Shui, I... As he spoke, Xiaohua opened his mouth and forced the spiritual fire into his mouth. On the other hand, his arms, he wanted to use the strength of his corporeal body to break the seal. However, right at this moment, Hibiscus's figure that was pouncing towards the restriction was knocked back, and she crashed into Xiaohua's body. Shui's face was pale as she sat on the ground. There was blood on the Fire Qilin's lips, and its face was ferocious. It walked out of the room step by step, completely ignoring Xiaohua and Huafurong. It walked into the corridor. Little sister Shui. Huafurong hurriedly ran over, and Xiaohua naturally followed. I'm fine. Shui seemed to be a little frightened, but she still appeared calm. The blood on the Fire Qilin's mouth is from its own bite. Just now, Huafurong glanced at Xiaohua, who had an extremely abnormal expression. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Hee. Even if Huafurong didn't ask, Shui still had to say it. Just now, when the Fire Qilin opened the restriction of the quiet room, it asked this concubine a question. What words? Huafurong asked curiously. He would rather die than dual cultivate? Shui said calmly. This concubine said yes. Then, this concubine wanted to bite my tongue. But the Fire Qilin bit its own lips and stopped this concubine's action. Then it opened the restriction and went out by itself. What is the Fire Qilin doing? Xiaohua frowned. Why is it so mad? This concubine will go and take a look. Huafurong wanted to leave but hesitated, afraid that something might happen. In the end, Huafurong opened the restriction of the quiet room and quickly left. However, not long after, Huafurong turned back with a worried expression. What's wrong? Shui asked in a low voice. The Fire Qilin sealed all the meridians in his body and knelt in front of great-grandfather's quiet room. Huafurong said in a low voice. He is kowtowing. Ah! Xiaohua and Shui were immediately stunned. He wants to earnestly ask the three great-grandfathers to retract their orders. Huafurong said sadly. We will go too. Xiaohua quickly said. Don't. Huafurong quickly stopped them. The Fire Qilin is great-grandfather's favorite. It is fine as long as he is here. If we all go, I am afraid that we will lose their face and make things worse. Sigh, this fellow Taoist Hua. Xiaohua sighed in his heart and sat down. This was the first time he changed that gibe to fellow Taoist Hua. Shui also sighed. After knowing what the Fire Qilin was doing, Huafurong didn't dare to go over and watch for fear of angering the 3 great-grandfathers. Just like that, the 3 of them sat there for a day and a night. Just when Xiaohua was thinking blindly, a boy quietly came in and called Huafurong out. After another hour, Huafurong came in with a spiritual talisman in her hand and a trace of worry on her face. "How is it, fellow Taoist Hua?" Xiaohua asked anxiously. Huafurong activated the spiritual talisman and hit Xiaohua and Shue's bodies. The restriction on their bodies was immediately removed. "Go, great-grandfather has let you go," Huafurong said calmly. Shui glanced at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "Where is Senior Fire Qilin?" "Sai, cousin kowtowed for a day and a night. His forehead is completely broken, and he has already fainted." Huafurong forced a smile and said, however, with little sister Shue's question, "Cousin will definitely be happy." "Sai." Shui shook her head slightly and pulled Xiaohua's arm. "Let's go." Xiaohua also didn't want to say anything more. After leaving the cave, Huafurong said apologetically, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I won't send you off. I still have to go back and see cousin. The auction is not far away. When the time comes, I will go and find fellow Taoist." "No need." Xiaohua quickly waved his hand. "I and junior sister Shui are preparing to return to Imperial Thunder Sect. It is better not to participate in this auction. Great-grandfather said that we must repay the favor." Huafurong said awkwardly. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you should go together." Xiaohua was in a difficult position and looked at Shui. Shui sighed and said, "Since Senior doesn't mention this matter anymore, I'm afraid he won't mention it again in the future. If Xiaohua wants to go, then go. After all, it's Senior's order." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. "This Xiao and junior sister will be waiting for you inside the cave." Immediately, Xiaohua pulled Shui and flew down the mountain without looking back. Huafurong looked at the 2 figures and sighed. Then, she turned around and quickly entered the cave. Xiaohua and Shui's hearts were filled with mixed feelings. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. They could only clench their fists tightly and didn't say anything. When they were about to reach the core formation cultivator's residence, Xiaohua suddenly whispered, Shui, don't you think this nascent soul cultivator is too overbearing?" "Naturally," Shui said with lingering fear. "If not for the fire Qilin, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to leave the cavern dwelling in Ardent Fire Mountain." It seems like we were wrong," Xiaohua said with a frown. "Since Reverend Miyu has come to Haoming City and wants to participate in the auction, how could we, as disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, not pay him a visit? Otherwise, not only would we be unable to explain our etiquette, but we'd also be too embarrassed to look for him if something happened." Shui nodded. "Husband, you're right. Let's go now. Otherwise, we'll have no reason to meet him in the auction." According to the directions given by Yu Chun, Xiaohua and Shui found a cavern dwelling that was slightly larger than the one in Ardent Fire Mountain. They saw that it was similar to the one in Ardent Fire Mountain. There were more than 10 brocade-robed disciples guarding the entrance. They were all foundation building and aura refining disciples. Xiaohua and Shui didn't dare to be negligent. They took their tokens and went forward to pay their respects, clearly stating that they were disciples of the Shocking Thunder Palace. Unexpectedly, the disciple who took the tokens only glanced at them and took out a jade slip. It seemed like he was recording something inside. Then he returned the tokens to Xiaohua and said with an expressionless face, "I understand. You can wait for your experiential learning. Reverend Miyu has her own matters to attend to, so she won't see you." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiaohua and Shui took the tokens and looked at each other. Then, they turned around and flew away from Reverend Miyu's cavern. They knew that there must be a lot of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect who went out for experiential learning. There must be a lot of people who knew that Reverend Miyu had come to Haoming City. In the Imperial Thunder Sect, it was indeed very difficult to meet Reverend Miyu, but in Haoming City, it was easy. Everyone wanted to get close to a nascent soul cultivator. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was only a foundation-building disciple, and Shui was an aura-refining disciple. Among the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect who came out for experiential learning, their cultivation was the lowest. It would be strange if they could meet Reverend Miyu. Of course, since Xiaohua was experiential learning in Haoming City, he had to come and pay his respects. It was normal for a nascent soul cultivator to not see him, but if he didn't come to pay his respects, it would be rude. If Reverend Miyu found out, it would be a big sin. This was something Xiao Hua understood after being taught a lesson by a nascent soul cultivator. After returning from Reverend Miyu's Immortal's Cave, Xiao Hua saw that the restrictions on his Immortal's Cave were safe and sound. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. He swept his divine sense left and right. Seeing that there wasn't anything unsightly, he opened the restrictions and entered the Immortal's Cave. Sure enough, the formation around the earth fire was still there. The earth fire inside the formation was licking the pill furnace. Everything was safe and sound. Shue Shue, Xiao Hua glanced at Shue Shue, who was still somewhat restless, and said with a sigh, "It's all because of my incompetence that you suffered such an unexpected calamity." Shue Shue calmed herself down, stepped forward, and sighed. She hugged Xiao Hua's waist, buried her head in his chest, and said, "Husband, it's all this concubine's fault. You obviously didn't want this concubine to go, but this concubine insisted on going, and actually caused so much trouble. Alas, although I didn't want you to go, it's obviously a nascent soul senior. You can't not go and pay your respects. What can you do?" Xiao Hua stroked Shue Shue's black hair and comforted her. Shue Shue made an end sound and murmured, "In the end, it's still because my cultivation is shallow. It's just like Uncle said, unless you cultivate to the nascent soul realm, otherwise, no one dares to be arrogant on Dawn Rain Continent." "That's right, strength is everything." Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his expression. "Husband." Shue Shue's face was red and her body was slightly hot. She said in a low voice, "Today I'll dual cultivate with husband. I'll give you my primordial Een body as soon as possible. Only then can I be at ease." Chapter 2047. When Xiao Hua heard this, his heart swayed and he hugged Shue Shue tightly. But then he smiled and said, "Wife, don't think too much. After all, you have not built your foundation. If you dual cultivate now, it will definitely affect your cultivation. Even if your husband is selfish, it is impossible for me to take your primordial Een. Besides, the Linglei pill is about to be refined. Why should you and I be anxious?" "Husband, this concubine is afraid." Shue Shue raised her neck and said, kissing Xiao Hua's lips. Her strength was extremely strong, as if only by doing so could she abandon the fear in her heart. Xiao Hua knew that Shue Shue was frightened and her state of mind was damaged. If he did not make up for it in time, it would definitely affect her cultivation. Thus, he hugged Shue Shue and said some lingering words in her ear, coaxing her to sleep. Then, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged and entered his space. Little Huang, you are awake?" In the space, little Huang stretched and lay on the ground with half-closed eyes. Mother," little Huang replied. "I should be awake, but I am still a little sleepy." Xiao Hua looked at little Huang. There did not seem to be any special changes, only his figure was slightly bigger. If he did not pay attention, he might not be able to see it. "Good," Xiao Hua replied and began to think about his own matters. Xiao Hua originally wanted to wait for the Sword Heart Yuan Seed technique to succeed in dream execution before splitting his primordial spirit according to the secret technique and cultivate different techniques. But in front of the absolute strength of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, he could not remain calm. He did not want to waste any time and urgently needed to protect himself and protect Shue Shue's strength. However, when he activated the secret technique and was about to use it, he hesitated again. Last time, when he split his primordial spirit, the pain of his primordial spirit had just subsided. Moreover, the Linglei pill was being refined. At this time, even if he succeeded in splitting his primordial spirit, it would definitely hinder the refinement of the pill. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Hua understood. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "What is wrong with this young master? I am not calm at all. Now, this young master has a secret technique that others do not know, but it must be done step by step and not be disturbed by external things. Senior Huang has suffered so much. This young master still has not understood his own feelings? Stay calm, stay calm. Only by remaining unchanged can we be victorious in every battle." As he thought about this, Xiao Hua's mind left the space and silently operated the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method. Only then did his mental state slowly calm down. Goldie was flabbergasted as he watched Xiao Hua come in and go out. Inexplicably, he stretched his body again, and his figure quietly grew a little bigger. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Xiao Hua and Shue Shue only cultivated behind closed doors, and didn't even take half a step out of the cave. During this period of time, neither the fire hibiscus nor the fire qilin appeared in front of the cave. On the other side of Xiaohua's Immortal's Cave, which was also a foundation-building cultivator's Immortal's Cave, Xuanyan School's Liang Yu was whispering to Yen Yu. He then said, "Senior Marshal Brother Yen, I'm afraid we can't carry out the plan we discussed. Although that Xiaohua appeared in Haoming City, he saved Huafurong of the Ardent Fire Mountain, and is now favored by the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. If we attack him, I'm afraid we'll bring about endless harm." "Humph, it's just the Ardent Fire Mountain. How can it be compared to my Xuanyan School?" Yen Yu's expression was very gloomy. Obviously, he didn't like hearing this news that made him angry. Moreover, this matter, not only must we do it, we must do it quickly. "Senior Marshal Brother Yen, do you want to die?" Liang Yu advised in astonishment. "If Xiaohua were to die in our hands, wouldn't the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain fly into a rage? With the fiery tempers of Hua Baikong and Hua Yaishui, wouldn't they pinch us to death? They simply wouldn't care about our identities as disciples of the Xuanyan School. Moreover, do you think that the masters would be serious with the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, who are comparable to 6 nascent soul cultivators, for the sake of you and me?" Yen Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at the darkness inside the Immortal's Cave for a long time. He then said in a low voice, "Although Xiaohua saved Huafurong, he wasn't a disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain after all. Why would the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain protect him? We secretly killed him. Even the Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't know who did it. So how would the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain know? This Dawn Rain continent is so big. Even a spirit-severing cultivator might not be able to find the reason for the disappearance of a Foundation establishment cultivator, right? Little brother, from the looks of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, it seems that they don't just want to treat Xiaohua as Huafurong's savior." Liang Yu frowned and explained, "Listening to their tone, it seems that they want to treat Xiaohua as Huafurong's dual cultivation partner. They actually introduced him to Xian Yunzi and Taoist Master Shuemo. Moreover, Huafurong even accompanied Xiaohua to propose a toast to us." "Oh, really?" Yen Yu was somewhat dazed. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "If that's the case, then it's really troublesome. Could it be that this old man's grandson will die in vain? Therefore, Senior Marshal Brother Yen, you and I better not take the risk." Liang Yu advised, "If your grandson is gone, then let the younger generation give birth to another one. Isn't everything settled?" "Humph, if I can give birth, then why would I waste so much effort to take revenge?" When this was mentioned, Yen Yu was ashamed and angry again. "My bloodline is in that little bastard's body. If he dies, where will my bloodline be passed on?" Haha. Liang Yu knew Yen Yu's bitterness. He chuckled and no longer spoke. Sitting on a chair, Yen Yu drank mouthful after mouthful of spirit wine. However, he suddenly asked, "That's not right, Junior Marshal Brother Liang. Didn't you say that Xiaohua has an aura-refining Junior Marshal sister who is with him? Their attitude is very intimate. Moreover, this Yen has also seen that female cultivator who is as beautiful as a celestial being. She is 100 times better than the incomparably ugly Huafurong. How could Xiaohua abandon his partner and find someone else?" Haha, speaking of this, Liang Yu still has to tell you. Liang Yu wasn't blind. Of course, he saw the fire Qilin's infatuation with Shui. He whispered this matter to Yen Yu. "Forget it," Yen Yu slapped the chair and said dejectedly. "Is there still a need to say it? How could Xiaohua and Shui escape the clutches of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain? I'm afraid that this matter has already been decided. The 2 beauties of the Imperial Thunder Sect will be occupied by 2 ugly people. Therefore, even if Xiaohua isn't willing, in order to make him willing, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain will definitely start with Shui. Senior Marshal Brother Yen, you should let this matter go," Liang Yu said with a smile after seeing that he had persuaded Yen Yu. "Even if I don't want to, I have to," Yen Yu said with a flick of his sleeve. "I'm not stupid enough to go against a nascent soul cultivator." Saying this, Yen Yu got up from the chair and walked out. "Where is Senior Marshal Brother Yen going?" Liang Yu asked with a smile. "I'm going out for a stroll," Yen Yu said. "If I see any aura-refining bread I don't like, I'll kill him while I'm at it. I'll make other cultivators as depressed as I am." Chapter 2048. Haha, Liang Yu laughed, knowing that Yen Yu was truly depressed. However, in less than an hour, Yenyu returned with a look of exultation. What? How many Qi refinement brats did you kill? Liangyu put away a jade slip and asked with a smile. Hee, I got some news again. Yenyu whispered a few words to Liangyu. Liangyu frowned and said with displeasure, Senior Marshal Brother Yen, this matter is clearly impossible. Why force yourself? Hee, Junior Marshal Brother Liang. Don't you want the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators? Don't you want Xiaohua's Samadhi True Fire cultivation method? Yenyu laughed. Maybe Xiaohua's Samadhi True Fire was obtained from the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators. He's just an early foundation establishment brat, yet he can cultivate the Samadhi True Fire in just a few years. What if Junior Marshal Brother Liang obtains the Samadhi True Fire? Besides, in the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators, there's probably something even better than the Samadhi True Fire, right? Thinking about how Xiaohua's early foundation establishment cultivation was actually able to deal with 3 heavenly demon sect disciples of the same cultivation level, Yenyu naturally knew that Xiaohua obtained a lot from the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators. How could he not covet it? Seeing that Liangyu was tempted, Yenyu said again, according to my plan, we don't have to act against Xiaohua right now. Let's first see the attitude of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain and Xiaohua's movements. After all, that's a gold core cultivator's storage pouch. I'm also somewhat tempted. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have absolute confidence right now, I'd definitely act myself. Why would I need to inform Junior Marshal Brother? Yenyu pondered for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Xiaohua's Samadhi True Fire is very powerful, and from what I heard, his flying technique is also very successful. I'm afraid the 2 of us won't be able to easily deal with him. We might even have to call Senior Marshal Brothers Jieming and Qianhan over. And that's the only way. Yenyu nodded and said, we also swore that if there's news of Xiaohua, we'll immediately send a message. Moreover, on the way back, I also thought a lot. Now that Xiaohua has the backing of Ardent Fire Mountain, besides the Imperial Thunder sect, he has to do it cleanly. We can't leave any hidden dangers. For this, I have to prepare something. Liangyu was taken aback. His eyeballs spun a few times as he asked curiously, what other tricks does Senior Marshal Brother Yen have up his sleeves? This Yen will prepare for this matter alone. When I need Junior Brother Liang, I will naturally inform you. Yenyu said with a smile, this is the only time. We absolutely cannot let Xiaohua escape. Junior Marshal Brother Liang, please send the message talisman. I'll take a look at the shops in Haoming City. All right. Liangyu wasn't sure what Yenyu wanted to do, so he could only nod and send out the transmission talisman. Inside Xiaohua's cave, the pill liquid of the Linglei pill had been refined. Under Xiaohua's alchemy technique, it had gradually fused. The 2 kinds of pill liquid, yin and yang, were fused smoothly under the condensation of the sky yin grass juice. Xiaohua sat upright in front of the cauldron, concentrating. Shui was also not in the alchemy room at this time. She was only sitting in the quiet room, meditating with her eyes closed, carefully comprehending the technique that Xiaohua gave her. This technique was very strange. It was completely different from what Shui practiced together, so it was quite strenuous. After a few more days, Xiaohua came out from the alchemy room, somewhat exhausted. Shui immediately opened her eyes and asked considerately, Husband, did the refining go smoothly? Who is your husband? He is a genius. Xiaohua boasted, it's all a piece of cake, no big problems. Buffed. Shui covered her mouth and laughed. The previous faint worry had already disappeared. Looking at Xiaohua's exhausted appearance, she said, Husband is tired. Why don't you let me accompany you for a walk? Before my husband came, Senior Furong accompanied me to walk around Haoming City a few times. There were many good things in many shops. And it seems that there are also a few shops that sell talismans. According to Senior Furong, they are very powerful. Hearing that there were good things, Xiaohua's heart moved again. However, he immediately rejected this matter and said with a smile, it's better to avoid trouble. The plan now is to cultivate quickly. Okay. Shui understood Xiaohua's heart and nodded. Then, she picked out a few difficult parts of the dragon transformation art and asked Xiaohua. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. On this day, Xiaohua was cultivating when he felt that there were some changes in the cave's restriction. When he swept out with his divine sense, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Seeing this, How could Shue Shue not know what was going on? She smiled apologetically and said, "Did the people from the Ardent Fire Mountain come? This concubine will cultivate in the cave. This concubine will not participate in the auction." "And that's for the best." Xiaohua nodded. However, when Xiaohua was about to get up, Shue Shue smiled and said, "Husband, did Fire Qilin come?" "And he came with Fire Furong." Xiaohua didn't hide it. "Then I will go out," Shue Shue said with some hesitation. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everything is up to my wife." When Xiaohua opened the cave's restriction, the first thing he saw was Fire Qilin directly ignoring him and looking behind him. When he saw that there was no one behind Xiaohua, he actually asked fellow Taoist Xiao, "Where is fellow Taoist Shue? Why didn't she come out?" Xiaohua was speechless. Just when he was about to answer, Shue Shue's voice was heard. "Senior Fire, may I know why Senior is looking for Junior?" Hearing Shue Shue's voice, Fire Qilin's spirit was raised even more than when he took a nascent pregnancy pill. His eyes immediately lit up, and he cupped his hands and said, It's nothing. I just came to invite fellow Taoist Shue to participate in the auction." "Oh, the auction is a matter for nascent soul seniors. Junior is just an aura-refining disciple, so I won't disturb you," Shue Shue said with a smile. "It's just that my husband is a little curious, so he can go." "Husband? Who's your husband?" Fire Qilin actually asked such a stupid question. It really didn't match a middle-stage foundation-building cultivator. "Hee, fellow Taoist Fire, my wife's husband is naturally Xiaohua," Xiaohua said with a smile. "He's right in front of you." "Oh." Fire Qilin was extremely disappointed, but he still didn't look at Xiaohua. He looked at Shue Shue anxiously and asked, You really don't want to go?" "I won't go." Shue Shue shook her head, but she immediately smiled again. Junior is at a critical juncture in her cultivation. However, Junior heard that Senior Fire was coming, so Junior came out to see you. "I want to." Without waiting for Shue Shue to finish, Fire Qilin said in surprise, "Fellow Taoist Shue, you came out especially for me?" "And that's right." Shue Shue nodded. Junior came to thank Senior Fire for begging in front of the 3 elders that day, and also to thank Senior for helping Junior and my husband. After saying that, Shue Shue bowed. No need. Fire Qilin hurriedly reached out to help Shue Shue, but Xiaohua blocked his way. "All right, Senior Fire, Junior has already thanked Senior. Junior wants to go back and cultivate," Shue Shue said with a smile. Junior hopes that Senior Fire can find a suitable dual cultivation partner like Junior. After saying that, Shue Shue turned around and entered her immortal's cave, not looking back again. Fire Qilin immediately looked as if he had lost his soul. Looking at Shue Shue's disappearing figure, he opened his mouth but didn't say a word. Fellow Taoist Xiao. At the side, Furong didn't say anything. After waiting for Fire Qilin to finish speaking, she cupped her hands and said, "Today is the day of the auction. I specially came to invite fellow Taoist Xiao." "All right, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Hua." Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. He took out a magic tablet and activated the Immortal's Cave's restriction. Seeing the Immortal's Cave's door disappear in front of his eyes, Fire Qilin seemed to feel that all hope had disappeared, and there was a disheartened look in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiaohua also felt some sympathy in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Hua, these few days, my wife has been praising fellow Taoist's benevolence in front of me, and wanted to thank fellow Taoist for his great kindness. Now, she can finally fulfill her wish." "Ah, is that so? How did she praise I?" Fire Qilin's eyes gave birth to a trace of spirit. "Let's go, we'll talk as we walk," Xiaohua said with a smile. He actually patted Fire Qilin's shoulder, and Fire Qilin actually let Xiaohua come closer. Furong shook her head as she watched from the side, but what could she say? Arriving in front of Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortal's Cave, a flame-shaped flying magic tool that seemed to be cast from gold and stone stopped in front of the door. The dazzling golden color refracted the glaring sunlight, and in Xiaohua's eyes, it was like a ball of resplendent flame. At the edge of the flying magic tool, there were already several gold core and foundation establishment cultivators standing there. There were also many children who were dressed in embroidered clothes and had solemn expressions. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Arriving in front of the flying magic tool, Furong said in a low voice, "Great-grandfather hasn't come out yet. We can only go up after he comes out." "Okay," Xiaohua agreed and stood respectfully at the side. At this moment, although Fire Qilin wasn't as dispirited as before, he was still somewhat dispirited and listless. It seemed that the words Xiaohua said on the road weren't enough to dispel his infatuation. Not long after, a melodious sound came from inside the Immortal's cave, and the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain slowly walked out, surrounded by a group of Ardent Fire Mountain disciples. When the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain arrived in front of the flying magic tool and saw Xiaohua, their expressions were somewhat different. Hua Paikong and Hua Yishui coldly swept their gazes over, and Xiaohua could feel the piercing gaze from afar. Hua Yishui lightly asked, "Shui didn't come?" Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Fire Qilin opened his mouth again. "Okay, great-grandfather knows that Shui is cultivating to break through to Foundation establishment. So she can't come. Foundation establishment is just a matter of raising one's hand and hearing. If she knows, then this old man will let her reach Foundation establishment today." Hua Yishui sneered. Hua Paikong unhappily said, "I didn't ask you, stand aside." "Yes, boy knows." Fire Qilin didn't refute and obediently stood to the side. Xiaohua apologetically smiled and said, "My junior sister's knowledge is shallow and doesn't dare to take up Ardent Fire Mountain's precious spot. She's also cultivating, so she can't go." Hua Yishui nodded, looked up, and said a few words. On the flying magic tool, a golden core disciple bowed and said, "Disciple understands." Chapter 2049. "Let's go," Hua Zhishan said as he floated onto the flying magic artifact and sat on a jade chair. Xiaohua and the others also boarded the flying magic artifact. Then, without waiting for Xiaohua to stabilize himself, the Foundation establishment disciples activated the magic artifact. A huge suction force appeared from the bottom of the flying magic artifact, blooming like a lotus flower. A series of rumbling sounds were heard as the entire flying magic artifact flew up. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the flying magic artifact didn't fly down the mountain, but straight up. Above the residence of a nascent soul cultivator should be the residence of a spirit-severing cultivator. Could it be? Xiaohua was surprised, but the flying magic artifact flew up several dozen feet and the mountain became steeper. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the layout was far from that of a nascent soul cultivator's residence. It couldn't even compare to a Foundation establishment cultivator's residence. Oh, Xiaohua immediately understood. Although Haoming City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi, it could only accommodate nascent soul cultivators. How could a spirit-severing cultivator come to Haoming City? Even if a spirit-severing cultivator came, Reverend Yanhong would have to go out and welcome them. How could a spirit-severing cultivator stay here? The city lord's residence was more like it. After flying for a while, they arrived at a huge platform that occupied the entire mountain peak. Hua Zhishan's magic artifact rose up, but it didn't land on the platform. Instead, it floated in midair as if waiting for something. Dang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if there were countless bells. 4 colors of brilliance blossomed on the platform, illuminating the entire sky. The previously unclear sky was now clear and bright. At this moment, Xiaohua noticed to his astonishment that there were actually around 20 flying magic tools parked around the enormous platform, and every single one of them was unique and extremely strange. When all sorts of magical artifacts appeared, more than 20 powerful divine senses swept out one after another. It seemed like they were spying, but also seemed like they were having a contest. Wang, another beehive-like sound rang out, and the platform began to vibrate. Gradually, the light fog was lifted, and a huge palace appeared on the platform. The palace was carved with pillars, and its style was simple and unadorned. It was very imposing, but in Xiaohua's eyes, it was a little strange. The pillars of the palace were abnormally thick, and the space was abnormally large. It was actually more than 10 times larger than an ordinary palace. Whoosh, a rainbow flew out from one of the palace gates and landed directly below Mount Hua Lai's flying artifact, supporting it. However, the rainbow didn't move at all, and the flying artifact didn't move at all. Hua Zhishan took out an oval-shaped badge and threw it into the rainbow. The rainbow emitted a burst of ripples and began to vibrate. As the rainbow shrank, the flying magic tool also began to move and gradually approached the palace. With a light boom, the flying magic tool leaned against a corner of the palace. The palace gates slowly opened, and 2 golden core cultivators walked out and respectfully lined up on either side of the palace gates. "Let's go." Hua Jishan stood up from his jade chair and walked towards the palace gates. Hua Jishui and Hua Pekong didn't even look at Xiao Hua and followed him. When Hua Jishan got off the flying magic tool, the fire qilin and fire hibiscus nodded at Xiao Hua and quickly followed him. The golden core disciple that Hua Jishan sent a message to said, "Wait here, don't move around." Then, the disciple also walked behind Xiao Hua and got off the magic tool. "Greetings, 3 seniors from Mount Hua." The 2 golden core cultivators who were waiting respectfully were rather polite as they bowed and said, "We're Haoming City's guest elders. We're here to welcome the 3 seniors. Thank you for your trouble." Hua Jishan saw that the 2 cultivators were at the late golden core stage and didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Seniors, please come this way." The 2 cultivators didn't introduce themselves and only spread out their hands, inviting the 3 elders from Mount Hua to enter the palace gates. Hua Jishan knew that the guests of Haoming City weren't disciples of Haoming City, but rather, they paid a special price to invite other cultivators to make decisions for Haoming City. Their backgrounds and sects were different from Haoming City, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful and slightly nodded before entering the palace gates. When it came to the fire qilin and fire hibiscus, they were even more humble and bowed, greeting the seniors. Naturally, Xiao Hua also hurriedly bowed. The 2 gold core cultivators nodded slightly. When the last gold core cultivator from the Ardent Fire Mountain entered the palace, the 2 gold core cultivators glanced at each other and released their divine sense. After sweeping the palace gate for a moment, one of the cultivators extended his hand and took out a strange-looking Dharma tablet from his bosom. Under the activation of his magic power, it emitted a strange spiritual movement. The cultivator threw the magic tablet into the ground of the palace gates. A multicolored light appeared on the ground, wrapping around the palace gates. When the 2 Jindan stage cultivators walked through the palace gate, the multicolored light suddenly entered the palace gate. Xiao Hua only felt a burst of chaos in front of his eyes. The perfectly straight path he saw earlier had already disappeared and was replaced by a long suspended bridge. At the palace gates, after the multicolored light disappeared, the palace gates also disappeared, leaving only Mount Hua Jishan's flying magic tool floating in the air like a flame. Xiao Hua looked at the suspended bridge that Mo Zhao had appeared on and was somewhat stunned. He was now a Foundation Establishment cultivator and had even been to the core of Mo Zhao's Black Forest. He had seen many incredible things in the cultivation world. However, the suspended bridge under his feet was 10 feet wide and was very transparent. There was a faint brilliance flowing on it. If not for the divine sense, who could see it? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the entire palace seemed to be a boundless space. This transparent suspended bridge was crisscrossing, and there were thousands or tens of thousands of them. Moreover, under the suspended bridge, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Xiao Hua probed with his divine sense, but there was no trace of a bottom. Moreover, Xiao Hua stole a glance at the golden core cultivator beside him. There seemed to be a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator could not reach the bottom. Good heavens! The foundation of this Haoming City is too strong, isn't it? Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly as he looked at the suspended bridge in the space that was almost a ball of thread. 3 seniors, please. 2 golden core cultivators appeared in front of Hua Jishan and the others. They smiled slightly and led the way. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoists. Hua Jishan smiled. In his heart, he was similar to Xiao Hua. However, he only looked at his 2 brothers and did not say anything. Although this suspended bridge was invisible, it was slightly soft when one stepped on it. Moreover, unlike other magic tools, it could not carry people. Xiao Hua and the others could only cast spells and follow the golden core cultivators in front of them. Chapter 2050. Fortunately, although the atmosphere inside the palace was majestic, it didn't restrict one's cultivation. Apart from the faint sound of the wind outside the floating bridge, there was a kind of huge suction force that even divine senses couldn't escape. Everything else was similar to the outside of the palace. After walking for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group had already arrived at the top of the floating bridge. At this time, the previously empty floating bridge was gradually filled with the silhouettes of other cultivators. Many divine senses also swept over. The divine senses of nascent soul cultivators were like eyes. After sweeping over, it was fine. However, one of the divine senses swept over the group from Blazing Fire Mountain again and again. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Hua Furong and the others were astonished. At this time, the two golden core cultivators in front of them heard this and took out a magic tablet from their bosom. After activating it, they threw it on top of the floating bridge. Rumble! The entire floating bridge immediately shook. The other half of the floating bridge in front of them rapidly rose from the distance and struck towards them like the tail of a spirit snake. Woo! With a burst of fierce wind, the floating bridge suddenly stopped in front of Xiaohua and the others. Then it began to fall. A burst of light and shadow changed. Before Xiaohua's eyes could react, a fortress-like building appeared in front of him. The two golden core cultivators were standing at the entrance of the fortress. 3 seniors, this is the entrance to Xiankong Pavilion. Forgive us for not being able to enter. The two golden core cultivators respectfully bowed and said, Senior, you can enter by following the path inside. Okay, Hua Zhishan only slightly curled his lips. He knew that this was all deliberately done by Haoming City. He nodded and entered first. When Xiaohua entered and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved. He saw that this was a huge palace. In front of him was a path that was dozens of feet long, leading straight ahead. On both sides of the path, there was a huge statue every 10 feet or so. Good heavens! How is this a place where cultivators live? Xiaohua thought. This is probably a palace left behind by those celestials. Xiaohua naturally thought of the huge white bones in his space. If the white bones were to come back to life and walk in this huge palace, they would be able to bring out the best in each other. They would then look like dwarves. Sure enough, the fire Qilin, who hadn't made a sound for a long time and had been focused on Xiaohua's cave, also woke up and released his divine sense. After looking for a long time, he whispered, Furong, this place seems to be related to my Blazing Fire Mountain. Qilin, Hua Zhishan in front coughed and scolded. Qilin, don't talk too much. Use your eyes, use your ears, and use your heart. Yes, this boy understood, Qilin's voice. Blazing fires of the mountain? Xiaohua's of the Blazing Fire Qilin, S's Fire Qilin. SSS, let's go, Hua Zhishan called again. His body flew up and slowly floated towards the end of the road. Xiaohua flew in the air, but his divine sense was looking at the huge statues around him. These statues were either ferocious giants or ferocious beasts. They all had frightening faces. Moreover, he didn't know what these statues were made of, but his divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Xiaohua even used his Dharma eyes to secretly look at them a few times. He could see the outlines of the statues, but they were pale. Oh, these statues are actually somewhat similar to the Dharma idol in my space. Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a statue. It was also a human body with a snake tail. However, this human body was a stalwart man. His face was firm and his muscles were bulging. Moreover, he was wearing a strange armor. In his hand was a weapon that looked like a fork. Just as Xiaohua's gaze focused on the statue and wanted to take a closer look, he heard a cold voice from afar. Fellow Taoist Hua, you're really angry. You can even ignore Ai's invitation? Could it be that you think you can exchange that thing for something that you want at the auction in Haoming City? Following that voice, naturally, there was a divine sense sweeping over. Xiaohua's heart trembled. Wasn't this the same divine sense that had swept over everyone on the floating bridge? Oh, isn't this Taoist Blue Feather from the immortal music sect of the Meng Kingdom? Hua Zhishan's voice sounded. He asked curiously, Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, when did you give me an invitation? Or did you send a disciple here with a token? It seems that I was drinking and chatting with your sect's 2 disciples, Li Chengxiu and Jiming, a few days ago. I didn't hear them mention you. I was the one who sent you a message during the banquet that day. Taoist Blue Feather still didn't appear, but her voice sounded. Oh? Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, why? Hua Zhishan interrupted. So it's a message talisman. This old man and the others have been in Haoming City for a long time. Every day, countless juniors would send a message talisman to our Blazing Fire Mountain for no reason, asking to meet us. Why would we care about these boring message talismans? Every day, our disciples would place bets on these message talismans to see who would crush the most. I'm sure fellow Taoist Blue Feather's message talisman is among them. You. Taoist Blue Feather's tone was a little angry. I sent you a message talisman, but you actually dared to let your disciples crush it. Hee hee, fellow Taoist Blue Feather, Huozhishan laughed. The rule of the cultivation world in the kingdom of Shi has always been to return courtesy with courtesy. If our blazing fire mountain wants to pay a visit, the fellow Taoist of the Imperial Thunder sect will definitely send a disciple of our sect over on the first day. Although we have arranged a time, we can only pay a visit when the fellow Taoist of the Imperial Thunder sect has the time. Otherwise, our blazing fire mountain may be regarded by the Imperial Thunder sect as a sect that doesn't know etiquette and is a low-class cultivator. Oh, perhaps the rules of the kingdom of Meng are different from those of the kingdom of Shi. This old man will go back and take a look. I want to know which disciple, who doesn't know the importance of etiquette, actually dared to crush the message talisman of the famous immortal music sect's Taoist Blue Feather. Huozhishan's last sentence was one word at a time. He especially emphasized the words message talisman. Ha ha ha, Taoist Blue Feather laughed instead of being angry. Brilliant idea, brilliant idea. This old man's trip to Hao Ming City has really broadened my horizons. When did the blazing fire mountain become so unyielding, daring to sneer at our immortal music sect like a needle hidden in cotton? Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, Huozhishan laughed. Did my brother's words offend the immortal music sect? We three brothers of the blazing fire mountain have always spoken without meaning. Everyone in the kingdom of Shi knows this. Why is it that when it comes to fellow Taoist Blue Feather, it becomes a needle hidden in cotton? If there's a needle hidden in cotton, wouldn't it be obvious with a sweep of your divine sense? Hee hee. Following the voice, a short and stout cultivator's silhouette faintly flashed in the air above Huozhishan and the others. There was actually a strange, ear-piercing sound. TCH, Huopai Kong flicked his sleeve, and the silhouette shattered like glass. He sneered. Fellow Taoist Blue Feather's name is not bad, but your appearance has nothing to do with elegance. There's no need to show off here. No matter how elegant I am, I'm still better looking than you three ugly ghosts. Taoist Blue Feather laughed. When your nascent soul formed your body, you didn't even know to modify it a little. You're really embarrassing the kingdom of Shi's cultivators. This old man doesn't want to fix it. So what? Huopai Kong stomped his feet. This old man still wants to use this face to scare people. Third brother, why are you being so long-winded with him? Huozhishan sneered. In any case, is my blazing fire mountain a small sect that judges people by their appearance? You. Taoist Blue Feather was at a loss for words when facing the three elders of the blazing fire mountain. I want to see if you can get what you want in the auction. Don't come begging for I when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. Huopai Kong sneered. At worst, this old man will take it back to raise my children. Then Taoist Blue Feather's voice disappeared. The three elders of the blazing fire mountain continued to fly slowly. Dang! Another chime sounded, and a suction force suddenly appeared from the path. Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to move, he heard a faint voice say, Fellow Taoists, the way to enter the Xiankong Pavilion is rather special. Please do not resist. Not to mention Xiaohua. Even Huozhishan was a little embarrassed and angry. They were just participating in the auction. Although the opponents were all nascent soul cultivators, and the rewards would be plentiful, Hao Ming City repeatedly played these tricks. They were really petty. However, they had already come this far, and Huozhishan and the others seemed to be unable to turn back. This situation was really annoying. At this moment, the suction force on the path grew stronger, and its direction changed, going straight ahead. Forget it. Huozhishan flicked his sleeves and said coldly, I want to see what tricks Hao Ming City is playing. As he spoke, light flashed around his body, and only a protective brilliance appeared. His figure gradually flew forward along with the suction force. Xiaohua and the others naturally followed closely behind. This speed seems to be getting faster. However, as the suction force increased, Xiaohua and the others' flying speed also increased. In just a few breaths, they had already surpassed the flying speed of a foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, their speed was still increasing. The pressure around them also increased. Whoosh! Huopai Kong, who was the closest to Xiaohua and the others, frowned slightly. He stretched his right hand behind him and gently flicked his middle finger. A meteor-like brilliance appeared, and the brilliance exploded in midair, forming a layer of light that tightly covered Xiaohua, Hibiscus, and the fire Qilin. Although he felt the pressure disappear, Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he saw the increase in speed, he was secretly delighted. He practiced the lightning evasion technique, and speed had always been his forte. If he could see an even faster evasion technique after the bright lightning evasion technique, especially if he could experience it himself, it would be even more beneficial to his lightning evasion technique. Unfortunately, Hu Paikong's finger had shattered all of his hopes. Chapter 2051. Let's go, Hua Zhishan said, and his figure floated onto the flying magic tool. He sat on a jade chair and coldly looked into the distance. Xiao Hua and the others immediately boarded the flying magic tool. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to stabilize himself, the group of Foundation establishment disciples urged the magic tool. A huge suction force appeared from the bottom of the flying magic tool, and a flame bloomed like a lotus flower. A series of rumbling sounds slowly came out, and the entire flying magic tool flew up. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the flying magic tool didn't fly down the mountain, but straight up. It passed through Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortal's Cave and many restrictions. Above the residence of a nascent soul cultivator should be the residence of a spirit-severing cultivator. Could it be? Xiao Hua was a bit surprised, but the flying magic tool flew up several dozen feet, and the mountain became steeper. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the layout was far from the residence of a nascent soul cultivator. It couldn't even compare to the residence of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Oh, Xiao Hua immediately understood. Although Haoming City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi, it could only accommodate nascent soul cultivators. How could a spirit-severing cultivator come to Haoming City? Even if a spirit-severing cultivator came, Taoist master Yao Hong would have to go out and welcome them. How could a spirit-severing cultivator stay here? The city lord's mansion was more like it. After flying for a while, they actually arrived at a huge platform, directly occupying the entire mountain peak. Ardent Fire Mountain's magic tool rose up, but it didn't land on the platform. Instead, it floated in midair, as if waiting for something. Dang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if there were countless bells. 4 colors of brilliance blossomed on the platform, illuminating the entire sky. The previously unclear sky was now clear and bright. At this moment, Xiao Hua noticed to his astonishment that there were actually around 20 flying magic tools parked around the enormous platform, and every single one of them was unique and extremely strange. When all sorts of magical artifacts appeared, more than 20 powerful divine senses swept out one after another. They seemed to be spying, but also seemed to be competing. Wong, another beehive-like sound rang out, and the platform began to vibrate. Gradually, the light fog was lifted, and a huge palace appeared on the platform. The palace was carved with pillars, and its style was simple and unadorned. It was very imposing, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was a little strange. The pillars of the palace were abnormally thick, and the space was abnormally large. It was actually more than 10 times larger than an ordinary palace. Whoosh, a rainbow flew out from one of the palace gates and landed directly below Mount Hualai's flying artifact, supporting it. However, the rainbow didn't move at all, and the flying artifact didn't move at all. Hua Zhishan reached out and took out an oval badge. He casually threw it into the rainbow. The rainbow emitted a burst of ripples and began to vibrate. As the rainbow shrank, the flying magic tool also began to move and gradually approached the palace. Boom! The flying magic tool leaned against a corner of the palace. The palace gates slowly opened, and 2 golden core cultivators walked out and respectfully lined up on either side of the palace gates. Let's go! Hua Zhishan stood up from his jade chair and walked towards the palace gates. Hua Zhishui and Hu Pikong didn't even look at Xiao Hua and followed him. When Hua Zhishan got off the flying artifact, the fire qilin and fire hibiscus nodded at Xiao Hua and quickly followed him. The golden core disciple that Hua Zhishan sent a message to said, "Wait here, don't move around." Then, the disciple also walked behind Xiao Hua and got off the artifact. Greetings, 3 seniors from Mount Hualai. The 2 golden core cultivators who were waiting respectfully were rather polite as they bowed and said, "We are Haoming City's guest elders." "Welcome, seniors." "Thank you for your trouble." Hua Zhishan saw that the 2 cultivators were at the late stage of the golden core and didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Seniors, please come this way." The 2 cultivators didn't introduce themselves and only spread out their hands, inviting the three elders from Mount Hualai to enter the palace gates. Hua Zhishan knew that the guests of Haoming City weren't disciples of Haoming City, but rather, they paid a special price to invite other cultivators to make decisions for Haoming City. Their backgrounds and sects were different from Haoming City, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful and slightly nodded before entering the palace gates. When it came to the Fire Qilin and Fire Hibiscus, they were even more humble and bowed, greeting the seniors. Naturally, Xiaohua also hurriedly bowed. The two gold core cultivators nodded slightly. When the last gold core cultivator from the Ardent Fire Mountain entered the palace, the two gold core cultivators glanced at each other and released their divine sense. After sweeping the palace gate for a moment, one of the cultivators extended his hand and took out a strange-looking Dharma tablet from his bosom. Under the activation of his magic power, it emitted a strange spiritual movement. The cultivator threw the magic tablet into the ground of the palace gates. A multicolored light appeared on the ground and wrapped around the palace gates. When the two Jindan stage cultivators walked through the palace gate, the multicolored light suddenly entered the palace gate. Xiaohua only felt a burst of chaos in front of his eyes. The perfectly straight path he saw earlier had already disappeared and was replaced by a long suspended bridge. At the palace gates, after the multicolored light disappeared, the palace gates also disappeared. Only the flying magic tool of Mount Hualai was left floating in the air like a flame. Xiaohua looked at the suspended bridge that Mo Zhao had appeared on and was somewhat stunned. He was now a foundation-building cultivator and had even been to the core of Mo Zhao Black Forest. He had seen many incredible things in the cultivation world. However, the suspended bridge under his feet was 10 feet wide and was very transparent. There was a faint brilliance flowing on it. If one didn't use their divine sense to scan it, who could see it? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the entire palace seemed to be a boundless space. This transparent suspended bridge was crisscrossing and crisscrossing. He didn't know how many thousands or tens of thousands of them there were. Moreover, under the suspended bridge, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Xiaohua used his divine sense to explore it, but there was no trace of a bottom. Moreover, Xiaohua stole a glance at the golden core cultivator of Mount Hualai beside him. There seemed to be a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator couldn't reach the bottom. Good heavens! The foundation of Haoming City is too strong, isn't it? Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly as he looked at the suspended bridge in the space that was almost a ball of thread. 3 seniors, please. 2 golden core cultivators appeared in front of Hua Zhishan and the others. They smiled slightly and led the way. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoists. Hua Zhishan smiled. In his heart, he was similar to Xiaohua. However, he only looked at his 2 brothers and didn't say anything. Although the suspended bridge was invisible, stepping on it made one feel a little soft. Moreover, unlike other magic tools, it could not carry people. Xiaohua and the others could only use magic techniques to follow the golden core cultivators in front of them as they moved forward. Chapter 2052. Fortunately, although the atmosphere inside the palace was majestic, it didn't restrict one's cultivation. Apart from the faint sound of the wind outside the floating bridge, there was a kind of force that sucked people downwards. Even their divine senses couldn't avoid it. Everything else was similar to the outside of the palace. After walking for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group had already arrived at the top of the floating bridge. At this time, the previously empty floating bridge was gradually filled with the figures of other cultivators. Many divine senses were also sweeping over. The divine senses of nascent soul cultivators were like eyes. After sweeping over them, it was fine. However, one of the divine senses swept over the group from Blazing Fire Mountain again and again. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Hua Furong and the others were astonished. Who is being rude? Xiaohua frowned as he thought to himself. At this time, the 2 golden core cultivators in front of him heard this and took out a magic tablet from their bosom. After activating it, they threw it on top of the floating bridge. Rumble! The entire floating bridge immediately shook. The other half of the floating bridge in front of them rapidly rose from the distance and struck towards them like the tail of a spirit snake. Woo! With a sharp gust of wind, the floating bridge suddenly stopped in front of Xiaohua and the others. Then it began to descend. With a burst of light and shadow, before Xiaohua's eyes could react, a fortress-like structure appeared in front of him. The two golden core cultivators were standing at the entrance of the fortress. 3 seniors, this is the entrance to Xiankong Pavilion. Forgive us for not being able to enter. The 2 golden core cultivators respectfully bowed and said, Senior, you just need to follow the path inside and enter. Okay, Hua Zhishan only slightly curled his lips. He knew that this was all deliberately done by Haoming City. He nodded and entered. When Xiaohua entered and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved. He saw that this was a huge palace. In front of him was a path that was dozens of feet long. It led straight ahead, and on both sides of the path, there was a huge statue every 10 feet or so. Good heavens! How is this a place where cultivators live? Xiaohua thought to himself. This is probably a palace left behind by those celestials. Xiaohua naturally thought of the huge white bones in his space. If the white bones were to come back to life and walk in this huge palace, they would be able to bring out the best in each other. They would then look like dwarves. Sure enough, the fire Qilin, who hadn't made a sound for a long time and had been focused on Xiaohua's cave, also woke up and released his divine sense. After looking for a long time, he said in a low voice, Furong, this place seems to be related to my blazing fire mountain. Cough, cough. Hua Yishui coughed and scolded. Qilin, don't talk too much. Just use your eyes, ears, and heart to remember. Yes, boy understands. Even though the fire Qilin was a fool, he wasn't stupid. He had just blurted it out and was now on guard. The ardent fire mountain also has such a place? Xiaohua naturally heard it. These places are probably ancient ruins. Who knows, there might be some secret techniques left behind from ancient times. Let's go, Hua Yishui called out again. His figure flew up and slowly floated towards the end of the road. Xiaohua flew in the air, but his divine sense was looking at the huge statues around him. These statues were either ferocious giants or ferocious beasts. All of them had frightening faces. Moreover, he didn't know what these statues were made of. His divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Xiaohua even used his Dharma eyes to secretly look at them a few times. He could actually see the outlines of the statues, but they were pale white. These statues are actually somewhat similar to the Dharma idol in my space. Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a statue. It was also a human body with a snake tail. However, this human body was a stalwart man. His face was firm and his muscles were bulging. Moreover, he was wearing a strange armor and held a fork-like weapon in his hand. Just as Xiaohua focused his gaze on the statue and wanted to take a closer look, he heard a cold voice from afar. Fellow Taoist Hua, you're really angry. You can even ignore Ai's invitation? Could it be that you think you can exchange that thing for something that you want at the auction in Haoming City? Following that voice, naturally, there was a divine sense sweeping over. Xiaohua's heart trembled. Wasn't this divine sense the one that swept over everyone on the floating bridge? Isn't this Taoist blue feather from the immortal music sect of the Meng Kingdom? Hua Yishui's voice sounded. He asked curiously, Fellow Taoist blue feather, when did you give me an invitation? Or did you send a disciple with a token? It seems that I was drinking and chatting with your sect's 2 disciples, Li Chengxiu and Zhiming, a few days ago. I didn't hear them mention you? I was the message talisman you sent that day at the banquet. Taoist blue feather still didn't appear, but her voice sounded. Oh? Fellow Taoist blue feather, why? Hua Yishui interrupted. So it's a message talisman. We've been in Haoming City for a long time. Every day, countless juniors would send message talismans to our blazing fire mountain for no reason, asking to meet us. Why would we care about these boring message talismans? Every day, the boys under the sect would place bets on these communication talismans to see who could crush the most talismans. I'm sure fellow Taoist Blue Feather's message talisman is among them. Taoist Blue Feather's tone was a little angry. I sent you a message talisman, but you actually dared to let your disciples crush it. Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, Hua Yishui laughed. The rule of the cultivation world in the kingdom of Shi has always been to return courtesy with courtesy. If our blazing fire mountain wants to pay a visit, fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect will definitely send a disciple of our sect over on the first day. Although we've arranged a time, we can only pay a visit after the fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect has time. Otherwise, our blazing fire mountain might be seen as a sect that doesn't know etiquette by the Imperial Thunder sect, an unorthodox cultivator. Perhaps the rules of the kingdom of Meng are different from those of the kingdom of Shi. I'll go back and take a look. I'll see which disciple, who doesn't know the severity of the matter and etiquette, actually dared to crush the message talisman of the famous immortal music sect, Taoist Blue Feather. Hua Yishui's last sentence was one word at a time. He especially emphasized the 3 words, message talisman. Ha ha ha, Taoist Blue Feather laughed instead of being angry. Brilliant, brilliant. This trip to Haoming City has really broadened my horizons. When did the Blazing Fire Mountain become so unyielding, daring to mock our immortal music sect like a needle hidden in cotton? Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, Hua Yishui laughed. Did my brother's words offend the immortal music sect? Our 3 brothers of the Blazing Fire Mountain have always spoken without meaning. Everyone in the kingdom of Shi knows this. Why is it that when it comes to fellow Taoist Blue Feather, it becomes a needle hidden in cotton? If there's a needle hidden in cotton, wouldn't you be able to detect it with a sweep of your divine sense? Hee. Following the voice, a short and fat cultivator's silhouette faintly flashed in the air above Hua Yishui and the others. There was actually a strange ear-piercing sound. TCH, Hua Pai Kong flicked his sleeve, and the silhouette shattered like glass. He sneered. Fellow Taoist Blue Feather's name is not bad, but your appearance has nothing to do with elegance. There's no need to show off here. No matter how elegant I am, I'm still better looking than you 3 ugly ghosts. Taoist Blue Feather laughed. When your nascent soul formed your body, you didn't even know to modify it a little. You're really embarrassing the kingdom of Shi's cultivators. This old man doesn't want to fix it. So what? Hua Pai Kong stomped his feet. This old man still wants to use this face to scare people. 3rd brother, why are you being so long-winded with him? Hua Yishui sneered. Anyway, is my Blazing Fire Mountain a small sect that judges people by their appearance? You. Taoist Blue Feather was at a loss for words when facing the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain. I want to see if you can get what you want in the auction. Don't come begging for I when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. Hua Pai Kong sneered. If worst comes to worst, this old man will take it back to raise my children. Then, Taoist Blue Feather's voice disappeared. The 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain continued to fly slowly. Dang! Another chime sounded, and a suction force suddenly appeared from the path. Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to move, he heard a faint voice say, Fellow Taoists, the way to enter the Xiankong Pavilion is a little special. Please don't resist. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Hua Zhishan was a little embarrassed and angry. They were just participating in the auction. Although the opponents were all nascent soul cultivators, and the rewards would be plentiful, Haoming City repeatedly played these tricks. They were really petty. However, they had already come this far, and Hua Zhishan and the others seemed to be unable to turn back. This situation was really annoying. At this moment, the suction force on the path grew stronger, and its direction changed, going straight ahead. Forget it. Hua Zhishan flicked his sleeves and said coldly, I want to see what tricks Haoming City is playing. As he spoke, light flashed around his body, and only a protective brilliance appeared. His figure gradually flew forward along with the suction force. Xiaohua and the others naturally followed closely behind. This speed seems to be getting faster. However, as the suction force increased, Xiaohua and the others' flying speed also increased. In just a few breaths, they had already surpassed the flying speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, their speed was still increasing. The pressure around them also increased. Whoosh! Hua Pai Kong, who was the closest to Xiaohua and the others, frowned slightly. He stretched his right hand behind him and gently flicked his middle finger. A meteor-like brilliance appeared, and the brilliance exploded in midair, forming a layer of light that tightly covered Xiaohua, Hua Hibiscus, and the fire Qilin. Although he felt the pressure disappear, Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. When he saw the increase in speed, he was secretly delighted. He practiced the lightning evasion technique, and speed had always been his forte. If he could see an even faster evasion technique after the bright lightning evasion technique, especially if he could experience it himself, it would be even more beneficial to his lightning evasion technique. Unfortunately, Hua Pai Kong's finger had shattered all of his hopes. Chapter 2053. Putting aside Xiaohua's gloominess, Hua Zhishan and the others were flying faster and faster. When they reached a certain limit, Sparks appeared on the light barrier around Xiao Hua and the others. Even the nascent soul cultivator's expressions changed. Xiao Hua and the others felt as if they had bumped into something and stopped again. It was as if they had broken through an extremely powerful restriction. Xiao Hua and the others arrived at another place. Hiss! When Xiao Hua came back to his senses, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, everyone was standing in the void. The void was boundless and showed endless secrets. In the void, there were countless spheres of various sizes. Above Xiao Hua and the others, there was a fireball that was tens of thousands of feet large and emitted flames that were hundreds of thousands of feet wide. It was quietly floating. Sky! Sky Dao Starry Sky? Xiao Hua couldn't help but groan in his heart. He originally thought that his Sky Dao Starry Sky was the only one in the world. However, seeing something similar to the Sky Dao Starry Sky in his own space, he knew that there were many powerful cultivators in the world. It seems something is wrong. Xiao Hua was surprised at first, but then he sensed that all the spheres and the starry sky were lifeless. They didn't understand anything at all. They were far from the mysterious changes in his space. Xiao Hua's eyes turned and looked at the fire Qilin and the others. Sure enough, it wasn't just Xiao Hua who was surprised. Everyone from Ardent Fire Mountain was also stunned. Ha ha ha, a voice resounded through the entire starry sky. Then, like a curtain being lifted, the entire void disappeared with a whoosh. A bright sunny day appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, to the left of Xiao Hua and the others, more than 20 nascent soul cultivators appeared in the void. Xiao Hua followed the light and looked down. Under his feet was the platform that everyone had entered from. Many flying artifacts were quietly parked around the platform. Fellow Taoists, forgive I for being presumptuous. A tall and dignified middle-aged man with a horsetail whisk in his hand and a light golden Taoist crown on his head appeared in the void. He stood at the same level as everyone and cupped his hands in greeting. This is the Xiankong Pavilion that my Haoming city obtained more than 10,000 years ago. Because the restriction inside is too ancient, it hasn't been completely broken. Until today, only a small part of it can be used. I used the Xiankong Pavilion as the venue for today's auction. This is where I's sincerity lies. Hee. Huapikong was the first to sneer. Yan Hong, I didn't come to participate in the auction to be humiliated by your Ming city. Time and time using some restriction magical ability. Do you think that only your Hao Ming city has ancient ruins from ancient times? Huapikong's temper was not good. This was obviously what the other nascent soul cultivators thought as well, so everyone was silent. Reverend Yan Hong wasn't angry. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said with a smile, if you want to explore the mysteries of the great Tao, you must have great methods. It seems that no one can understand my painstaking efforts. Great Tao. A slightly exaggerated voice sounded. Yan Hong, you're saying that your Xiankong Pavilion actually has the mystery of the great Tao. Hee, as expected of the Imperial Thunder Sex Miyu. Your knowledge is extraordinary. Yan Hong smiled as he looked across from Xiao Hua. Over there were several golden core cultivators from the Imperial Thunder sect. Mystery of the Great Tao? Hearing me use words, the expressions of several nascent soul cultivators who knew some ancient secrets changed. Yan Hong, this is the legendary Void Palace that was built by the ancient Celestials? The Void Palace that is said to be able to turn one's body into a saint just by peering into its mystery? Alas, when the seniors of my Haoming city obtained this palace, they also thought so. They all wanted to comprehend the great Tao from it and peek into the mysteries of heaven before reaching the great ascension stage. Unfortunately, how could we have such fate? Yan Hong smiled bitterly. This is just a magic tool that looks like an ancient palace. The Xiankong Pavilion inside has some great Tao, but this starry sky is lifeless. There's nothing to comprehend. Otherwise, how could I dare to take this thing out? Am I not afraid of being distracted by the seniors? In fact, to tell you the truth, I have already asked a senior to look at it. It should be an imitation. It has the shape but not the essence. Oh, the nascent soul cultivators were all regretful and glad at the same time. Hee, although it's an imitation, it may give us a glimpse into the situation of the ancient Void Palace. I appreciate fellow Taoist Yan Hong's painstaking efforts. A handsome female cultivator said with a smile. Thank you for the praise, Fairy Miao Chong of the Five Elements sect. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yan Hong patted his chest and smiled. Hee hee, Fairy Miao Chong covered her mouth and laughed. Since we have seen the ancient palace of Hao Ming City, shouldn't fellow Taoist Yen Hong's auction begin? Yes, I will begin now. Yen Hong clapped his hands, and there seemed to be some fluctuations of spiritual power. Then the void began to change again. Many jade tables appeared in front of everyone. According to the number of nascent soul cultivators, the jade chairs also appeared in front of everyone. In the end, a ring-shaped brilliance connected the jade tables together. Xiaohua was still amazed at first. He couldn't tell whether this thing rising out of the void was Yen Hong's spell or the Xian Kong Pavilion's forbidden spell. However, when the ring-shaped brilliance appeared, Xiaohua understood that these jade tables and chairs were prepared and definitely not born out of thin air. Fellow Taoists, Yen Hong stood at the head of the table without a disciple beside him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, you are all nascent soul cultivators of the sects in the three kingdoms of cultivation. I think you are all familiar with each other, so I won't introduce you one by one. As for the fellow Taoists dressed in camouflage robes, I also know their origins. I can guarantee the origin of these fellow Taoists. Of course, if any fellow Taoist has any objections, you can withdraw from the auction now. I and the other fellow Taoists won't stop you." After waiting for a while and seeing that no one responded, Yen Hong raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, please sit down. My Hao Ming City's once-in-a-century auction officially begins." Once everyone was seated, Taoist Yen Hong said, "Thank you, fellow Taoists. Our vast, brilliant city holds this auction once every 100 years. Firstly, it's a chance for us nascent soul cultivators to exchange cultivation experiences. Secondly, it's a chance for us to exchange cultivation experiences. In view of this, starting from today, within 10 days, my Hao Ming City will also hold auctions for cultivators of different realms. This is also a scene in my country of Xi. My Hao Ming City will also profit a lot because of this." Chapter 2054. Fellow Taoist Yao Hong, you seem to have to say this once every 100 years. I'm tired of hearing it. Can you use some new words? A withered cultivator said indifferently. Hee hee, fellow Taoist Qi Jianghai, you said the same thing last time, right? Reverend Yen Hong didn't seem to be angry and replied, "I wonder what good things your Shanghua sect can take out this time? I'm a cultivator of the Shanghua sect, but this time I did it myself. It has nothing to do with the sect." Qi Jianghai was still as cold as ever. Then he rolled his eyes and looked at the other old man who looked to be in his 50s. Unlike a certain someone, every time he uses the name of Qiqiao sect, the things he brings out are worthless. Old man Qi, who did you say used the 7 skills sect's banners? An old man around 50 years old answered, and slapped the table in front of him. The table instantly turned into fragments. "I just sat down and you won't let me feel at ease? Reverend Kuyi." Reverend Yen Hong immediately waved his hand and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Qi is only joking. Every time, fellow Taoist will be tricked." Hee hee, isn't that so? Last time, wasn't it because Kuyi got angry that fellow Taoist Qi took the lead? Reverend Miu said with a smile. Ever since he appeared in Xian Kong Pavilion, he didn't even look at Xiaohua. It was as if he had never seen Xiaohua before. Humph. Reverend Kuyi from the 7 Skills sect seemed to have suffered from Qi Jianghai's trick before. He coldly snorted and sat down. Reverend Yen Hong waved his sleeve, and another table appeared in front of Reverend Kuyi. "Fine, I won't say anything more. The rules of this auction are the same every year. The only thing that changes is the location of the auction and the positions of fellow Taoists." Reverend Yen Hong nodded. "Let's start from my right hand. Fellow Taoist will take out the items one by one and will bid. We'll bid according to fellow Taoist's conditions." Reverend Yen Hong glanced at the cultivator in camouflage clothing on his right hand and said, "Fellow Taoist, please." Immediately after, Taoist Master Yen Hong sat down. The cultivator in the camouflage robe stood up and a hoarse voice sounded, "This thing of mine is a bit strange, so I can't meet you with my original appearance." As he spoke, the cultivator slapped his hand and took out a long sword that was over a foot long from his storage pouch. He placed it on the table and said, "This old man obtained this from the Mo Zhao Black Forest. In my opinion, this flying sword belongs to Chongbai sect's Reverend Bright Sword." "Ah! Immortal Bright Sword of the Chongbai sect?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They all looked at a cultivator with sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples and a very arrogant expression on his face. "And what about Xiaohua?" Their expressions changed several times. There was no restriction on divine sense in the Xiankong pavilion. Everyone's divine sense had already scanned the area when the cultivator took out the long sword. Xiaohua also released his divine sense. He had a deep impression of this long sword. After all, he had died once under that sword. Could it be that there are also nascent soul cultivators in Inkcloud Black Forest? Xiaohua was shocked and couldn't help but release his divine sense. However, when he saw the appearance of the long sword, he was slightly stunned and showed a trace of understanding. This sword was similar to the sword that had killed Xiaohua, but there seemed to be something missing. But what exactly was missing, Xiaohua couldn't say for the time being. After all, Reverend Brightsword's so-called sword intent had been stored in Xiaohua's space along with his long sword. Reverend Brightsword had clearly said that Xiaohua's long sword was not the long sword he usually used. The arrogant cultivator was Chongbai Sect's Li Tsongqing. When he saw everyone looking at him, he sneered, "Reverend Brightsword is a senior of my Chongbai sect. His sword technique is something I can't compare to. Moreover, his Tao is still spreading in my Chongbai sect. I can't be sure if this long sword is his or not. Of course, my Tao sect's flying sword is different from the flying sword of sword cultivators. It doesn't have a sword spirit. Even if someone can comprehend the essence of my Chongbai sect's sword technique, it would be extremely difficult. Fellow Taoist, is this what you want?" "Hee, I am not as despicable as fellow Taoist Li says." The Miwan cultivator also replied, "I got this long sword. I don't specialize in flying swords, so I brought it out for everyone to see. Perhaps some of you will like it?" "That's easy. Fellow Taoist, how about we take a look at the long sword?" Taoist Master Withered Leaf from the Seven Skills sect said with a smile. His gaze swept towards Qi Zhonghai. "Of course." The Miwan cultivator slapped his hand, and the long sword slowly moved towards Taoist Withered Leaf through the halo on the table. Oh! Xiaohua now understood that the halo had such a use. Sure enough, when the long sword arrived in front of Taoist Withered Leaf, he didn't take the long sword from the halo. Instead, he pulled the long sword out of the scabbard and carefully examined it. Then he narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was planning. "I also want to take a look." The Bluely Sect's Xian Yunzi slammed the table in the distance, and the longsword slowly arrived in front of him. Taoist Withered Leaf seemed to have thought it through and asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, how would you like to exchange for this long sword?" "Hee, although I don't use the long sword, I am currently refining a magic treasure. I am missing a few materials: Owl Space Gold, Tranquil Stone, Secret Gong, Fan Tong, and Qingling Moon. If Taoist Withered Leaf has these 5 materials, then this long sword will be yours." "What? You?" Taoist Master Withered Leaf was stunned. Owl Space Metal is an ethereal material. Any magic tool or magic treasure that has Owl Space Metal added to it will not only have its weight reduced by 30%, it will also be able to avoid detection by spiritual sense. Tranquil Stone can remove the restrictions of the 5 elements. Secret Gong can increase the hardness of magic treasures. Needless to say, they are all rare materials used to refine magic treasures. With just one of those materials, the quality of magic treasures will rise to a new level. Fellow Taoist actually wants 5 materials in one go. Isn't this asking for too much? Forget it, fellow Taoist. I won't be thinking about this long sword. Then how many materials does fellow Taoist have? The Miemo cultivator was not surprised and only asked. "I only have Secret Gong and Fan Tong," Taoist Withered Leaf said unhappily. "I still want to use them to refine magic treasures." "Fellow Taoist Withered Leaf, your Secret Gong and Fan Tong. Can you trade with I?" The distant Xian Yunzi said. "Oh, fellow Taoist Xian Yunzi is actually interested in these things?" Taoist Withered Leaf was slightly stunned and nodded. "I have accumulated a lot of Secret Gong and Fan Tong to refine magic treasures. I can trade with fellow Taoist Xian Yunzi." "Okay." Xian Yunzi immediately sent a sound transmission to Taoist Withered Leaf to discuss the price. The distant Hui Hibiscus sent a sound transmission to Xiaohua. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, Taoist Brightsword's long sword is a bidding item. Its price must be known by everyone and cannot be transmitted through sound transmission. The transaction between Senior Withered Leaf and Senior Xian Yunzi is private and can only be known by the 2 of them. In addition, if Senior Xian Yunzi only has 1 or 2 of the materials, he can also ask other seniors for the remaining materials. Similarly, the transaction will be completed through sound transmission." Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. This kind of bidding method guaranteed the completion of the transaction to the greatest extent. It would not make a nascent soul cultivator come all the way here. Sure enough, after Taoist Withered Leaf and Xian Yunzi finished their discussion, Xian Yunzi had a satisfied expression. He raised his head and asked, I only have Owl Space Gold and Tranquility Stone. Now I still lack Qingling Moon. I wonder which fellow Taoist has this item? I am willing to trade. Unexpectedly, after Xian Yunzi's voice fell for a long time, perhaps falling into the mountain range of Haoming City, there was still no response. Xian Yunzi was somewhat helpless and almost mocked. Alas, I was also a bit impatient. This Qingling Moon is a magic treasure. How can it be easy to obtain? If a magic treasure can obtain a drop, it can be upgraded to a spirit tool. Immediately, Xian Yunzi raised his head again and said, Fellow Taoist, I only have these 4 materials. Do you want to trade? The cultivator did not answer directly, but whispered, Fellow Taoists, are you not interested in this flying sword? Hee. The others did not answer, but Li Tsongqing laughed coldly. His laughter did not matter, but Xian Yunzi's face showed hesitation. Forget it, fellow Taoist, I will also take a step back. This flying sword is yours. The Miho cultivator sighed and said. He took a step back, but Xian Yunzi was somewhat hesitant. What? Fellow Taoist, you don't want it anymore? The Miho cultivator laughed and said, This flying sword belongs to Taoist Bright Sword. Moreover, looking at the sword body, it is not like what we expected. The sword body is damaged, so I risked my cultivation to find this item. Let's not talk about the refining of the flying sword. I believe fellow Taoist Li knows better than I. Fellow Taoist Xian Yunzi used these 4 materials to return this flying sword. No matter from which perspective, it is a profit. Good. I agree. Xian Yunzi nodded and slapped his hand. He took out a storage pouch and placed it on the halo. The storage pouch slowly turned in front of Taoist Withered Leaf. Taoist Withered Leaf was also ready. He put his hand in and placed 2 small jade boxes. There were some flickering restrictions on the jade boxes. Xian Yunzi did not take the jade boxes. He slapped his hand and took out 2 jade boxes from his storage pouch and placed them on the halo. The 4 jade boxes slowly turned towards the Miho cultivator. Wait, at this moment, Changbai Sexli Tsongqing shouted. Sorry, fellow Taoist Li. Taoist Yanhong smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xian Yunzi has already made a deal with this fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Li should wait for the next time. Humph, Li Tsongqing snorted and glanced at Xian Yunzi. Although Xian Yunzi was a cultivator of the Lanli sect and was not as powerful as the Changbai sect, he was still a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, he was in the country of Shi and not the country of Meng. Why would he be afraid of him? Rolling his eyes, he reached out and grabbed the long sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword seemed to have been unsealed and was easily held in his hand. Xian Yunzi held the sword in his hand and casually pulled out the flying sword from the scabbard. With a clang, a green sword light flashed through the air. Chapter 2055. The onlookers were envious, thinking that it was appropriate to exchange for kinds of refining materials for this flying sword. But Xiao Hua frowned, because this flying sword was absolutely different from the one he had encountered before. Clap! 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 Immortal Yanhong clapped his hands and said, Great! The first transaction of today's auction is a success, which is quite beyond I's expectation. I hope all of you can get what you want. Next to the Miho cultivator was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was Immortal He Ping of the Utopia faction. Seeing that it was his turn, he thought for a moment, stood up, clapped his hands, took out a jade box and put it on the table in front of him. He said with a smile, The Utopia faction doesn't have anything good, but I got this by chance when I was practicing in the Xianin Dreamland 100 years ago. Xianin Spiritual Grass? Immortal He Ping was sitting next to Immortal Shangqing of the Taiqing sect, a thin cultivator with a sage-like demeanor. We have a lot of it in the Taiqing sect. Yes, I know you have a lot of it, so I don't dare to show off too much. Immortal He Ping was not angry. He said with a smile, It's just that this Xianin spiritual grass is too old, so I dare to show it to you. Oh, then I have to take a look. Immortal Shangqing was stunned and said with a smile, My fellow cultivator, please. Immortal He Ping made a magic art and hit the jade box. With a flash of brilliance, the restriction was removed. He clapped his hands, and the jade box floated in front of Immortal Shang-Qing. Immortal Shang-Qing raised his hands carefully and opened the jade box. He glanced at it, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. At the same time, many divine thoughts swept over. With a clap, Immortal Shang-Qing looked at it for a long time and closed the jade box again. He said with a wry smile, "My fellow cultivator He Ping, I really admire you. You can find this Xian Yin spiritual grass that is tens of thousands of years old. But what do you want to exchange it for? If I have prepared it in my storage bag, we can do the trade now." "Yes, I need 3 drops of red dragon blood." Immortal He Ping said calmly, 3 drops of real red dragon blood. Crimson dragon blood? Taoist Master Shangqing was flabbergasted. "My Taiching Sect's guardian python dragon is only at the 7th rank. It can't truly become a dragon. Fellow Taoist, the red dragon you're talking about is at least at the deity transformation stage. How can a nascent soul stage cultivator like me obtain it? Besides, how could there be a true crimson dragon in my Donrain continent? What do you need the scarlet dragon blood for? Fellow Taoist Shangqing, it's I's business what it's useful for. If it's not useful, I'll just keep this profound Yin spirit grass for myself. I don't believe that we can't find the real crimson dragon blood, since there are Xianyin spiritual herbs that are tens of thousands of years old." At this moment, a light voice drifted over. "Fellow Taoist He Ping, let me ask you something. Do you really want crimson dragon blood? What about the other black dragons and white dragons?" White dragon. Xiaohua originally didn't care, but when he suddenly heard this, he felt his entire body tremble, and even his hair stood on end. He couldn't help but think of Shang Huaming's yellow flower ridge, which was covered in blood. So it's Fairy Poyu of the Xuanyan school. I'll let you know that the black dragon blood is too tyrannical, while the white dragon blood is too cold. Taoist He Ping laughed. "I'm afraid that only the crimson dragon blood is most suitable for I. So it's like that." Fairy Poyu's face showed a trace of disappointment. "I have several drops of dragon blood. Yes, I can guarantee that it's the blood of a true dragon, but it's not the crimson dragon's. So it's like that." Taoist He Ping was also disappointed. He whispered, "I wonder what kind of true dragon blood you have?" Why should fellow Taoist He Ping know?" Fairy Poyu shook her head. "I can only tell you if fellow Taoist agrees to take a step back." Taoist He Ping closed his eyes for a while, as if he was thinking. Soon after, he opened his eyes and sighed. "Forget it. Since ancient times, everything in this world is difficult. I'll take half a step back. Fellow Taoist Poyu, this dragon blood doesn't have to be the crimson dragon's, but it has to be the blood of a true dragon. Otherwise, our deal is off." "Wait." Before the overjoyed Fairy Poyu could nod, Qi Zhonghai and Taoist Master Withered Leaf both shouted at the same time. Taoist Master Withered Leaf saw Qi Zhonghai and angrily said, "Fellow Taoist Qi, why are you opposing me again? You also have true dragon blood?" "What?" "Withered Leaf, only your 7 possibilities sect has it. Why can't my splendid sect have it?" Qi Zhonghai bluntly retorted, "This is Bright City's auction. As long as I have true dragon blood, why can't I bid?" "What? You also have true dragon blood?" Fairy Poyu almost covered her mouth. Taoist He Ping's face was filled with ecstasy. "That's right. I have 1 drop of dragon blood," Qi Zhonghai replied. He then looked at Taoist Master Withered Leaf and asked, "What about fellow Taoist Withered Leaf? Do you have 2 drops?" "I also only have 1 drop." Taoist Master Withered Leaf sighed and looked at Fairy Poyu. Fairy Poyu's beautiful eyes wandered around. She had an indescribable feeling as she said, "I also have 1 drop." Haha. Taoist Master Yanhong laughed. "Fellow Taoist He Ping, it seems like you won't be returning empty-handed from this auction." That's right. Taoist He Ping was practically beaming with joy. "My only worry is whether or not the 3 drops of true dragon blood of the 3 fellow Taoists are completely different. I only need 2 drops to be similar, so the 3rd drop won't be a problem. My drop is white dragon blood," Fairy Poyu said with a smile. Clang! Xiaohua's heart jumped. Like everyone else, he looked at Qi Zhonghai and Taoist Master Withered Leaf. "My drop is also white dragon blood," Taoist Master Withered Leaf said with a smile. Clang! A second loud sound echoed in Xiaohua's heart. Could it be? Xiaohua had a trace of doubt in his heart. However, when everyone looked at Qi Zhonghai said with a smile, Since fellow Taoist He Ping doesn't care about the third drop, I won't say anything. Then, Qi Zhonghai transmitted his voice to Fairy Poyu and Taoist Master Withered Leaf. It seemed like they were discussing something. An entire stalk of profound Een spirit grass. If the three of them were to share it equally, it would be appropriate. The key point was that the profound Een spirit grass was tens of thousands of years old. Even Taoist Master Pure of the Taiching sect coveted it. They couldn't let it go. Sure enough, the three of them argued for a while and seemed to have reached a temporary agreement. They clapped their hands and took out an exquisite jade bottle from their storage pouches. They placed it on the table and flew to Taoist He Ping along with the halo. Xiaohua's divine sense scanned the jade bottle. Unfortunately, there were countless restrictions on it. His divine sense couldn't penetrate it, so he couldn't see what kind of dragon blood was inside. Chapter 2056. Taoist He Ping looked at the three jade bottles in front of him and waved his sleeves, seemingly setting up a restriction around him to block all divine senses. Then, he carefully removed the restrictions on the outer layer of the jade bottles and scanned them with his divine sense. Joy appeared on his face, and he waved his hand to put them all into his storage pouch. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Who should I give this profound Een spirit grass to? Give it to Fairy Poyu. Taoist Ku Yi and Qi Zhonghai looked at each other. They didn't dare to trust each other too much, so they could only give it to Fairy Poyu first. Damn it, I've really learned something new. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Zhang Yu Tong and Zhang Yu he didn't hesitate to take out a sword cultivation technique for a 6,000-year-old profound Een spirit grass, but they still couldn't get what they wanted. Now a 10,000-year-old profound Een spirit grass has appeared, and there's even real dragon blood. Speaking of 10,000-year-old spirit grass, the first spirit grass I planted is probably tens of thousands of years old, right? Can I also use a 10,000-year-old spirit grass to exchange for some good stuff? Unfortunately, he only thought about it for a moment before he killed it in his head. There were nearly 20 nascent soul stage cultivators here. Any one of them could easily kill him. If he took out a spiritual herb that they coveted, he would be courting death. With the top-grade spirit stones in my storage pouch alone, I'm afraid I can also bid for a technique that might appear, Xiaohua thought to himself. Great. Taoist Yanhong laughed again. The second fellow Taoist also got what he wanted, so let's take the next one. Taoist Miyu of the Imperial Thunder sect stood up next to Taoist He Ping. She didn't take out anything, but cupped her hands and said, I's item is a set of ancient formations with detailed records. It's called the Capital Star Formation. I also just got it, and I's understanding of formations isn't very good. I studied it for a long time, but still couldn't get the gist of it. So, I'm taking it out to exchange with a fellow Taoist who's meditating on formations. Capital Star Formation? Several nascent soul cultivators couldn't help but gasp. Among them, Fairy Fei Yen of the Profound Heaven sect said anxiously, Are you sure it's the Capital Star Formation? That's a great formation with the power to destroy the world. I can't be sure. Taoist Miyu looks at the beautiful woman in red clothes on the right and says with a smile, I don't understand formations. Can we take a look? The other two nascent soul cultivators also asked. Sorry. Taoist Miyu shook her head and said, I don't have any restrictions on this formation, and I don't dare to set up too many restrictions. Therefore, if fellow Taoists don't have what I want, I'm afraid I can't show it to you. What does fellow Taoist Miyu want to exchange? Fairy Fian asked with a smile. As long as I have it, I'll definitely exchange it with you. Hee. Taoist Miyu laughed. Fire essence flame crystal, wood essence flame crystal, earth essence yao milk, water essence ice essence, or metal essence revitalizing essence. All 5 are fine. I only need 3 drops. Ah? Fairy Fian was dumbfounded. She bitterly smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Miyu's request is too unimaginable. Although I've heard of the 5 elements essence for thousands of years, I've only seen it in ancient books. I've never seen the real thing. Fellow Taoist wants 3 drops at once. It seems like I have no hope. Soon after, she unwillingly asked, apart from these, fellow Taoist doesn't have any other plans? Thank you for your kindness, Fairy Fian. Taoist Miyu shook her head and said, I am currently lacking this. Xiaohua understood. He knew that Taoist Miyu's lightning escape technique had reached the end of its cultivation. She had no choice but to use these external items to temper her body. Only then would she be able to reach a higher level. Xiaohua himself had earth essence Yao milk, but his cultivation completely depended on it. He didn't know what that great sky star formation was, so he naturally couldn't exchange it with Taoist Miyu. Sun Ming and Qian Tian didn't even dare to reveal anything, so he wouldn't dare either. The other two nascent soul cultivators also looked at each other helplessly. But then, the Miho cultivator sitting on the second left of Taoist Yanhong said, "Fellow Taoist Miyu, this old man has 2 drops of water element ice essence. Moreover, I know where the water element ice essence might be found. Would you consider it?" Really? Taoist Miyu was a little surprised. She nodded and said, "If fellow Taoist swears that the location of the water element ice essence is true, I can consider it. Unfortunately, this old man is not interested in your great sky star formation," the Miho cultivator said regretfully. "I don't know what fellow Taoist Fian of the mysterious sky sect, Taoist Xian Jing of the Kunlun sect, and Zhang Mingzi of the Immortal Ascension sect have to exchange with this old man." Great. The 3 of them were all happy. They immediately transmitted their voices to the Miho cultivator and explained their rare items. The Miho cultivator pondered for a moment and nodded. "Fellow Taoist Xian Jing's item is to my liking. This old man is willing to exchange with fellow Taoist Xian Jing." And fellow Taoist. Taoist Miyu's face showed joy and reminded, "You can only tell I the location of the water element ice essence. Moreover, fellow Taoist has to swear that you won't reveal it within 100 years. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Miyu. This old man can swear that the location is true, but it's impossible for me to not reveal it within 100 years. The Miho cultivator refused. "How about this?" Taoist Yanhong said with a smile. "Everyone take a step back. This fellow Taoist just has to promise that he won't reveal it within 50 years. What do you think?" "Okay." Taoist Miyu frowned and nodded. "That's fine." The Miho cultivator replied in a relaxed manner. Then, Taoist Xian Jing passed a storage bag to the Miho cultivator. The Miho cultivator took it and looked at it. Then, he passed a jade bottle with a heavy restriction to Taoist Miyu. When Taoist Miyu gave Taoist Xian Jing an ancient jade pendant, Taoist Yanhong said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xian Jing, can you see if the information recorded in this jade pendant is true?" And, before Taoist Yanhong finished speaking, Taoist Xian Jing's divine sense had already entered the jade pendant. Taoist Xian Jing's face was puzzled at first, then overjoyed and finally indifferent. He waved his hand and put the jade pendant into the storage bag. Then he said with a smile, "Yes, fellow Taoist Miyu, although this formation is not the capital star formation, it is similar to it. Thank you very much." "Good," Taoist Yanhong said to the Miho cultivator with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, you can send the location to fellow Taoist Miyu." After the Miho cultivator sent the message, he made a hard oath. Before Taoist Yanhong could speak, Taoist Miyu said, "Fellow Taoist Xian Jing, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if you can tell me what this formation is?" Immortal Xian Jing said with a smile, "I won't tell you the specific name. It's similar to Dutian, but it's not a star formation, but a defensive formation. Its biggest function is to resist the thunder tribulation." Not only did Taoist Miyu look regretful, but the other nascent soul cultivators were shocked. Taoist Miyu smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that the formation of this jade pendant can't be copied. Otherwise, I will definitely have a backup plan." Taoist Xian Jing said with a smile, "If this formation can be copied, fellow Taoist would have already comprehended it." Taoist Yanhong said with a smile, "If fellow Taoist Miyu's cultivation doesn't break through, where would the thunder tribulation come from? Fellow Taoist Miyu has to give up this thing to be able to cultivate the thunder escape, right?" Taoist Miyu also smiled and said, City Lord is right." Immediately, Qi Zhonghai of the Shanghua sect, Xian Yunzi of the Lanli sect, and the others next to Taoist Miyu all took out their treasures and exchanged them for things they needed for cultivation. Xiaohua was stunned by these things, and he was even more fascinated by them. He didn't know when he would be able to use these magical things. When Taoist Lan Yu of the Xianlu sect stood up, the short and fat cultivator cleared his throat and said, "I came to the auction in Haoming City this time to look for the soul essence of an 8th or 9th grade spirit beast. I don't know which fellow Taoist has this soul essence and can offer a price. If I have the corresponding thing, I will definitely trade." The soul essence of an 8th or ninth grade spirit beast. Everyone looked at each other, and Taoist Yen Hong said with a smile, "If fellow Taoist Lan Yu wants to find the soul essence of a spirit beast, I'm afraid you should go to the spirit husbandry sect or the strange beast sect. Perhaps you'll have a better chance." An 8th grade spirit beast is already at the nascent soul initial stage and can already transform. How can there be one on the Dawn Rain continent? Taoist Lan Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Even if there is one, with the strength of the spirit husbandry sect and the strange beast sect, can they subdue the soul of such a spirit beast? According to what I know, the spirit husbandry sect did something in the Flame Forest swamp a few years ago. They seem to have sent out many disciples, but they still couldn't subdue that spirit beast." What kind of spirit beast is that? Could it be the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast? Taoist Yen Hong looked around and saw that many cultivators were listening attentively, so he asked. The spirit husbandry sect didn't reveal the details. Taoist Lan Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Only the 4 elders of the spirit husbandry sect know. I can't be bothered to find out." Actually, Taoist Yen Hong hesitated for a moment and said, I guess that all of you have some doubts. May I know why fellow Taoist Lan Yu is looking for the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast? This Taoist Lan Yu was also a little hesitant. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. Since it has come to this stage, I won't hide it from you. I have a damaged spirit weapon, and I want to use the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast to repair it." The eyes of the nascent soul stage cultivators flashed with astonishment, but they didn't show too much shock on their faces. It was obvious that some cultivators had already vaguely guessed it, but they didn't dare to guess too much. Taoist Yen Hong's face showed a hint of understanding, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, if you're looking for the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast to repair a spirit weapon, you can. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian. Com. Chapter 2057. Immediately after, Taoist Master Yen Hong advised again, however, fellow Taoist Lan Yu, have you ever thought that this spirit weapon is only a legend in our Morning Rain continent? Even this poor Taoist has never seen a real spirit weapon. Even the sect leaders of the 3 major sects in the country of Shi do not have a real spirit weapon. Does fellow Taoist Lan Yu have the confidence to repair this spirit weapon? Hee, Reverend Blue Feather laughed. Fellow Blue Feather, you can just say that I's cultivation is not enough and my magic power is not enough. Why do you have to hide it? I also struggled for a long time before making this decision. You flatter me. Reverend Yen Hong laughed. Fellow Blue Feather's success in refining is known to all in the 3 cultivation countries. I only wanted to chat with fellow Blue Feather to see if fellow Blue Feather has any confidence. At the same time, I also wanted to let fellow Blue Feather hear that if they have the soul that fellow Blue Feather needs, they can also trade it with fellow Blue Feather, right? Thank you, Reverend Yen Hong. Reverend Blue Feather cupped his hands in thanks. However, from what I know, one of the fellow Blue Feather here really does have the soul of such a spirit beast. It's just that this fellow Blue Feather is unwilling to trade with I. That's the soul of an 8th rank spirit beast. Does our Dawn Rain continent really have it? Reverend Yen Hong asked in surprise. Reverend Blue Feather did not speak, but his gaze was fixed on the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Reverend Blue Feather's gaze did not matter, as everyone knew. They all looked at Hua Zhishan, Hua Hibiscus, Hua Qilin, Xiao Hua, and the Golden Core disciple. The others were fine, but when Reverend Miyu's gaze swept past Xiao Hua, she was startled. She frowned and thought for a moment, then immediately transmitted a message to the disciple behind her. The disciple thought for a moment, then clapped his hand and took out a jade slip from his bosom. After flipping through it, he transmitted a message to Reverend Miyu. At this time, Reverend Miyu's expression became calm as she looked at Hua Zhishan. Damn, what are you looking at? Hua Pai Kong felt unnatural under everyone's gaze. He cursed. My big brother is somewhat. Hua Zhishan's expression was calm, but after hearing Hua Pai Kong's words, he bitterly laughed. Third brother, don't talk. Then he stood up and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoists, my blazing inferno mountain has indeed obtained the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast. However, I don't wish to make a deal at this time, so please forgive me, fellow Taoist Lan Yu. Then what does fellow Taoist want to exchange for? Taoist Master Yen Hong didn't ask what the Ardent Fire Mountain wanted to exchange for. He only asked what he wanted. This time, Huozhishan did not hesitate and said, I want to find an innate jellyfish. Innate jellyfish? Reverend Yanhong slightly nodded. His gaze swept across everyone, and he said with a smile, It seems that fellow Taoist Huozhi of the Ardent Fire Mountain wants to use the innate true water to promote the cultivation of his fire attribute cultivation method. He wants to step into the middle nascent soul stage as soon as possible. That's right, I was thinking the same thing. Huozhishan replied without hesitation. If there wasn't a Xiantian jellyfish, not to mention the soul of a grade 8 spirit beast, even if it was an ordinary item, this old man would not have taken it out. Cough, cough, Jiang Mingzi coughed and said, according to this old man's knowledge, innate true water is suitable for a fire attribute body. Why does fellow Taoist want a Xiantian jellyfish? Hee, fellow Taoist Jiang Mingzi, have you forgotten us three brothers? Huozhishan laughed. I'm afraid innate true water can't satisfy our needs, right? Jiang Mingzi slightly nodded and said no more. Fellow Taoists? This matter involves fellow Taoist Lan Yu and fellow Taoist Huozhishan. Who among us has a Xiantian jellyfish? However, no one responded to him. Thus, he helplessly said, Fellow Taoist Lan Yu, fellow Taoist Huozhishan, I'm afraid you've come for nothing. No matter. Since I know what fellow Taoist Hu wants, I have a plan. Adept Lan Yu laughed and said to Huozhishan, Fellow Taoist Hu, can your master let I know which spirit beast soul it is? Huozhishan hesitated for a moment and whispered a few words. When Adept Lan Yu heard this, a look of wild joy appeared on his face, and he smiled apologetically. I know. I will think of a way. Taoist Master Blue Feather sat down, and the other nascent soul cultivators stood up one by one, reporting the items that they wanted to trade. However, as the trade progressed, the same situation as Taoist Master Blue Feather appeared, where no suitable items were found. Of course, the previously harmonious atmosphere gradually became tense. Some of the rare items still attracted a lot of bidding, and the scene was somewhat similar to an ordinary auction. Xiaohua saw this and remembered it in his heart. Indeed, to be able to participate in an auction between nascent soul cultivators like this could really increase one's knowledge. It was especially beneficial for one's future cultivation direction and areas to pay attention to. That's strange. Why are they all things that are rarely seen? But all of these things had a history. What kind of cultivation method is that? Why can't I see a single one of them? Xiaohua looked and felt a little strange. He was aiming for these two items and hoped to obtain some. But looking at the excited crowd sitting on the table, Xiaohua had mixed feelings. The people sitting in the circle were Haoming City's Adept Yan Hong, the first Miyong cultivator, Adept He Ping of the Extreme Happiness Sect, Adept Miyu of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Qi Zhonghai of the Splendid Sect, Xian Yunzi of the Bluely Sect, Adept Shangqing of the Taiching Sect, Adept Lan Yu of the Xian Music Sect, the second Miyong cultivator, Fairy Fei Yan of the Profound Sky Sect, Li Tsongqing of the Chongbai Sect, Adept Ku Yi of the Seven Ingenious Sect, Adept Shui Mo of the Huangdao Sect, three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, Fairy Poyu of the Xuanyan Sect, Fairy Miaochong of the Five Elements Sect, Xian Jing of the Kunlun Sect, Jiang Mingzi of the Ascending Immortal Sect, the third Miyong cultivator, and Adept Qing Yan of the Mo Sang Mountain sitting to the left of Adept Yan Hong. These cultivators were all in the early nascent soul stage. Normally, it was very difficult to see even one of them. But now, they were all alive in front of him. If this young master also had a nascent soul stage cultivator, I'm afraid I would have already taken revenge on the 100 Grass Sect. Xiaohua very naturally aroused a burst of spirit in his heart, secretly encouraging himself. Well, everyone, after waiting for the last Taoist Master Qing Yan of Mo Sang Mountain to exchange for the things he needed, Taoist Master Yan Hong clapped his hands and said with a smile, Today's first round of the auction ends here. Let's take a break for a moment, then we will proceed to the second round. There is a second round? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Just when he was puzzled, Taoist Master Yan Hong flicked his finger, and countless spiritual wine and spiritual fruits appeared on the tables of the cultivators. Fellow Taoists, please eat some spiritual fruits and drink some spiritual wine. I will take you to see this Xian Kong pavilion. With that, Taoist Master Yan Hong took a jade cup, tasted it, and clapped his hands. It seemed to be on the table. Chapter 2058. Therefore, with the activation of immortal Yenhong's spiritual power, the whole transparent surroundings began to dim again. However, this dim yellow was like the setting sun, gradually diffusing and expanding to the whole space. As the darkness approached, many spheres were revealed. The original dazzling light was now so pale. 10 huge spheres slowly appeared in the distance, and each sphere emitted endless light and heat. However, this light and this heat were like pearls embedded in the night sky, causing everyone to only admire it and not feel any fear. 10 suns. Xiaohua frowned. Obviously, he thought of the scene he saw when he saw the god statue for the first time in Shanghuaming. However, before he could take a closer look and see that it was a fireball, the whole starry sky rotated at an extremely fast speed. Countless spheres rushed to his face, and then they swayed and were left behind. There were even many small spheres gathered together, looking like a light mist. When everyone's vision got closer, they were surprised to see that the planet was huge. Right when Xiaohua was completely infatuated, the starry sky suddenly lit up, and then everyone saw a tiny hill. After that, it suddenly descended as if it was descending from the heavens. Only when they entered the hill did they notice that it was the mountain range of Bright City. With a soft swish, the whole Xiankong pavilion was restored to its original state, and everyone was still sitting on the platform above the mountain range. Great! All the nascent soul cultivators clapped their hands, and Fairy Miao Chong of the Five Elements sect said with a smile, "It is often said that the comprehension of the way of the heavens can only be comprehended after the Mahayana tribulation. But I didn't expect that the ancient methods were so mysterious that they could actually store such a way of the heavens in the starry sky and leave it to future generations." Haha, Immortal Kuyi laughed and said, "Fairy Miao Chang's words are reasonable. But whether there is a way of the heavens in the starry sky, or whether it is the work of the celestial beings, is still unknown. Moreover, the celestial beings in the ancient times didn't cultivate, which is completely different from the path we cultivators take." Then the other nascent soul cultivators also talked about a lot of things. Only Reverend Yen Hong smiled without saying anything. Finally, he said with a smile, "Although we can't directly come into contact with the heavenly Tao now, the 3,000 great Taos are what we pursue. To be able to know what the great Tao is, it is no different from pointing out the direction of our cultivation. This is something that is far more useful than any master teacher or secret art." Boom, to other people, perhaps these words didn't mean much, but to Xiaohua, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Not bad. Xiaohua's heart surged with monstrous waves. Although I don't have a complete cultivation method, I don't have a direct path to the nascent soul stage. However, I have the heavenly Tao starry sky. This is the cultivation method of the ancient celestial beings. This was the true shortcut to heaven. Why do I have to be restricted to ordinary cultivation? Even if I don't enter the Imperial Thunder sect and don't have a master to guide me, as long as I carefully comprehend the heavenly Tao, I will definitely be able to achieve sainthood. Hehe. Xiaohua was in a great mood, and he thought to himself, this auction in Haoming City was really worth it. The knowledge of a nascent soul cultivator is extraordinary. Hehe, sainthood is just the cultivation method of the ancient celestial beings. Since the ancient celestial beings have died out, it shows that this method still has some disadvantages. Now that I'm in the cultivation world, I'd better follow the rules here and not be too conspicuous. Xiaohua immediately thought again. Yes, other people's Tao is other people's Tao. We have our own Tao. Chongbai Sexli Tsongqing said proudly, no matter what Tao it is, as long as we can get it, it's a real Tao. Great, Reverend Yen Hong clapped his hands and said, there are 3,000 great Taos. Just one Tao is enough for us to pursue for a lifetime. Well, fellow Taoists, let's start the second round. Reverend Yen Hong waved his hand and said, the second round is still the same as before. There's no need to follow any order. If any fellow Taoist has something rare, take it out and see if other fellow Taoists are interested. And I'll go first. Reverend Shui Mo of the Huangdao sect stood up and clapped his hands. He took out an item and said with a smile, I was traveling in the Lian country 10 years ago and very accidentally found this item in a space that was about to be destroyed. I don't know what its origin is. I wonder if any fellow Taoist is interested. As he spoke, he placed the item on his table. Ah, tortoise shell? Xiaohua's eyes swept over it and his heart heated up. His eyes couldn't help but stick to it. He had practiced the inscription armor for a long time and had some understanding of the inscription armor on his broken tortoise shell. However, what was recorded on the tortoise shell seemed to be an article and also seemed to be a cultivation method. He still couldn't understand it. If no one bids, or if the bidders don't know what this item is, I'll take it. Xiaohua thought to himself and prepared to see the situation. He was going to send a voice transmission to Hua Furong and ask her to inform Hua Zhishan. Unexpectedly, before Xiaohua could change his mind, Changbai Sex Li Tsangqing raised his hand and said, "I'm interested in this item." As he spoke, he bid a number of spirit stones. Ah! Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Li Tsangqing in exasperation. He secretly complained, "Senior Li, even if you have spirit stones, you don't have to squander them like this. You casually bid a number, and this junior will add a bit more. Won't this deal be closed? With such a high price, I'm afraid this junior's storage bag will be emptied." Xiaohua thought this was an ordinary auction and wanted to pick up a bargain. However, which of the nascent soul cultivators in front of him hadn't lived for thousands of years? Which one of them hadn't experienced much more than Xiaohua? Following Li Tsangqing's bid, several cultivators once again raised the price. It was too much for Xiaohua to take in. In the end, Li Tsangqing laughed coldly and named a price, then looked around. Xiaohua knew this was his last chance. He clenched his teeth and really wanted to take the tortoise shell. However, when he saw Imperial Thunder Sect's Reverend Mi Yu and the other nascent soul cultivators narrowing their eyes, Xiaohua shrunk his neck and decided to ignore them. Good. Looking around, Reverend Yan Hong clapped his hands and said, "This item belongs to fellow Taoist Li." Li Tsangqing proudly smiled and took out a storage bag from his waist. He threw it on the ring of light, and the tortoise shell turned towards Li Tsangqing. Immediately, two nascent soul cultivators stood up and took out two items that Xiaohua couldn't see through. One was a fist-sized black object, and the other was a dazzling thin needle. These two items were emitting strange fluctuations of spiritual power. As expected by Xiaohua, he didn't know what these things were used for, and the others didn't say anything either. They only saw the price of the spirit stones rising higher and higher. Xiaohua was dumbstruck, and only then did he stop. The spirit stones were given to someone else, and the two items also changed owners. Damn it, this young master was wrong. This young master was wrong, and was too unreliable. Xiaohua sullenly complained in his heart. This young master only knew that there were many good things in this nascent soul cultivator's auction. But this young master didn't expect that each and every one of these old nascent soul cultivators would have discerning eyes. How could they let go of these good things? This young master didn't have any miho or disguise, so how could he dare to bid with them? That's right, along with the increase in cultivation, a cultivator's horizons and experience would also increase. The higher the level of a high-level cultivator's bidding, the more difficult it would be to find good things that others wouldn't pay attention to. Xiaohua's little abacus would most likely not be as effective in the future. Well, I've been sitting for a long time, so it's time to take out some things. The second miho cultivator stood up with a smile. Although he was smiling, his laughter was like the cry of a crow. "And fellow Taoist, please," Reverend Yan Hong said with a smile. There was a trace of politeness in his tone. The miho cultivator clapped his hands and took out a dozen behemoths from his storage bag. He threw them into the ring of light and said with a smile, "This old man went to Mo Zhao Black Forest a few days ago and didn't have any harvest. These things are all picked up, so it's not a wasted trip." Huh! Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and was surprised. At the same time, he was surprised because the dozen behemoths were actually Mo Zhao. "Haha, fellow Taoist, you are really lucky," Reverend Yan Hong said with a smile. "It is said that a lot of fellow Taoists were killed in Mo Zhao Black Forest last time. I didn't expect fellow Taoists to return with a full load. These Mo Zhao corpses have always been eaten by Mo Zhao himself. It is very difficult for us to get them." Reverend Yan Hong was right. The three Mo Zhao corpses that Zhu Qinghe gave to Chen Yi and the others were too small to be compared with the dozen Mo Zhao corpses in front of them. Of course, they couldn't be compared with the Mo Zhao corpses in Xiaohua's space. Yes, this old man was lucky enough to be in a safe place in Mo Zhao Black Forest. By the time I made my move, I thought it was already very early. Neither the giant ink puppets nor the ink puppets had made a move. However, all that was left were the corpses of the ink puppets. There was not even a single giant ink puppet left. The cultivator said with a smile, Oh my, this guy isn't the nascent soul cultivator who chased me that day, is he? Xiaohua secretly shrank his neck and rejoiced. Fortunately, I changed my appearance that day. This guy didn't recognize me. Fellow Taoists, this old man has left enough Mo Zhao corpses for myself, so I won't be unreasonable. These dozen Mo Zhao corpses will be sold together. The fellow Taoist who offers the highest price will get them. The Miho cultivator said loudly. Good. Reverend Withered Leaf shouted and reported the number of spirit stones first. Immediately, Hua Zhishan, who had been silent all this time, also raised the price. These Mo Zhao corpses. Do they have any special uses? Seeing that all the nascent soul cultivators were bidding, Xiaohua muttered to himself. He thought for a moment and whispered to Hua Furong, fellow Taoist Hua, I really don't understand. These Mo Zhao corpses must be the Mo Zhao from Mo Zhao Black Forest, but what is so special about them? Why would a group of nascent soul cultivators fight over it? Chapter 2059. Hua Furong smiled apologetically and replied, This? I don't know either. I can ask my great-grandfather. However, in my opinion, fellow Taoist Xiao shouldn't have any ideas about this thing. Haha, I understand. I'm just curious. Xiaohua replied naturally. Hua Furong replied to Hua Pai Kong immediately after Hua Furong replied. Hua Furong then explained to Xiaohua, I heard from my great-grandfather that this Mo Zhao has many benefits. Its skin can be used to make leather armor, and its bones can be used to refine weapons. Its two greatest benefits are its inner core and brain. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, Are they Mo Zhao's inner core and brain? Haha, Mo Zhao grew up in the Black Forest with a lot of ink sand. Mo Zhao grew up in the Black Forest and inevitably accumulated ink sand in his body. The inner core is the accumulation of ink sand and has been refined by Mo Zhao since he was born. Almost every Mo Zhao has an inner core. If a Mo Zhao wants to form his core, it will be formed on the inner core formed by ink sand. Hua Furong continued, ink sand can corrode true origin, so the inner core of Mo Zhao can corrode true origin as well. The inner core of Mo Zhao is a powerful weapon in the hands of a cultivator to break restrictions. I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Then a thought came to his mind. Since the inner core of Mo Zhao can break restrictions, then the seal can also be broken? The seal on my middle dantian. If it is broken, I'm afraid it will be on the inner core of Mo Zhao. Hua Furong did not know what Xiaohua was thinking and continued. As for the brain of Mo Zhao, if it is consumed with a secret technique, it will have a mysterious effect on the sensitivity of the five senses. This is especially so for a secret technique that works on the five senses. This brain is the best item. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua nodded slightly and asked naturally. It seems that Senior Hua also knows this secret technique. Yes, it should be. Hua Furong smiled and said, Otherwise, my great-grandfather wouldn't have bid. The cultivators who had bid earlier were obviously embarrassed. Gradually, only Immortal Blue Feather of the Immortal Music Sect and Hua Zhishan of the Ardent Fire Mountain were still bidding. The cultivators from the 3 cultivation sects of the country of Shi and the large sects of the Meng country and the Lian country also withdrew. It seemed like it was not worth it for them to invest so many spiritual stones on Mo Zhao's corpse. Taoist Blue Feather, Hua Zhishan transmitted, If I don't give you my essence, will you fight me to the end? Hee, not at all. Taoist Blue Feather smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, I'm sure you know that I'm good at artifact refinement, and one of my divine abilities requires the brain of Mo Zhao's corpse to be perfected. Moreover, Mo Zhao's bones are the best material for repairing spiritual weapons. How can I not be tempted? How about this? Hua Zhishan hesitated for a moment before replying. If you give me some leeway on Mo Zhao's corpse, I will also give you some leeway on the innate jellyfish. Fellow Taoist Hua, you're wrong. Taoist Master Blue Feather shakes his head and says, I don't know the whereabouts of that innate jellyfish I don't know when I'll trade with you. Hua Zhishan rolled his eyes and says helplessly, How about this? I do have some clues about the innate jellyfish, but the 3 of us are unable to catch it. If fellow Taoist is interested, I'll send you a message when the time comes and we'll go together. If we succeed, I'll consider exchanging your soul for something else. How about that? Taoist Master Blue Feather thought for a moment before withdrawing from the bidding, and Hua Zhishan got his wish of getting the dozen or so Mo Zhao's corpse. Seeing Hua Pai Kong beaming with joy, Xiaohua transmitted his voice to Hua Furong and says, "Fellow Taoist Hua, if I ask the three elders to trade for the secret technique of using Mo Zhao's brain, what will the success rate be?" Hua Furong frowned and looked at Xiaohua's face and asked, "Does fellow Taoist Xiao want such a secret technique?" Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before nodding. I can't say for sure. I don't know the value of this secret technique." Hua Furong is in a difficult position and says, "Allow me to find time to ask great-grandfather." "Thank you, fellow Taoist Hua." Xiaohua faintly smiled, then looked towards the field and asked with some surprise, "This Xiao still doesn't understand. Why is it always a strange object? Could it be that there are no cultivation techniques, talisman crafting techniques, or artifact crafting techniques?" Hee, so fellow Taoist Xiao is interested in these. Hua Furong smiles and says, "Don't worry, those are all at the end." Sure enough, just as Hua Hibiscus said, after a few more rounds, cultivation methods began to appear. After more than 10 rounds, Xiaohua lost his patience and saw Fairy Poyu stand up. She clapped her hand and took out a black crystal. She placed it on the table and said, "Dozens of years ago, this servant participated in the battle of the Imperial Demon Valley for the first time and was lucky enough to kill a demon cultivator. I obtained this magic slip from that demon cultivator. Inside this magic slip is a body refining technique from the devil realm. This servant naturally has no use for the devil sex techniques. Today, I will take it out and see if any fellow cultivator needs it." Very good. Xiaohua was unable to contain his joy when he heard that a body refinement and bone cultivation technique had indeed appeared during the auction, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Hua Furong. "Fellow Taoist Hua, I'll have to trouble you to report to Elder Hua that this body refinement technique is something that I, Xiao, wish to obtain." Okay, Hua Furong is happy for Xiaohua. She quickly sends a message to Hua Zhishan. Hua Zhishan thinks for a bit and asks Xiaohua, "What do you want this for?" "Junior, once practiced a body refinement technique, but that cultivation method was incomplete, and after practicing it for a long time, I ended up with nothing. Because of this body refinement technique, Junior benefited a lot, so I want to continue practicing it." Xiaohua easily found a reason. This is a demon world cultivation technique. Can you practice it?" Hua Zhishan scolds. "Besides, do you have devil sense? Can you read the magic slip?" Xiaohua is stunned. "All you have to do is to cultivate your own cultivation method properly. This isn't something you can use." Hua Zhishan says coldly, "Don't waste your hard-earned spirit stones." "But, Elder Hua." Xiaohua isn't willing. He sends a message. "Junior might not be able to understand it, but I can ask the seniors in the sect. I'm sure, Master Me, you would be willing to interpret it for me?" How could that be?" Hua Zhishan says impatiently, "Fine, since you want it, this old man won't stop you. How many spirit stones do you have? If it was something else, this old man can pay you some, but this old man won't give you even half a spirit stone." Xiaohua looks around and sees that no one is bidding. He is secretly happy. He knows that demon world cultivation techniques aren't suitable for nascent soul cultivators of the cultivation world, so no one will care. Thinking for a bit, he bids a spirit stone that isn't too high, but it's definitely not a spirit stone that an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator can afford. Chapter 2060. Sure enough, Hua Zhishan was surprised and looked at Xiaohua. The Imperial Thunder sect is truly rich. "I wouldn't dare. This is Junior's private savings." Xiaohua smiled apologetically. At this time, Fairy Poyu said regretfully, "So no fellow Taoist is interested then." Before she could finish, Hua Zhishan smiled. "Fairy Poyu, this is a rare transaction. How can this old man not give you face? This old man wants it." Then, he gave a price that was neither high nor low. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Hua." Fairy Poyu smiled as if she had gained some face. Taoist Yanhong also smiled. If no other fellow Taoist bids, then this item is Hua Zhishan's. Hearing these words, Xiaohua's little heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Wasn't the purpose of his coming here the bone tempering technique? The Devil Realm's cultivation method was naturally useful, and since Buddhist sense was the nemesis of devil cultivators, he should be able to examine it. But at this time, a third cultivator spoke. "So Hua Zhishan is also interested in this item. This old man thought only I liked it." Then he began to raise the price. Hua Zhishan couldn't see who this cultivator was, so he didn't hold back and slowly added spirit stones until Xiao Hua's bid was finished. He even added a few more spirit stones, but the Milu cultivator still calmly bid, as if he was determined to get this magic slip. Fine, this old man will raise the price one last time. Hua Zhishan glanced at Xiao Hua and gave a price that was about the same as the spirit stones in Xiao Hua's storage bag. If fellow Taoist raises the price again, this old man will have to retreat. How can I disappoint fellow Taoist Hua? The Hua Zhishan continued to raise the price by a large amount. On the other side, Fairy Poyu was overjoyed. She didn't think that a useless item from the Devil Realm would be exchanged for so many spirit stones. Hua Zhishan said helplessly, "All right, this Mo bamboo slip belongs to you." Sigh. Xiao Hua's heart was like dead ashes right now. He thought he had enough spirit stones in his storage pouch, but even though Hua Shan, for whatever reason, added so many spirit stones in the end and pushed Xiao Hua to his limit, he still lost to the Mi Yao cultivator. Moreover, from the tone of the Mi Lu cultivator, it seemed that he had more spirit stones than this. What a pity, Xiao Hua was truly speechless. All right, Fairy Poyu has also gained a lot. Taoist Master Yan Hong stood up and said with a smile, "Does anyone else have anything else? If you don't, then this auction is over." Sigh, returning empty-handed, Xiao Hua howled, preparing to stand up. At this time, Taoist Master Blue Feather, who had been rather lively just now, stood up in embarrassment. He clapped his hands and took out a black magic slip. He said embarrassedly, "This old man didn't participate in the battle of the Imperial Devil Valley last time. However, it is said that this item came from the Imperial Devil Valley during the battle. I won't hide it from everyone. This Mo bamboo slip contains a refining technique from the Devil Realm." "Ah, it can refine a devil treasure?" Taoist Master Withered Leaf shouted. "Why didn't you take out such a good item earlier?" Hee, Taoist Withered Leaf misunderstood. Taoist Master Blue Feather laughed. "When I obtained it, it was still in good condition. However, for some reason, it was heavily damaged. It must have been damaged during the battle. I was careless and fell for it. I originally didn't want to take it out, but after thinking about it, this is a Mo bamboo slip. Since Fairy Poyu can take it out, I might as well take it out and embarrass myself. I'll say this in advance, this refining technique is different from my Dawn Rain Continent's refining technique, and it's heavily damaged. I'm afraid it can't be refined into a devil treasure. If any Taoist is interested, you can bid." This old man will naturally bid. Taoist Master Withered Leaf shouted without hesitation. This old man will naturally bid. Since Taoist Master Withered Leaf is interested, I can't fall behind. Taoist Master Shui Mo laughed. Then the two increased the price bit by bit, as if they were testing each other. "Xiao Hua, why don't you want to participate?" Hua Zhishan glanced at Xiao Hua and transmitted his voice with interest. No need, Xiao Hua wasn't in a good mood. He wanted the refining technique. After all, he had the Devil Spear tip and Devil Spear shaft in his space. However, Taoist Master Blue Feather had clearly said that the refining technique was damaged and couldn't be refined into a devil treasure. Why should he make trouble for himself? Wasting his own spirit stones for no reason? "Oh, then you'll have wasted your trip," Hua Zhishan said, intentionally or otherwise. Xiao Hua's eyes turned. He didn't understand what Hua Zhishan meant, but after thinking for a moment, he transmitted his voice. "Yes, Senior Hua's words are reasonable. This junior can't come here for nothing. Since this item is also a devil slip, then Senior Hua, please bid. This junior really wants to see what this devil slip is." Hua Zhishan saw that Taoist Master Shui Mo and Taoist Master Withered Leaf were starting to slow down the bidding, and said calmly, "You seem to be very interested in the items of the Devil Realm." "Yes, this junior heard about the Battle of Imperial Devil Valley. Moreover, I fought against the cultivators of Heavenly Demon Sect and obtained some items of Devil Cultivators. I am indeed curious about the Devil Realm." Xiao Hua replied after thinking for a moment. "Is that so?" Hua Zhishan nodded. "I hope you're telling the truth." At this time, Taoist Master Shui Mo and Taoist Master Withered Leaf seemed to have reached the end of the bidding, and Taoist Master Withered Leaf withdrew. "This old man wants to see what this devil slip is." Hua Zhishan smiled. Taoist Master Shui Mo was stunned and asked curiously, "Taoist Hua, what do you mean? Your Blazing Fire Mountain doesn't specialize in refining tools." "Who said my Blazing Fire Mountain doesn't refine tools?" Hua Zhishan smiled. My blazing fire mountains tool refining techniques are famous in the state of Shi. Taoist Master Shui Mo looked at Hua Shan and then at Taoist Master Blue Feather, slightly curling his lips. When Hua Shan was bidding for the Devil Realm's body refining techniques, many nascent soul cultivators had seen some clues. Now that Hua Shan had suddenly joined the bidding, how could Taoist Master Shui Mo not be suspicious? Forget it, Taoist Master Shui Mo flicked his sleeve and said, "This old man still needs to keep his spirit stones for my own use. I'll leave this devil slip to Taoist Hua." Taoist Master Blue Feather seemed to have misunderstood Hua Shan and smiled. Many thanks for Taoist Hua's support. She then sent a few voice transmissions and passed the devil slip to Hua Shan on the Ring of Light. Hua Shan didn't expect such an outcome and went with the flow. He smiled and said a few words to Taoist Master Blue Feather and placed a storage pouch on the Ring of Light. Very good. Seeing Hua Shan and Taoist Master Blue Feather put away their items, Taoist Master Yanhong stood up again and clapped his hands, saying, "This auction has come to a successful conclusion. My Haoming City has prepared spirit wine. Fellow Taoists, please send your disciples back. Let's drink and chat." "Thank you for your trouble, Taoist Master Yanhong." All the nascent soul cultivators stood up and cupped their hands with a smile. Taoist Master Yanhong cast a spell again, and several spheres several feet in size appeared under each table. Then, these spheres carried the cultivators like meteors and streaked across the space, quickly flying to different places. The 20 cultivators disappeared in a moment. A dot of light gradually enlarged in front of Xiao Hua and the others. When it got closer, it was actually a square several feet in size. It was like a door, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The 2 cultivators who had sent them here stepped out of the door and said loudly, "3 seniors, please follow us." Hua Peikong laughed and said, "Damn, this Haoming City is really full of tricks." When the 2 entered, Xiao Hua and the others' eyes flashed. They saw that they were standing at the entrance of the palace. Hua Shan's flying magic tool was not far ahead. The 2 cultivators respectfully accompanied Hua Peikong and said, "3 seniors, juniors will immediately send seniors to the city lord's mansion for the banquet." Thank you." Hua Shan turned to the Golden Core disciple and said, "You can go back. The banquet in Haoming City will take a few days and nights." "Yes," disciple obeys. The Golden Core cultivator bowed without hesitation and walked towards the flying magic tool. Hua Shan looked at Xiao Hua and took out a jade box. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, "This is what you wanted. This old man was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." "Many thanks, Senior Hua." Xiao Hua quickly handed over a storage bag filled with spirit stones to Hua Shan. Hua Shan took it without hesitation and said, "This old man has already done what he promised you and has already given your gift to Furong. Once you return to the cave, I will give it to you. If fate wills it, this old man welcomes you to Hua Shan as a guest." Hua Shan had been indifferent to Xiao Hua since that incident. Now he actually invited Xiao Hua to be a guest. This was beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. Xiao Hua quickly bowed and said, "Many thanks for senior's care. If this junior has the opportunity, he will definitely come to Hua Shan to visit senior." You can go now." Hua Shan turned to leave. "Great-grandfather." At this moment, Hua Furong called out and quickly walked to Hua Shan's side. After Hua Shan heard this, he frowned and looked at Xiao Hua a few times before shaking his head at Hua Furong. But Hua Furong was still unwilling and gently pulled his robe as if she was acting coquettishly. Hua Shan then looked at Hua Peikong. Hua Peikong also had a helpless expression. Hua Shan then took out a jade slip from his storage bag and gave it to Hua Furong. Hua Furong then took out a jade slip from her storage bag and gave it back to Hua Shan. Xiao Hua was puzzled, but in his heart, there was a trace of understanding. Sure enough, when he followed Hua Hibiscus and the fire Qilin onto the flying magic tool, Hua Hibiscus handed the jade slip to Xiao Hua with a smile and said, "It's all right, fellow Taoist Xiao. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. I've helped you obtain this secret technique." Chapter 2061. Thank you, fellow Taoist Furong. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He took it and carefully put it into his space. "No need to thank me. This is my thanks for saving my life." Hua Furong smiled. "However, according to what I know, what grandfather gave you was my blazing fire mountains fire controlling technique. It should be much more powerful than this secret technique. If it were me, I would definitely choose the fire-controlling technique. Xiaohua understood that Shrouded Mountain must have seen that he knew Samadhi true fire and wanted to use the fire-controlling technique to thank him. This could be said to be tailor-made and most suitable for him. However, he wanted this secret technique. No wonder Shrouded Mountain refused first. I didn't know beforehand. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, grandfather said that he could only give you a jade slip. Furong said regretfully. It's already very good. Xiaohua smiled. When they reached Shrouded Mountain's cave, the flying artifact stopped. Everyone got off, and Xiaohua bid farewell. Furong smiled. If fate wills it, I really hope that fellow Taoist Xiao will come to Shrouded Mountain as a guest. I definitely will. Xiaohua smiled. Just as he was about to leave, the silent fire Qilin asked, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I wonder, when will we be able to see fellow Taoist Shui? If fellow Taoist Xiao comes to Shrouded Mountain as a guest, you must bring fellow Taoist Shui. We'll see. Xiaohua really couldn't answer this infatuated fellow Taoist. He cupped his hands and quickly flew down the mountain range of Haoming City. On the way, Xiaohua still thought to himself, since they want to invite me to Shrouded Mountain, they didn't even give me a communication talisman. How is that sincere? Forget it. I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator now. In the eyes of nascent soul cultivators, I'm just a child. It's fine if I don't go. Xiaohua's thoughts were somewhat wronged by the ardent fire mountain. Not to mention inviting a foundation establishment cultivator. Even a golden core cultivator would only be invited with a single sentence. Could it be that the ardent fire mountain would send a communication talisman in person? As for Furong, she wanted to give him a communication talisman. But with the matter of matchmaking in Shrouded Mountain, how could she have the face to do something so meaningless? There was also a fire Qilin at the side, and he only had one sentence. Can I see fellow Taoist Xiao when you're suitable? Even if Hibiscus wanted to give it to him, she couldn't. However, Xiaohua had neglected the fact that he still had a keepsake from the ardent fire mountain in his storage bag. When he returned to the cave, all the restrictions were more or less in place. The pill liquid on the pill furnace was still slowly being refined. What comforted Xiaohua the most was that Shui was cultivating with her eyes closed, completely ignoring the outside world. Clearly, she was cultivating the dragon transformation art. People are indeed different when compared to others. Xiaohua sighed. It had only been 10 days, and Shui was already able to practice the dragon transformation art. She was much stronger than him. I wonder how Xiao Mao from Xunyan School is doing. Have you also built your foundation? Xiaohua naturally thought of Xiao Mao, who had the same surname as him. He thought of how Xiao Mao bowed down and called him Big Brother. The last time he received news of Xiao Mao, he was already in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. Perhaps he should be in the foundation building realm now? Soon after, Xiaohua found another quiet room and separated himself from Shui. With a wave of his hand, Furong's jade slip was taken out. He immersed his divine sense into it and carefully read it. After a long while, Xiaohua could not help but frown. The secret technique in the jade slip was very complete, and there was nothing missing. However, it was obvious that this secret technique was only an auxiliary technique. It could only be used to use Mo Zhao's brain when he was cultivating some kind of sensory divine ability. It could not be used alone. In other words, if Xiaohua was cultivating a sensory divine ability, such as heaven's eyes, heaven's ears, heaven's smell, and other similar techniques, he could use this secret technique. With the help of Mo Zhao's brain, it would have a miraculous effect. I still can't use it. Xiaohua racked his brains, but he could not think of any techniques that could be used to cultivate his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. If he forced himself to say it, his Dharma eyes could be counted as one, and this Dharma eyes. Xiaohua did not have any techniques for now. Let's put it aside first. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and put the jade slip into his space. He thought to himself, it seems that I didn't gain anything from this trip other than knowledge and experience. Forget it. Let's take a look at the so-called refining techniques of the devil realm. Hopefully, my Buddha's consciousness can't be used. With a wave of his hand, a black jade slip appeared in Xiaohua's hand. Looking at the jade slip, Xiaohua had a feeling of déjà vu. This jade slip was like a black stone. It was extremely deep inside, and light seemed to be unable to reach the bottom. Moreover, when he looked at this black stone, he seemed to have a feeling of dizziness, as if he was going to be sucked into it. Strange, Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. This young master seems to have never seen this thing before. Could it be that I saw it before my Naiwan palace was sealed? Could it be that this young master also participated in the battle of the Imperial Demon Valley? Thinking about this, Xiaohua probed with his divine sense. Sure enough, this jade slip was like a stubborn stone. It was very tight, and his divine sense could not penetrate it at all. And a nascent soul cultivator probably has other methods. Or perhaps it's the so-called devil consciousness. As Xiaohua pondered, he opened his Dharma eyes. In his Dharma eyes, the Mo bamboo slip was like a small ball of pitch-black fog, but it also seemed like there were many black threads entangled together. It fluttered and became a mess. The devil realm naturally also has heaven and earth spiritual qi. Xiaohua closed his Dharma eyes and pinched his chin. He thought, the heaven and earth spiritual qi used by the people of the devil realm should be this kind of pitch-black thread. It's probably devil qi. But why doesn't the devil artifact have this kind of devil qi? I'm afraid it's because of the refining techniques of the devil realm. After looking at the jade slip enough, Xiaohua released his Buddha's consciousness. Sure enough, under the Buddha's consciousness, the jade slip was like a paper window. With a little attack, it broke through the cocoon. AI, sure enough. Xiaohua's heart was just happy for a moment, but he was immediately attacked by the miserable state inside the jade slip. This magic slip was extremely similar to the jade slip. They both recorded words, but although Xiaohua still didn't understand these words, the words inside the magic slip were already fragmented. Large pieces of cracks were everywhere, and large pieces of the words were missing. Only the first part could barely be seen clearly and could be considered complete. Like I said, wanting to get good things from a nascent soul cultivator is really tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. There's nothing to think about at all. Xiaohua curled his lips and threw the jade slip into the space. In the future, it's better to wait until I have the strength or something like a secret auction before I participate. Otherwise, it'll only be in vain. But immediately, Xiaohua's heart was unwilling. Since there were some things, then he had to see what they were. Perhaps they could be of some use? Thinking, Xiaohua looked at Shue's situation again. He closed the cave and flew down alone towards the Qi refining cultivator's residence. A moment after Xiaohua flew away, a figure appeared in the cave not far from Xiaohua. It was Yanyu. Chapter 2062. Humph. Didn't I say that Fiery Fire Mountain is just repaying a debt of gratitude? They can't protect you forever. After all, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Since you were able to participate in the auction of nascent soul cultivators, your storage pouch must have been replaced with something that even golden core cultivators can't covet. I'm afraid they'll all change owners very soon. Yanyu quietly flew up and laughed inwardly. If I didn't know your background, who would have thought that you, an early-stage foundation-building cultivator, would actually have a storage pouch of a golden core cultivator? You can actually have something that nascent soul cultivators bid on? Although Xiaohua released his divine sense, he didn't expect that there would actually be people watching him in Haoming City. Therefore, he only focused on sizing up the surrounding scenery. The residence of aura refining cultivators was the largest in Haoming City. Their Immortal's Cave was obviously much smaller than that of foundation-building cultivators. Moreover, it was also much more crowded. Although there were many spiritual plants, spiritual trees, and other things, they were a bit more common. Of course, there was also a difference. There were more city guards. The city guards wore armor and held long swords in their hands. From time to time, they would fly in the air in groups of 2s and 3s. Many aura refining cultivators were also different from foundation-building cultivators. They didn't stay in their Immortal's caves to meditate. Instead, they flew all over the mountain range like headless flies. Greetings, Senior. Just as Xiaohua's figure landed, several aura refining cultivators greeted him. They respectfully saluted him and asked, "May I know which auction house Senior wants to go to?" "Junior is willing to serve." Xiaohua frowned slightly. He only knew the general situation of Haoming City, but he knew very little about the specific matters related to the auction. However, before he could speak, the expressions of those aura refining cultivators changed slightly. They hastily cupped their hands and said, "Junior still has something to do. Junior will take his leave." Huh? Why? Xiaohua was even more baffled. When he raised his head to look, he saw several peak stage aura refining cultivators flying over. Obviously, those aura refining cultivators were afraid of these city guards. Greetings, Senior. The city guards also saluted respectfully. May I know what Junior can help you with? Hee, what's up with those aura refining cultivators just now? Xiaohua pointed his finger and said with a smile. The city guard said respectfully, Senior, it's time for our Haoming City's once-in-a-century auction. Not only are there auctions for nascent soul cultivators, there are also auctions for gold core cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators, and qi refinement cultivators. I know that. Several auctions have started at the same time. I just came out of the Nascent Soul Seniors auction with my seniors. I'm afraid that the auctions for Jindan, foundation establishment, and qi refinement cultivators have already ended. Senior, a trace of admiration appeared on the guard's face, and he spoke with even more respect. Senior went to the auction for nascent soul cultivators? Say, S right T? To seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer directly, the city guard said, the number of nascent soul cultivators who come to Haoming City is limited, so the auctions have always been the shortest. The number of core formation cultivators, foundation building cultivators, and aura refining cultivators increases in turn, so the auctions are also divided into several places. Junior just received news that the auctions for core formation cultivators have already ended, but the auctions for foundation building cultivators and aura refining cultivators have yet to end. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, I want to go to the foundation building cultivators auction. Can fellow Taoist lead the way? Senior, please. The city guard didn't beat around the bush and extended his hand to signal Xiaohua. He then flew up first while the other city guards continued their patrol. Fellow Taoist, what's up with those aura refining cultivators just now? Xiaohua asked again after flying for a while. Oh, it's nothing. The city guard seemed a little reluctant to answer. There are many cultivators who come to Haoming City, so it's hard to distinguish between good and bad. Many cultivators are embarrassingly short of money, so they start to do business with loose cultivators, causing a mess in Haoming City. Of course, those cultivators just now wouldn't have any ideas about foundation building cultivators. However, they perhaps wanted to provide convenience for Senior, or perhaps they had other plans. In order to prevent something unfavorable to fellow Taoists from happening, the city guards of Haoming City had no choice but to take action and suppress all the signs in advance. Oh, I see. Xiaohua nodded slightly. In just a short while, the city guard escorted Xiaohua to the front of a huge immortal's cave. This immortal's cave was no less than 10 times the size of Xiaohua's immortal's cave. At the entrance of the immortal's cave stood a dozen or so foundation building city guards. When they saw Xiaohua and Xiaohua coming over, one of them flew over. The city guard who led Xiaohua here saluted this person and explained the matter. The city guard scanned Xiaohua with his divine sense and said with a smile, according to the rules of Haoming City's auctions, you can't enter after the auction starts. However, since fellow Taoist has just come from the auction hosted by the city lord, I presume you still want to continue. How can I stop fellow Taoist's interest? Fellow Taoist only needs to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones to enter. 100. Xiaohua was a little surprised. This number was indeed not much for him, but he had to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones just to enter. He had to admit that Haoming City was too greedy. Fellow Taoist, please know that ordinary foundation building Taoists only need to pay 10 high-grade spirit stones. The city guard said very naturally, if you come late, you'll have to pay 10 times the amount. And I understand. Xiaohua nodded and clapped his hands. Without blinking, he took out 110 spirit stones and said, Fellow Taoist, please lead the way. The city guard scanned with his divine sense and naturally knew the number of spirit stones. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he put them into his storage bag. He said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, please. After the city guard entered the immortal's cave, they turned into a pitch-black quiet room after passing through a few corridors. Fellow Taoist, please. This secret room can isolate the probing of divine sense. Fellow Taoist, you can put on bewilderment and other items inside. The city guard stopped, handed over a number plate, and said with a smile, this is fellow Taoist's number plate. After the auction, fellow Taoist can keep this number plate as a souvenir. Moreover, you can enjoy a discount in my Haoming City's shops. Many thanks. Xiaohua nodded and took the number plate. He didn't say anything else. He raised his head and walked in. He didn't put on any bewilderment, and when he passed through the quiet room, his figure and face had already changed. After Xiaohua passed through the quiet room, his eyes lit up. It was a huge immortal's cave, and thousands of cultivators were sitting in different positions in an orderly manner. In the center was a platform, and on the platform was a late-stage foundation-building cultivator. In front of that cultivator floated a jade tablet. The sound of bidding rose and fell in an endless stream. A smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. This was the auction that he was familiar with. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and sat down on the nearest seat. Just as he sat down, a plate of spirit fruits quietly floated next to the table. And not bad. Xiaohua stretched out his hand without any trace of politeness, picked up a spirit fruit, and put it into his mouth. This was exchanged with 100 high-grade spirit stones, after all. TCH, this spirit fruit is really ordinary. Xiaohua casually ate a few mouthfuls, then swept his divine sense toward the high platform in the center. At this time, the auctioneer had already removed the silk on the jade plate. It was a precious refining material. In Xiaohua's ears, there was already a foundation-building cultivator who called a relatively high price for this item. However, after seeing the auction of nascent soul cultivators, Xiaohua felt that this auction of foundation-building cultivators was too childish. Xiaohua was somewhat familiar with this material. It should be related to the repair of the cloud-suppressing seal. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't even warm his seat before he immediately made a bid. Moreover, Xiaohua was too ruthless. He increased the number of spirit stones by 30% all of a sudden. The several people who were still in full swing a moment ago immediately went silent. Good, the auctioneer said with a smile. If no one makes a bid, this Yunying stone is this fellow Taoist's. Immediately after, the auctioneer clapped his hand, and the Yunying stone on the jade plate disappeared. Then a faint brilliance flashed on Xiaohua's table, and the Yunying stone appeared on it. Not bad, Xiaohua nodded secretly. With a wave of his hand, the Yunying stone was put into his space. Then he placed the spirit stones inside it. When the brilliance disappeared, the spirit stones were also taken away. The legendary technique of Haoming City seems to be very detailed. There are traces of this technique everywhere. Xiaohua thought of Taoist master Yanhong's methods during the nascent soul meeting. The dozen or so items that followed were all lacking in quality and were boring. Xiaohua didn't care about them. But at this time, the auctioneer spoke again. Fellow Taoists, after more than 10 rounds of bidding, most of the items that fellow Taoists consigned for sale, as well as the items prepared by Haoming City, have been successfully sold. We'll take a break for now. If any fellow Taoist still wants to sell something, you can put it on the table in front of you. I have said this several times, but I still have to say it this time. When you sit down, the number plate on your body has already been connected with the magic array on the table. Fellow Taoists' items also have the mark of the number plate, so there's no mistake. After the bidding, the spirit stones will still be sent to your table. Well, during the break, I will also put the items that failed in the previous bidding here. If any fellow Taoist likes them, you can still take them away. After the auctioneer finished speaking, he waved his hand. Dozens of jade boxes, jade bottles, magic tools, and other items were carried on jade plates and flew around the high platform. It was similar to the bidding that Xiaohua had seen before. Then the auctioneer stamped his foot again. At the edge of the high platform, a brilliance flashed, and a row of pitch-black magic tools was actually revealed, neatly placed there. There are even magic tools. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, but when his divine sense swept over, a trace of happiness appeared on his face. He saw that among the row of pitch-black magic tools, there was a magic spear end that was similar to the magic spear in his space, and it was placed there all by itself. In front of the spear end, there was a jade plate with the number of spirit stones written on it. Great, I didn't think I would actually be able to find this item here. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what kind of magic spear he could refine by putting the magic spear tip, shaft, and tail together, the magic spear tip was his earliest life-saving weapon. He still hoped to complete this magic spear. Seeing the auctioneer's body flash with brilliance and disappear from the high platform, several cultivators stood up from their seats and walked towards the high platform. The majority of the cultivators didn't care. They closed their eyes to rest, or took out something from their storage pouches, causing the entire hall to faintly flicker with brilliance. Chapter 2063. However, when Xiaohua extended his hand to grab the tail of the demonic spear, a fair and jade-like hand also appeared in his field of vision. It was precisely grabbing the tail of the demonic spear. What made Xiaohua very embarrassed was that the two of them were grabbing the tail of the demonic spear. Huh. Xiaohua was stunned. This jade hand was obviously a female cultivator. When he turned his head to look, he saw a similarly short and thin woman looking at him with the same stunned expression. Xiaohua wanted to withdraw his hand, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that if he withdrew his hand, the female cultivator would take the devil's spear away. Obviously, the female cultivator also had the same idea. She placed one hand on the devil's spear and stared at Xiaohua, unwilling to admit defeat. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua coughed. He looked at the somewhat pale, early-stage foundation establishment female cultivator and said, "Why didn't fellow Taoist bid a moment ago, but instead made a move now? Fellow Taoist also didn't bid, so why did you make a move now?" The female cultivator also questioned. "I came too late." Xiaohua touched his nose with his other hand and smiled bitterly. Then he looked at the devil's spear on the left and said, "There are so many devil spears on this high platform. Why did fellow Taoist choose this one? Why don't you choose something else?" "Yes, there are so many devil spears on this high platform. Why did fellow Taoist choose this one? Why don't you choose something else?" The female cultivator also said. "Alas, Xiaohua sighed. He suddenly raised his head, looked to the left, and shouted, "Manager." "Oh?" The female cultivator was stunned. She also raised her eyebrows and looked over, but at this moment, she suddenly felt her hand slip. The devil spear's tail that she was holding tightly was actually forcefully pulled away by Xiaohua. She naturally grabbed with her hand, and Xiaohua also felt a great force. She wanted to grab the devil spear's tail, but Xiaohua used a little force and easily pulled the devil spear's tail away. However, Xiaohua was still a little surprised. Looking at the thin and unremarkable female cultivator, he didn't expect this female cultivator to have such great strength. The female cultivator didn't see the empty high platform. She knew that she had been fooled. She hurriedly stepped forward, stretched out her hand, and used an extremely beautiful move to snatch the devil spear's tail away. But how could Xiaohua let her have her way? He raised his left hand and swiftly struck her wrist. At the same time, he slapped his storage bag. Pa! Xiaohua's fist struck the female cultivator's hand, which had quickly turned into a palm. At the same time, the devil spear's tail also disappeared from his hand. "You." The female cultivator was stunned for a moment, but then her face turned as cold as ice. She coldly said, "Are you still a man? Is this how you treat a female cultivator?" "Of course I'm a man." I's dual cultivation partner was the clearest about this. "Fellow Taoist doesn't need to worry about me," Xiaohua said with a smile. "As for the treatment of female cultivators, I don't have enough experience. Please forgive me if I've been rude." "You." The female cultivator said the word "you" again. Then, she looked around and saw that there were already people paying attention to them. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "I already had my eyes on this item. How could you snatch it away from me?" "Oh, how about this?" Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the high platform and said, "Since the ruler is here, let's let this devil tool bid again. I came late just now. Let's start again?" This time, the female cultivator didn't fall for his trick. She sighed and said, "If I had spirit stones, would I have waited until now?" Xiaohua smiled and pointed at it. "Isn't this the same as the starting price? You could have just bid at that time." The female cultivator looked at Xiaohua with her starry eyes and nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist, you really just arrived." Then she explained, "The current bid is already 50% of the original price. In the previous rounds, it was 90% at the beginning, then 80% until now. I've always been afraid that someone would snatch it away. Now I can finally afford to bid, but you snatched it away. Moreover, if you snatched it away from me, this item, I'm afraid I'd really have to bid again." The female cultivator said faintly, "I've been looking for this item for a long time. I came to Bright City this time precisely for this item. Is this item very important to fellow Taoist?" Xiaohua asked curiously. A trace of vigilance flashed through the female cultivator's eyes, and she asked, "If I say it's important, can you give it to me?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "I don't know yet." At this moment, a brilliance flashed on the high platform, and Zai Qi's figure slowly emerged. Obviously, a new round of bidding was about to begin. Forget it. The female cultivator glared fiercely at Xiaohua, then turned around and left. Xiaohua shrugged, took out spirit stones, placed them on a jade plate, and slowly returned to his seat. Zaiqi went up to the high platform and glanced at the things floating around. Almost no one moved, but he remained calm and composed. He formed hand seals, and with a flash of brilliance, all the items fell on the high platform and disappeared. At the same time, the demonic tools on the edge of the high platform also disappeared without a trace. All right, there's still 10 minutes before the last round of bidding. Fellow Taoist who still wants to consign something for sale, please hurry up, Zaiqi said with a smile. The items consigned by fellow Taoist will be appraised by my Haoming City's dedicated consecrators. It's absolutely fair. However, fellow Taoist must give 10% of the items to my Haoming City. Xiaohua sat on his seat, listless as he listened to Zaiqi's nonsense. However, his mind was thinking about that female cultivator just now. If this female cultivator was concerned about the demonic tools, it would be normal. But why did she care about the demonic spear's tail? Moreover, this female cultivator's strength isn't ordinary. She's the strongest cultivator I've ever seen. Oh, Xiaohua thought and placed the demonic spear's tip, shaft, and tail together. Sure enough, there was still a section of the spear shaft missing. So that's how it is. Xiaohua realized. This female cultivator should still have a section of the spear shaft, so she wanted to match it with the demonic spear's tail. Oh no, I offended that female cultivator just now. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the demonic spear shaft. Is there any other fellow Taoist who wants to consign something for sale? Zaiqi finally asked. Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He took out a very damaged magic tool from the storage pouch he got from the golden core cultivator in the Inkcloud Black Forest and threw it on the table next to him. A brilliance flashed on the table, and the magic tool disappeared. That golden core cultivator must have gone to the Inkcloud Black Forest to pick up the items. Maybe he even picked them up for a long time. The items in these two storage pouches are strange. The jade slips are easy to understand, but the magic tools are troublesome. No matter how I look at them, I can't figure out their origins. Why don't I ask the Haoming City's consecrators to help me take a look? Xiaohua thought to himself as he watched the brilliance on the table disappear. Soon, the first items consigned for sale appeared in front of Zaiqi and were placed on several jade plates. Zaiqi pointed his hand, and one of the jade plates flew in front of him. Zaiqi opened the silk cloth and scanned it with his divine sense. He laughed. Hee, I knew it. There are still some fellow Taoists who have good things but won't take them out until the last moment. The quality of this magic tool isn't bad. It's not much inferior to the magic tools in the previous auction. Chapter 2064. Soon after, Zaiqi quoted a number of spirit stones according to the price on the jade plate. Then, he gave a simple explanation of the magic tool's function and origin. And it's really not bad. Xiaohua naturally had no interest in this magic tool. But after listening to Zaiqi's tireless explanation of the magic tool's ins and outs, and hearing that the price was appropriate, he couldn't help but nod inwardly. This magic tool obviously caused a small stir. Many Foundation establishment cultivators began to slowly bid, and the number of spirit stones increased. This made Xiaohua puzzled. It can't be, right? No matter what, it's just a magic tool. Everyone here is a Foundation establishment cultivator. Even if they don't have one, won't their sect give one? Why must they compete like this? But then Xiaohua understood. Although the sect would give magic tools, it also depended on the sect. Not to mention the state of Shi's three cultivation sects. The Imperial Thunder sect and the Rinsing Flower sect might be able to give each of them one. But the problem was, what about the other sects? At least Xiaohua knew that the previous Shang Huaming didn't have this strength. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that these Foundation establishment cultivators were bidding for these magic tools for their own juniors. Thinking of his juniors, Xiaohua was a bit worried. He had promised his eldest senior brother that he would give Xiang Zhili a great magical ability. But what magical ability? How would he explain it when the time came? Soon after, Zaiqi bid for many other strange things, but Xiaohua didn't care. What he wanted was a cultivation method for refining the body or tempering the bones. His space didn't lack these odds and ends. All right, this old man has another good thing here. Zaichi clapped his hands in disappointment. The silk covering the jade plate was removed, and a light cyan jade slip appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Cultivation method? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but straighten his back slightly. His movement wasn't obvious, but in the eyes of a certain person it was clear. This jade slip doesn't record any cultivation method, nor is it about refining tools or creating talismans. Zaichi looked at the jade slip in his hand and said with a smile. Oh, everyone was disappointed, and Xiao Hua even sat down. However, this is also a special item that appeared in my auction today. Zaichi seemed to be whetting everyone's appetites. After a short pause, he continued. This jade slip contains a description in the Devil Realm's language. This is something that is rarely seen in auctions in Haoming City. Tisk, a cultivator, sneered rudely. Senior, you're exaggerating. What do we not have at the auction in Haoming City? Even if the written descriptions in the demon realm were scarce, what was the use? We are not demonic cultivators, nor can we wield demonic artifacts. What use do we have for this thing? Hee, fellow Taoist, please calm down. Zaichi looked at the cultivator whose cultivation was lower than his and didn't get angry. He said, I only said that this thing was rare. I didn't mention the price. Oh. However, as the manager spoke, he was a bit stunned. He scratched his head and said self-deprecatingly, I was wrong. This item was actually set by the fellow Taoist who put it up for sale. Haha, and the price isn't low. As he spoke, the Chancellor spoke a number that was definitely not low. Is there something wrong with this guy? The cultivator who spoke muttered, which Foundation establishment cultivator would take out so many spirit stones for this thing? However, before he could finish speaking, a voice said, I want it. When everyone's divine senses swept over, they found that the person who spoke was Xiao Hua. At this moment, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. It was really like someone giving him a pillow when he was feeling sleepy. Wasn't he lacking a jade slip that could read thousands of characters in the demon realm? Sick. When the cultivator saw that an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator like him actually stood up to bid, he could only shake his head and sit down. Xiao Hua stood there with a smile. He was a bit impatient. He knew very well that although the price of the spirit stones just now was lower than the previous magic tools and medicinal pills, it was definitely not low for this kind of almost useless jade slip. It could even be said to be very high. Who would bid against him for this? Moreover, Xiao Hua didn't think that there were many cultivators present who had more spirit stones in their storage pouches than he did. However, without waiting for him to stand for a moment, without waiting for the Chancellor to ask another question, he heard a clear voice laughing not far away. Sure enough, fellow Taoist knows his stuff. I have no choice but to raise the price. Huh, it's actually that female cultivator just now. Xiao Hua was stunned at first, but after a sweep with his divine sense, he immediately understood. This female cultivator also wants the demon tool, so of course she wants this jade slip. Immediately, Xiao Hua raised the price without hesitation. And that female cultivator also seemed to be determined. She added spirit stones bit by bit. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the price of this jade slip had reached an extremely high level. However, Xiao Hua was still indifferent. This number of spirit stones was still very low. However, hearing that female cultivator's calm and unruffled bid, Xiao Hua was a bit bewildered. He secretly said, just now, this female cultivator said that she didn't have many spirit stones and wanted to take advantage of the situation to get the demon spear shaft. How come she has spirit stones now? Could it be that she was lying to me? Alas, I don't have many spirit stones left. At this time, that female cultivator said regretfully, I can only add up to this point. If fellow Taoist raises the price again, I can only give up. Xiao Hua frowned, rolled his eyes, and cupped his hands. So it's like this. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Since that's the case, I can't snatch what you like even more. I won't raise the price. This jade slip belongs to fellow Taoist. Ah? The female cultivator obviously didn't expect Xiao Hua to give up so easily. She was astonished, stamping her feet, and asked, You, how can you not raise the price? Xiao Hua laughed, and everyone else also laughed. I gave this jade slip to you, and you're actually not happy? You even want I to raise the price? What kind of logic is this? That female cultivator said, a few times, but she was also helpless and could only sit down. All right, this item belongs to this fellow Taoist. Zai Chi smiled and pointed his finger. But right after that, Zai Chi was also a little stunned. However, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he clapped his hand. That jade slip disappeared, but a light flashed next to the female cultivator. Obviously, it was transferred to the female cultivator's table. Soon after, Zai Chi waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in midair. Zai Chi glanced at it, and was even more surprised. He said with a smile, "Strange things happen every year, but this year, my Haoming city has the most." This foundation-building pill has become increasingly rare in the auction in recent years, just like the exquisite grass used to concoct foundation-building pills. It's getting rarer every year. Every sect, and even every cultivator, treasures this item so that they can keep it for their own disciples. The previous 2 bottles of foundation-building pills already caused a sensation, and in the last round of the auction, the penultimate item to be auctioned is actually a foundation-building pill? Ah, foundation-building pill. It's really a foundation-building pill? Who would still take it out? Several cultivators around Xiaohua unconsciously stood up. Huh, why do you say that? Xiaohua was stunned. He remembered that when he participated in the auction last time, foundation-building pills were indeed rare. But it seemed that they weren't this rare. Listening to Zai Chi's tone, the number of foundation-building pills had actually become fewer and fewer in the past 10 years. Alright, these are 2 foundation-building pills. The starting price is 100 top-grade spirit stones. Zai Chi stated the starting price that Xiaohua knew was 5 times the starting price. Good. Xiaohua immediately understood. No wonder when he entered Haoming City that day and gave Bai Fengliang several foundation-building pills, that guy's face was filled with gratitude. It turned out, in the current cultivation world, foundation-building pills were actually so rare. 850. Xiaohua had just started to sigh with emotion when the price of foundation-building pills soared by 50%. Crazy. Xiaohua shook his head and sat steadily on his seat. Looking at everyone's eagerness, he had other plans in his mind. In the end, the 2 foundation-building pills were sold for 200 top-grade spirit stones. This made many foundation-building cultivators sigh. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua thought for a moment and cupped his hands towards the cultivator beside him. I don't quite understand. Why are these foundation-building pills so precious? When did fellow Taoist build his foundation? That cultivator didn't answer but asked instead. I'm ashamed. It's already been 40 years. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. And fellow Taoist hasn't taken in a disciple yet, right? That's right. That's right. The cultivator nodded and said, since fellow Taoist doesn't use foundation-building pills, you naturally wouldn't have thought that foundation-building pills would suddenly become scarce in the past 10 years. The question is, why are they scarce? Xiaohua asked, puzzled. That cultivator shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, I heard some vague news. Fellow Taoist looks familiar and feels like old friends at first sight. That's why I revealed it to you. You can't tell others. Xiaohua's expression turned cold, and he said in all seriousness, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. And I heard that the heavenly Tao has changed greatly. My Tao sect has already reached its end. The ancient celestials will once again revive from overseas. In the future, it might be the world of the celestials. The cultivator was even more serious. The spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits that we use for cultivation are all different from before. All the medicinal pills that are required for cultivation can no longer be refined. Therefore, not only have the prices of spiritual herbs and other things increased, even the important medicinal pills like foundation-building pills have been hoarded by cultivators and won't be revealed in the auction again. Ah? Xiaohua was stunned. However, without waiting for him to speak, that cultivator said proudly, not only that, the spirit stone veins have also undergone great changes. They can no longer be used for cultivation. Many large sects are crazily fighting over spirit stone veins outside. These spirit stones will also become scarce in the future. Xiaohua originally didn't want to believe this cultivator's words, but he had seen Xianghua sect snatching the spirit stone veins with his own eyes. He could not believe these words. Seeing Xiaohua's bewildered appearance, that cultivator turned his head very disdainfully. That's right, such ordinary cautiousness scared an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator into a daze. How could he not be proud? Fellow Taoists, this is the last item in the final round of this auction. The Chancellor, who was on the high platform, ignored Xiaohua's thoughts and said loudly, Generally speaking, the consecrators of the Haoming city will save the most valuable items for last. I'm afraid that the foundation building elixir just now was done by them. Chapter 2065. Come, let's see what the final item is. Zai Qi lifted the silk cloth and glanced at the jade slip on the jade plate. He was stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he sent a voice transmission to someone behind him. After confirming, he smiled bitterly and said, "Even I was surprised by this item. I've made a fool of myself." Then he picked up the jade slip, looked at it a few times, and said, "Allow this poor Taoist to keep everyone guessing. What is this? Huh, could it be that this item has an origin?" A cultivator stood up and smiled. "Can I take a look?" "Of course." Zai Qi waved his hand, and the jade plate flew to the cultivator. The cultivator picked up the rhombus-shaped magic tool with four missing corners and pondered for a long time. He shook his head and said, "The spiritual energy fluctuations in this item are weak. It must be seriously damaged. It will take a lot of effort to repair it. Moreover, one's spiritual sense can only see the surface. It seems to be able to penetrate it, but there's a faint barrier that prevents it from entering. I can't see what kind of magic tool it is." The other cultivators were also very interested, but they couldn't see any clues. "Let me take a look." A cultivator in a mesmerizing robe said in a deep voice. "Let me take a look first." Similarly, another mesmerizing robe cultivator sitting on the other side said in unison. Then, the first mesmerizing robe cultivator waved his hand, and the jade plate flew in his direction. It seemed like it was about to break free from Zai Qi's control. At the same time, the other mesmerizing robe cultivator stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The jade plate also flew in his direction. "Seniors," Zai Qi frowned and said, "please let go. This item has been appraised by our Haoming city's consecrators. It's a famous magic tool from 1,000 years ago called the Mist Puppet. If you like it, please bid." "What? A magic tool?" Xiaohua was stunned. Obviously, this was the so-called magic tool he threw into the transportation array on the table. "Mist Puppet? This is the Mist Puppet that is said to be able to create an illusion array on its own?" A cultivator looked at the damaged Mist Puppet in disbelief. "That's right." The Zai Qi nodded. "However, the corrosion on its surface is particularly severe. Not only does it look completely different from before, even the outer formation has been destroyed. According to the consecrated speculation, it should be because the owner of the Black Mist tree had died in the Black Mist forest, and the Black Mist tree had been corroded by the Black Mist sand for thousands of years. It is also because of this that Mo Bao, who has not been seen in the Black Forest for thousands of years, has blown this item out of the Black Forest, allowing it to see the light of day again. Since it's the Wu Qi, this poor Taoist won't say too much about how powerful it is. The core of this magic treasure is as good as new. If any fellow Taoist can repair it, it will be able to regain the power of the Wu Qi from 1,000 years ago. As the Chancellor spoke, he took the Wu Qi into his hand and reported a number of spirit stones that shocked Xiaohua. That's right, this was a transcendent artifact. Although it was damaged, its core was still intact. It was much more useful than those fragments and so on. How could it not have a good starting price? Hearing the number of spirit stones, the stingy Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. He had only thought this was an ordinary magic tool. However, he immediately laughed inwardly. There are many similar items in this little master's space. I'll take one out and test it out. I'll know that these things have their origins. In the future, I'll slowly find out how to use them. At worst, I'll take it out and bid for some spirit stones. That's better than not knowing its value, right? The Mist Puppet was indeed famous. Very quickly, the price reached a very high price. The crowd of Foundation establishment cultivators stopped and watched the two cultivators that the Chancellor called seniors bid. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the Mist Puppet was finally won by the second Mist Puppet cultivator. "All right, fellow Taoists." After the Mist Puppet cultivator delivered the spirit stones, the Chancellor clapped his hand. The entire hall flashed with brilliance, and all the cultivators' tables lit up. A storage pouch naturally appeared on Xiaohua's table. Xiaohua reached out and put it into his bosom. After the brilliance flashed, the Chancellor said, "This time, the auction for Foundation establishment cultivators has come to an end. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming to my Haoming city. 5 years later, My Haoming city will still hold the auction for Foundation Establishment cultivators. I welcome fellow Taoists to come again. In addition, fellow Taoists who consign the mist puppet cultivators, your spirit stones have already been delivered. Please check and accept them. If there's anything inappropriate, please don't leave the auction. My Haoming city will help you deal with it. Immediately, the entire high platform radiated rays of light in all directions. All kinds of brilliance flashed, and rainbow bridges stretched out from the high platform to the feet of the cultivators. Let's go! Xiaohua sighed inwardly. He floated onto the nearest rainbow bridge, only to see the rainbow bridge slowly shrink. At this moment, Xiaohua heard a crisp and urgent voice say, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Xiaohua turned around and saw that thin and weak-looking female cultivator. She was waving at him and seemed to want to fly over. Unfortunately, before she could fly, the Chancellor, who had disappeared a moment ago, appeared in front of her. He seemed to be looking for her. "Fellow Taoist, please wait for me outside. I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist." The female cultivator was somewhat embarrassed. After shouting at Xiaohua a few times, she turned around and spoke to the Chancellor. Xiaohua didn't respond. Obviously, the female cultivator wanted to get the devil's spear tail from him, and Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't give it away. Xiaohua followed the rainbow bridge out of the auction. His expression changed as he waited. Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. After thinking for a moment, he flew to the side of the city guard who was guarding the auction. Without waiting for him to speak, the city guard respectfully saluted and said, "Greetings, Senior. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Well, I don't understand." Xiaohua asked, "I specially came to Haoming City to look for some body-refining cultivation methods in this auction. But there wasn't a single one in the entire auction. Haoming City's auction doesn't live up to its name." The city guard was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Xiaohua to ask him such a question. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he smiled apologetically and said, "Junior wants to ask Senior. Does Senior want this cultivation method for your future nephew?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "This cultivation method is what I want to use." "Hee, Senior must be joking with Junior." A smile appeared on the city guard's face as he said, "Senior is now in the Foundation Establishment realm, and the Jindan Dao is right in front of you. As long as you cultivate according to this cultivation method, you won't be far from the Jindan Dao, and even the nascent soul realm is in sight. Why are you looking for a body-refining path? If Senior is thinking for your future nephew, Junior might be able to believe it." Hee, fellow Taoist really understands. Xiaohua changed his mind and said with a smile, "Hee, Junior has seen a lot of things, that's all." The city guard was somewhat proud as he said, "Since it's a cultivation method used by aura-refining disciples, it naturally has to be found in the auction for aura-refining cultivators. Senior came to this auction for Foundation Establishment cultivators, so it's natural for you to use a bamboo basket to draw water." Chapter 2066. Not necessarily. Xiaohua said with a smile. Foundation-building pills also appeared in the auction just now. Don't tell me foundation-building pills aren't for aura-refining disciples? The city guard replied confidently, "Senior is a foundation-building cultivator, so you must know the quality of foundation-building pills and whether they can be used or not. But what about body-refining cultivation techniques? Do you know if they're suitable for your disciples? I'm afraid you're the only one who knows this kind of cultivation technique, right?" Ha, Xiaohua laughed. He clapped his hands and took out a few spirit stones, stuffed them into the city guard's hands, and said, "Fellow Taoist is right. I'm really bad." The city guard reached out his hand without leaving a trace and caught the spirit stones. Soon after, he whispered a few words to Xiaohua through telepathy, making him beam with joy. Right at this moment, a figure rushed out of the auction very quickly. She looked all around with a somewhat anxious expression on her face. It was the strong but thin female cultivator from just now. Xiaohua had already regained his original appearance. Whether it was his face or figure, he had already changed. Only his Taoist robe hadn't been changed. The female cultivator first saw Xiaohua's Taoist robe. Her happy expression only flashed for a moment before it was replaced by heavy disappointment. "City guard, have you seen?" The female cultivator shouted at the city guard and described Xiaohua's disguised appearance. "Senior, please no." The city guard was still respectful. Junior has never seen a senior with this kind of appearance. Oh, the female cultivator nodded and asked Xiaohua somewhat unwillingly. Has fellow Taoist seen him before? That cultivator wore the same Taoist robe as fellow Taoist. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a smile, I haven't seen him either. However, is there something fellow Taoist didn't say inside? How did you find him outside? Alas, the female cultivator sighed and said reluctantly, I have some matters to attend to. Right at this moment, a voice said, Xiaober, is that guy here? Brother Ming, that cultivator disappeared a long time ago. The female cultivator called Xiaober turned her head in disappointment. It's all Xiaober's fault for acting on my own and provoking a senior from Haoming City. Alas, Xiaohua raised his head to look. A tall and sturdy man who was half a head taller than him slowly walked over. This cultivator was dressed strangely. His arms and legs were exposed, and his skin was covered with black hair. He was like a thick pillar. Ah, a middle foundation establishment cultivator? Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and he looked at the female cultivator. This female cultivator doesn't seem to be a good person. I don't know what she's planning. As a result, Xiaohua dispelled the idea of continuing to collude with Xiaober. He turned around and flew towards the residence of the aura refining cultivators. Forget it, Xiaober. Since we can't find it, then forget it. The male cultivator smiled and said, There are so many demonic artifacts. You can just find another one and try to repair it. Why do you only want that one? Sigh, Brother Ming, you don't know, Xiaober said as she flew. That demonic device has an extraordinary origin, and Xiaober learned about it from the ancient records in her clan. If it wasn't for the fact that there was something special inside the demonic spear, Xiaober wouldn't have been able to imagine it. How did a weapon that was recorded in ancient times fall into the hands of the demon realm? Furthermore, it has become a demonic artifact. So that's how it is. That male cultivator suddenly understood and smiled apologetically. How would I know about these things? Only a skilled craftsman like Xiaober in the clan can look up the ancient records in the clan. Sigh, let's go. Xiaober sighed and said, Not only did we not get that demonic spear, but we also lost some spirit stones. In this way, there are some things that can't be exchanged. I understand now. That male cultivator slapped his forehead and said, Brother Ming, what did you think of? Xiaober asked curiously. The male cultivator said naively, Since that guy snatched the demonic spear's tail from you, then he might have seen something. Maybe he also has the same broken spear as you. Xiaober was speechless. Her thoughts were naturally the same as Xiaohua's. She also thought of the other party's situation, which was why she was determined to find Xiaohua. Let's go, Brother Ming. Let's go to the shops in Haoming City and see if there's anything that can be exchanged. Xiaober said indifferently. A moment after Xiaohua and the others left, Yanyu flew over and very familiarly walked in front of the city guard. He quietly stuffed a few spirit stones into the guard's hand and whispered a few words. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the city guard's face, but after thinking for a moment, he answered with a smile. Hearing this, Yanyu's face showed a satisfied expression. Soon after, he handed over a few more spirit stones. Xiaohua flew into the area where the aura refining cultivators lived. Without waiting for the city guard to come over, just like before, several aura refining cultivators came over to strike up a conversation. Xiaohua smiled and said, I want to go to Yutian Paradise. Who among you knows? Sure enough, a seemingly quick-witted aura refining cultivator quickly raised his hand and said, Senior, this junior knows. And good, you take I there. Senior, please. After saying that aura refining cultivator led the way and flew up first. After flying for several breaths, that aura refining cultivator asked cautiously, Senior, what do you always want to go to Yutian Paradise to look for? Xiaohua smiled and said, Are you very familiar with Yutian Paradise? Hearing Xiaohua's response, a smile appeared on that cultivator's face and he answered, Yutian Paradise is specially set up by Haoming City for us aura refining cultivators. It's for our convenience. Soon after, he explained in detail, Senior, you must also know that Haoming City holds auctions of different scales every 5 years, every 10 years, and even every 100 years. However, we aura refining cultivators have a rather urgent need for medicinal pills, yellow talismans, spiritual plants, and so on. We can't compare to seniors who have a long lifespan, so we can wait. However, if it's an ordinary shop, it's difficult to distinguish the quality and authenticity of these things. It's even possible that we'll be targeted by bystanders, which could lead to disaster. Therefore, Haoming City opened this Yutian paradise in the residences of aura refining cultivators. It specializes in purchasing medicinal pills, spiritual plants, and even cultivation methods from aura refining cultivators and reselling them to aura refining cultivators who need them. To be honest, this Yutian paradise is a shop exclusively run by Haoming City. Junior. I don't go there often. The prices of the things there are quite high, and Junior often doesn't have enough spirit stones. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask more about the details of Yutian Paradise, but after hearing that this cultivator didn't go there often, he knew that even if he asked, it would only be hearsay. He might as well go there himself, so he didn't ask anymore. On the contrary, Xiaohua no longer asked about the cultivator. He was a little anxious and racked his brains to talk about some interesting things he heard. However, Xiaohua didn't find these useful. After all, Xiaohua was passing by Haoming City, and what that cultivator said wasn't what he wanted to know at all. By the way, do you know the rock border sect of the Lian state? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, are there any disciples of their sect in Haoming City? Well, the cultivator looked awkward and smiled apologetically. Senior, I seem to have heard of this cultivation sect, but I've never heard of any of their disciples traveling in Haoming City. Xiaohua didn't comment. Senior, this is Yutian Paradise. The aura refining cultivator stopped in midair, pointed at a rather large immortal's cave in front of them, and smiled apologetically. Junior, won't accompany Senior inside. Please forgive me. Seeing that the immortal's cave was guarded by Haoming City's city guards and that there were many cultivators going in and out, including both aura refining and foundation building cultivators, Xiaohua nodded and said, thank you for your trouble. After saying that, he flew towards the immortal's cave, ignoring the cultivator. Senior, that cultivator was a little anxious, but he didn't dare to speak loudly. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand, causing several spirit stones to fly towards the cultivator. Thank you, Senior. The regret in the cultivator's eyes turned into surprise. He quickly took the spirit stones and bowed to express his gratitude. When Xiaohua landed in front of Yutian Paradise, he saw the city guard quickly salute him. Several aura refining cultivators going in and out also stopped and respectfully invited Xiaohua to enter. Xiaohua was different from the other foundation building cultivators who held their heads high. He nodded slightly at those cultivators and city guards before quickly walking in. Oh, it's so big. You're really considerate. Xiaohua entered the immortal's cave and saw that the huge immortal's cave was divided into several floors. There were many steps on the stone walls leading to different heights, and there were similar shops lined up at each height. Apart from the shops, there were no shop assistants to welcome customers. Everything was the same as the shops Xiaohua had seen before. Senior, what are you looking for? A cultivator wearing a brand new robe stepped forward and asked respectfully. Junior is Haoming City's city guard. I'm here to guide Senior and fellow Taoists in this immortal's cave. Oh, I want to see aura refining cultivation methods. Where are they? Xiaohua knew that the things here had all been appraised by Haoming City's consecrators, so the possibility of him encountering rare things wasn't high. Therefore, he went straight to the point and asked. The city guard didn't find it strange and said with a smile, Senior, please go to the 4th floor. There are cultivation methods required by aura refining cultivators there. I hope Senior will be satisfied. Do you need Junior to take you there? Oh, is there really even cultivation methods for aura refining? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He naturally thought of his predicament back then when he didn't have any cultivation methods. Then he shook his head and said, No need, I will go there myself. Senior, please. The city guard smiled and pointed in the direction to the 4th floor. Xiaohua was full of curiosity when he went up to the 4th floor. He randomly found a shop and went in. Senior, what kind of cultivation methods do you need? The person who greeted him was still the same city guard in the same robe. Xiaohua didn't say anything. Instead, he looked up and sized up this shop. He saw that this shop was an oval-shaped space that was more than 100 feet in size. It was divided into dozens of partitions, and each partition had a city guard standing straight, as if they were responsible for their own duties. Xiaohua was standing inside the shop, facing a crescent-shaped table with several balls of different colors on it. The city guard who greeted him was standing in front of these balls. What kind of cultivation methods do you have here? Xiaohua asked in return. He was indeed very curious about the cultivation methods he could buy here. Senior, please know. The cultivation methods in my Yutian paradise are roughly divided into 5 categories: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Senior, please tell Junior what attribute Senior's nephew is, so that Junior can recommend different cultivation methods for Senior. The city guard was still very respectful. Yes, my nephew is of the earth attribute, Xiaohua replied. Chapter 2067. Earth attribute cultivation methods are the most abundant. Senior, please. The city guard led Xiaohua to a partition and clapped his hand. A brilliant light flashed on the table inside the partition, and a jade slip appeared. The city guard picked it up, handed it to Xiaohua, and said, Senior, please take a look. Which one do you need? Xiaohua took the jade slip and saw that it wasn't a cultivation method, but the names of various cultivation methods. There were actually thousands of them. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen many aura refining cultivation methods in the Imperial Thunder sect, but that was the Imperial Thunder sect, a famous cultivation sect in the state of Shi. Moreover, those aura refining cultivation methods weren't passed on to outsiders and could only be cultivated by the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. This Haoming city actually put thousands of aura refining cultivation methods for sale here, which really shocked Xiaohua. But then, Xiaohua's heart was moved again, and he asked with a smile, what's the highest level of cultivation method in here? Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, the city guard answered, at most, the 4th level of the aura refining realm. Does Senior want to take a look? How many spirit stones do you need? Xiaohua asked calmly. The city guard rolled his eyes and said with a smile, since Senior came to buy, then you must have a heart. Junior won't be polite, and will give Senior the most practical price. As he said that, he whispered to Xiaohua and told him a number that made Xiaohua dumbfounded. Ah, so high. Xiaohua pretended to exaggerate. This number. I can bid for a damaged magic weapon. The city guard wasn't nervous at all and said with a smile, Senior must be joking with Junior. How could a damaged magic weapon have such a price? Moreover, this is a cultivation method. As long as Senior's nephew has the aptitude, he can immediately step into the ranks of cultivators and be able to do whatever he wants in the Dawn Rain continent like Senior. Xiaohua didn't express his opinion. Such a price for a cultivation method was reasonable. Just as the city guard said, this was a cultivation method, which was very rare. Since he could buy it with spirit stones, wouldn't it be much more convenient than looking for it like a headless fly? Are there any higher level techniques? Xiaohua frowned. The city guard hesitated for a moment before he smiled apologetically and said, I'll let you know, Senior. The Jade Field Grotto Heaven in Haoming City only has this kind of cultivation technique. As for higher level cultivation techniques, you'll have to look for them elsewhere. Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to ask if there were any body refining and bone tempering techniques, a voice came from behind him. Fellow Taoist, may I ask, is this the place to collect cultivation techniques? A timid voice sounded out, I have here an unknown body refining cultivation method. I don't know how many spirit stones can be produced here. Or perhaps you can exchange it for some other qi refining technique? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. When he turned his head to look, he saw a short qi refining cultivator with a slightly pale face standing at the entrance of the shop. The cultivator was around the 4th layer of the qi refining realm. His eyes darted around and his expression was somewhat flustered, as if he was very shy. Senior, the city guard accompanying Xiaohua whispered, but Xiaohua waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't speak. The city guard had no choice but to accompany Xiaohua, not daring to speak. Fellow Taoist. The city guard closest to the shop naturally walked over quickly and asked warmly, May I know where fellow Taoist's cultivation technique is? We'll have to ask the consecrator to come over and appraise it before we can give you a corresponding price to exchange for other cultivation techniques. The cultivator bit his lip and asked, It's said that the Jade Field Grotto Heaven only has cultivation techniques up to the 4th layer of the qi refining realm. What I need is a cultivation technique that leads directly to the foundation building realm. May I know if the Jade Field Grotto Heaven has it? That depends on how good fellow Taoist's body refining technique is. The city guard smiled and said, If it's rare, the consecrator will give a suggestion, and fellow Taoist's request will certainly be satisfied. Where is fellow Taoist's cultivation technique? I just came here to ask. A trace of redness appeared on the cultivator's face. If Haoming City can satisfy my request, I can bring the cultivation technique over for appraisal. And then I'll have to ask fellow Taoist to bring the body refining technique over first. The city guard wasn't impatient and just dealt with the cultivator patiently. Oh, all right. The cultivator nodded slightly and turned around to leave without hesitation. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he nodded slightly at the city guard accompanying him before hastily chasing after the cultivator. Behind him, various expressions flashed through the eyes of the group of Haoming City's city guards. Some were regretful, some were resentful, and some were angry. However, sympathy was indeed sympathy, but none of them took any further action, even if it was something as trivial as raising their hands to remind the cultivator. Xiaohua left the shop and unexpectedly didn't see the cultivator. Xiaohua hastily released his divine sense and looked around. That guy actually slipped away so quickly? It seems that it wasn't a trap. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and thought to himself pensively. He had just come to the Jade Field Grotto Heaven to look for a body refining technique, and an chi refining cultivator came to sell a similar cultivation technique. This couldn't help but arouse his suspicion. However, he didn't regret not being able to see the chi refining cultivator. After all, what he was looking for was a bone-tempering technique. The body refining technique was just an excuse. It seems that I can't have high hopes for this Jade Field Grotto Heaven. Xiaohua had seen this shop before and knew that Haoming City was behind it. For chi refining cultivators, the Jade Field Grotto Heaven might be an excellent place, but for foundation-building cultivators like him, it probably didn't have any real meaning. With that thought in mind, Xiaohua glanced at the shop and walked towards the 5th floor. Just as he reached the 5th floor, he saw the thin and weak cultivator from before still in a hurry, as if he had ulterior motives. Oh, so he came to the 5th floor to inquire. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Just now, his divine sense was only focused on looking down, but he didn't expect the cultivator to actually go to the 5th floor. Greetings, senior. The cultivator's divine sense swept past Xiaohua, and he promptly stood to the side respectfully, bowing and saluting as he waited for Xiaohua to go first. Xiaohua walked in front of the cultivator, stopped, and looked at the cultivator from head to toe. Under Xiaohua's gaze, the cultivator was abnormally embarrassed. His hands slightly shrunk into his Taoist robe, and when his eyes met Xiaohua's gaze, he felt as if he was being stabbed, and he hastily avoided it. Say, senior. The cultivator timidly probed. Is there something you need, senior? This old man has something to ask you. Xiaohua said amiably. Senior. The cultivator gathered his courage and said, Is there anything this junior can help you with? Oh, just now this old man heard you mention a nameless body refining technique in the shop. Can you let this old man take a look? Xiaohua said with a smile, This old man is looking for a body refining technique for my nephew. If this technique is suitable, this old man won't be stingy with any spirit stones. A trace of vigilance immediately appeared on the cultivator's face. His eyes moved up and down, sizing up Xiaohua for a long time before he said in a low voice, How many spirit stones can senior pay? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Calm to vote for it. Chapter 2068. As long as it's a suitable cultivation technique, I can definitely satisfy you. I can even give you a suitable chi refinement cultivation technique. Xiaohua said with a smile. Seeing a trace of disappointment in the cultivator's eyes, Xiaohua smiled and untied the storage pouch at his waist. He handed it to the cultivator and said, Take a look. Are these spirit stones to your satisfaction? The cultivator took the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. Joy and slight greed appeared in his eyes. The hand that was holding the storage pouch even shrank a few times. He said anxiously, Of course. I'm satisfied. That's good. Where's your cultivation technique? Let me take a look. Xiaohua nodded slightly. This. The cultivator smiled apologetically and said, I do have a body refining cultivation technique, but, Senior, do you think I can carry it with me in the storage pouch? Xiaohua frowned. He understood why the cultivator was just asking in the shop and didn't do anything. Forget it, Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and reached out to take the storage pouch. At this moment, the cultivator stretched out the storage pouch and reluctantly shrank it back. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior, I left the cultivation technique outside Haoming City. If you're willing, can you follow me? But at this point, the cultivator thought of something and his face turned a little pale. What? You actually dare to ask me to follow you outside Haoming City? Xiaohua looked at the cultivator with interest. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The cultivator was indeed afraid and handed the storage pouch over. However, just as Xiaohua took the storage pouch, the cultivator shrank his hand again. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior, can you wait for me here? I'll give you the cultivation technique jade slip right away. Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the cultivator and pointed at the storage bag. This old man can wait here, but you'll have to return the storage bag to this old man. Forget it. The cultivator gritted his teeth, put the storage pouch in front of his eyes, and said, I've always been very good at judging people. Senior has talked to me for so long, and you're not annoyed at all. Instead, you're very modest, so I trust you. You're definitely not the kind of senior who forgets righteousness for profit and bullies me at will. Xiaohua nodded slightly, retracted his hand, and said, You can take the storage pouch, but this old man still wants to see your body refinement technique. If it's suitable, you can take these spirit stones. If it's not suitable, this old man will still take them back. Yes, I understand. Junior will definitely satisfy Senior. That cultivator's face flushed red as he hurriedly said without thinking. Let's go, lead the way. Xiaohua said. Senior, please. The cultivator carefully put away the storage pouch, raised his hand, and led the way. The two of them left the Yutian cave and quickly left the mountain range. The cultivator stuck a flying talisman on his body and led the way in front. Xiaohua followed behind the cultivator at a moderate pace. Along the way, many cultivators saluted Xiaohua very respectfully with different expressions in their eyes. Obviously, they also had different guesses about the two of them. After leaving the mountain range of Haoming City, they arrived at the prosperous area surrounded by the mountain range. It was where all the cultivation sect's shops and strongholds were located in Haoming City. At the same time, there were also many ordinary inns. Xiaohua originally thought that the aura refining cultivator would stay in an ordinary inn, and that the body refining jade slip would also be placed in the inn. Unexpectedly, the aura refining cultivator flew straight through the largest prosperous area and headed straight out of Haoming City. Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged, but there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. At this moment, the cultivator turned around and smiled apologetically. I just came to Haoming City a few days ago and missed the auction. Moreover, the spirit stones in my bag were really limited, so I couldn't bear to spend them on these inns. Therefore, I hid the jade slip and other important things outside the city. Let's go. Xiaohua smiled. If you're not afraid, why should I be afraid? Yes, a hint of panic flashed in the cultivator's eyes. He seemed to be afraid of Xiaohua, so he lowered his head and didn't say anything else. After leaving Haoming City, the cultivator kept heading west, which was different from the direction Xiaohua had entered Haoming City. The surrounding scenery was also very different. At first, there were lush vegetation, but soon, the mountain terrain became dangerous. The vegetation also withered, and the dead trees began to point toward the sky. Senior, don't worry. I hid the storage bag in a mountain stream. We'll be there soon. The cultivator, who had been silent, finally spoke again. Since you're afraid that the cultivation method will be robbed, you should find a safe place. Wouldn't it be easier for someone to take it away if you put it here? Xiaohua said with a smile. I feel that you seem to have some bad intentions towards me. Alas, Senior, you don't know. I'm an itinerant cultivator. I'm often robbed by other cultivators, so I have to be careful. The cultivator smiled bitterly. According to my experience, it's much safer to put it here than to keep it on me. As they spoke, they had already crossed a foothill and saw a spacious place next to a gurgling stream. Senior, please wait a moment. The cultivator turned around and smiled shyly. He pointed at his feet and said, I hid the storage bag there. And go and get it. Xiaohua stopped in midair and said indifferently. The cultivator's figure slowly descended and approached the stream, but he wasn't in a hurry to land. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and peeked behind him from the corner of his eye. It didn't matter if the cultivator didn't look, but when he looked, he was stunned. There was no one at the place where Xiaohua was. The cultivator was slightly stunned and quickly turned around to look. I'm here. Xiaohua's voice sounded above the cultivator's head. Why are you looking for me instead of getting the storage bag? The cultivator's face showed a trace of redness, and there was even a trace of panic. Say, senior. Humph, Xiaohua flicked his large sleeve, and a swift and fierce force was generated, covering the cultivator. Senior, how can you go back on your word? The cultivator sensed something was wrong, and his figure unexpectedly flew up. He did his best to dodge while speaking in a flustered and exasperated manner. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua's figure followed the cultivator, neither too far nor too close. The force of the universe in the sleeve was also evenly distributed. He chuckled and said, I just said I was looking for a body-tempering cultivation method, and you delivered yourself to my door. Moreover, I'm a foundation establishment cultivator, and you actually let me follow you without worry. Don't you think I'll be suspicious? Marshal Uncle Yen, quickly save this brat. When the cultivator heard this, he was really anxious. Seeing that he couldn't dodge Xiaohua's magic power, he hurriedly shouted for help. Xiaohua wore a cold smile, and his divine sense swept over the foothill and the stream's surroundings. Ha ha, Xiaohua, as expected, you're exceptionally cunning. You even saw through my arrangements. With a loud laugh, a light flashed on a rock beside the foothill, and Yen Yu's figure flashed out. However, since you've fallen into my trap, even if you've broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, how can you escape my wrath? What? You don't want this disciple's life anymore? Xiaohua's mouth had a smile that wasn't a smile. His hand tightened, and the cultivator was held in Xiaohua's hand like a little chick. Marshal Uncle Yen, quickly save this brat. The cultivator struggled with all his might, and said anxiously, Senior, you promised that you absolutely wouldn't harm this brat's life. Marshal Uncle Yen? Xiaohua asked indifferently. I've never seen fellow Taoist Yen before, and I don't know when I've offended fellow Taoist Yen. You actually set up a formation here to deal with me? Immediately, Xiaohua's gaze swept over his surroundings again. Oh, you can actually see through these 4 forbidden formations? Yen Yu was somewhat astonished, but then he snorted coldly and said, even if you can see through the formation, what can you do? Heaven's net has a long arm, but nothing escapes. You killed my Yen clan's direct descendant back then, and now you've fallen into my hands. Do you still expect us foundation establishment cultivators to compare with the motley crew of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Yen clan? Heavenly Demon Sect? Xiaohua's expression changed. You are. At this time, Yen Yu waved his hand and took out a triangular formation flag. With a light wave, the figures of Xuanyan schools Xieming, Qianhan, and Liangyu appeared on the other 4 sides of Xiaohua, beside the foothills and the stream. Oh, so it's fellow Taoist from Xuanyan school. Seeing Xieming and Qianhan, Xiaohua came to a realization. You're Yenli, the direct descendant of Xuanyan school, right? That's right, it's me. A trace of malevolence flashed across Yen Yu's face. You and that little girl from the Kai clan actually dared to scheme against my Yen clan's nephew. This old man's only blood relative actually died in your hands. If this old man doesn't kill you with his own hands, how can this old man's wrath be appeased? Humph, avenging a descendant of your blood relatives? Xiaohua sneered. Looking at the cultivator in his hand, he asked, You delivered a disciple of Xuanyan school to this Xiao. Is this disciple's life not worth his life? Only your Yen clan's disciple's life is precious? Moreover, do you think this Xiao doesn't know what your goal is? Ha ha ha, Yen Yu laughed heartily. This disciple is a disciple of Xuanyan school. He needs this old man's help, so it's normal for this old man to make him do things. As for his life and death, it's in your hands. If you kill him, you'll be offending my Xuanyan school. This is different from killing my way, Different. Xiaohua sneered at the aura-refining cultivator. If you want to blame someone, blame your master for not caring about your life and death. Since you dared to get involved with this Xiao, don't think you'll be able to return alive. Senior, please spare. The aura-refining cultivator was extremely terrified, hastily begging for mercy. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's hand still slightly exerted force. With a light crack, the cultivator's neck tilted, and he was crushed to death by Xiaohua. Following a wave of Xiaohua's hand, the corpse fell to the ground. Ha ha, Xiaohua laughed heartily. Old dog Yen, are you satisfied now? Can you legitimately kill me, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Yen Yu's complexion slightly changed. He snorted coldly and said, That's right. You made a move to kill my Xuanyan school's aura-refining disciple, using the strong to bully the weak. I am a foundation establishment cultivator of Xuanyan school. How can I not avenge my Xuanyan school's disciple? How can I not restore my Xuanyan school's face? In the future, even if this matter were to spread out, who would be able to say this old man's shortcomings? Chapter 2069. Yes, that's right. Xiaohua smiled. But, do you think this matter can be spread? Ha ha ha, Yanyu laughed. Yes, do you think this matter can be spread? As he spoke, Yanyu's face revealed a sinister expression. He waved the formation flag in his hand, and a dozen faint spiritual energy fluctuations flashed, shooting towards Liangyu and the other two. Then, for ripples of spiritual energy fluctuated with the four of them as the center, quickly controlling an area of several dozen feet around Xiaohua. A powerful force pressed down on Xiaohua from above. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Xiaohua's body was also suppressed, as if it was frozen. It actually showed signs of solidifying. Ouch! Xiaohua was shocked, his face slightly pale, and his figure fell down. Then, Xiaohua seemed to be struggling, flying obliquely, wanting to fly in the direction of the stream. Ha ha, you still want to fly out of the four forbidden arrays. Yanyu laughed sinisterly, waved the formation flag, and said, Senior brother Jie, come and help me. As Yanyu waved the formation flag, Jieming's figure suddenly flew up, clapped his hand, and took out a small wooden dragon. Its shape was extremely similar to Jiang Zhuqing's. Go! Under the urging of Dan Hanming's magic power, that wooden dragon instantly transformed into a light that was the size of a small dragon. It slightly twisted in midair, and with a clear roar, it pounced towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua was in a difficult situation at this time. His figure was unstable, and at the same time he clapped his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out crookedly, and the bronze brilliance on it slightly bloomed. However, that scattered light was obviously suppressed by the four forbidden arrays, and it wasn't as bright as before. Following Xiaohua's finger, the cloud-suppressing seal seemed to be moving against the water, extremely slowly, and smashed towards the wooden dragon. Prung! A clear sound rang out, and the wooden dragon hit the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal was slightly crooked, and was actually blocked to the side. The wooden dragon only paused for a moment, and a lively brilliance overflowed, hovering above the cloud-suppressing seal, entangling it. Then, under Jieming's control, it dragged the cloud-suppressing seal to the side. The cloud-suppressing seal, on the other hand, hummed softly, as if it was trying its best to break free from the wooden dragon's shackles, and forcefully flew in the direction where Qianhan was standing. Humph! What Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple who killed a cultivator of the same level as him? Seeing this situation, Yanyu's heart calmed down and he sneered. This old man spent an extremely large amount of spirit stones and spent an extremely great amount of effort to set up such a formation. Just the four of us Foundation establishment cultivators are sufficient to kill this beast. Then he waved the formation flag and shouted, Senior Brother Qian, let's put in more effort and end the battle quickly. Don't create more trouble. Following the movement of Yanyu's formation flag, the sealing power of the formation in front of Qianhan lessened. Qianhan clapped his hand and his magic tool, the jade flute, flew into the air. The jade flute was originally the size of a palm, but when it flew into the air, it became a few feet long. A series of woo-woo sounds came from the jade flute. The sound waves surrounded Xiaohua's surroundings and rushed straight into his mind. Hiss! Xiaohua originally looked like he was trying his best to support himself. As a result, his eyebrows furrowed even more. His two hands involuntarily rose up, as if he wanted to cover his ears. Stupid to the extreme. Qianhan sneered. His 10 fingers continuously moved, as if they were really touching the jade flute. Different sounds rose and fell one after another, truly like invisible arrows piercing into Xiaohua's ears. At the same time, under Jieming's command, the wooden dragon dragged the cloud-suppressing seal down a few feet. It seemed to have lost Xiaohua's control. It seems this old man doesn't need to make a move, Liangyu said with a smile. Senior brother Jieming seems to be exaggerating. Jieming said with a smile. That day, I saw that this guy's magic power wasn't bad. Although he's only at the peak of the qi refining realm, there are some areas where he's not inferior to Foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps it's because junior brother Yan's 4 forbidden formations are powerful. Senior brothers, quickly kill him. Yanyu's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, and he reminded, don't change things halfway. Even more, we can't let this guy escape. Okay, as junior brother Yan wishes. Jiaming and Qianhan both smiled. Rubbing their hands together, their magic power surged into the two magic tools. Not only did the wooden dragon radiate brilliance, wanting to swallow the cloud-suppressing seal into its stomach, but the jade flute once again expanded by 30%. That mournful sound was even more ear-piercing. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that Xiaohua would not be as flustered as Yanyu imagined? Instead, he let out a long laugh, and his previous embarrassment was completely swept away. Following Xiaohua's laughter, Xiaohua waved his two hands, and the two sleeves above his Daoist robe, along with his two hands, separately struck towards Jiaming and Qianhan, who were already close to him. Moreover, from Xiaohua's body, an aura that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted along with the surge of magic power. The power of the four forbidden formations was unexpectedly unable to suppress this aura, and a backlash force followed the formation and rushed towards the formation flag in Yanyu's hand. Jiaming and Qianhan were greatly alarmed. They intuitively felt a confinement force coming from all over their bodies. That confinement also contained a strong suction force. Not only were their bodies heavy and unable to move at will, even the true essence in their meridians was being controlled by that suction force. What kind of magic is this? While the two were shocked, they hastily activated the yellow talismans protecting their bodies, but they saw brilliance overflowing from their bodies. The protective magic did its utmost to resist Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve technique. Jiaming and Qianhan were shocked, but as the formation master of the four forbidden formations, Yanyu was even more shocked. He was very clear in his heart that Xiaohua's method of resisting the formation's confinement was more than a level higher than his. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to trigger the formation's backlash. This guy. Yanyu's eyes widened, and his divine sense also locked onto Xiaohua. The magic power in his hand surged out even more, trying to control the formation flag with all his might. No, Xiaohua is definitely not an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The more he tried to control the formation flag, the more the powerful counterforce wanted to snatch the formation flag from his hands. This made Yanyu even more shocked. Go! Yanyu slapped his forehead, and the pressure of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator pressed down like a mountain. Within the four forbidden formations, only his pressure could be used normally. Middle-stage foundation establishment? And at this time, Xiaohua's figure suddenly accelerated, charging towards Jiaming like lightning. Xiaohua no longer concealed his cultivation base, and his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation base was revealed. Moreover, when he saw Yanyu release his pressure, he also released his own without hesitation. Seeing Xiaohua actually release his pressure within the four forbidden formations, Yanyu cried out in surprise, but he was even more puzzled. Unless Xiaohua had the cultivation base of a golden core cultivator, how could he so easily break free from the formation's control? But everything that happened before his eyes made him even more puzzled. He saw Xiaohua's figure pouncing towards Jiaming, and his flying speed didn't seem to be restricted by the formation. As Xiaohua waved his left hand, a thunder palm that was several feet long struck Jiaming's body. Bursts of lightning flashed, and Jiaming's defense was almost completely destroyed. And only at this time did Jiaming react. He hastily formed a seal, and the same thunder palm also struck towards Xiaohua. Chapter 2070. But Xiaohua didn't seem to care about this. With a slight step, his figure flashed in midair, and an afterimage appeared. He actually circled to Jiaming's side, and just as he left, Qianhan's great confinement technique also attacked. It just happened to be dodged by him. Seeing that Xiaohua actually dodged the great confinement technique out of thin air, Qianhan's eyes narrowed, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Unfortunately, before he could think of anything else, a pair of pitch-black devil hammers also appeared out of thin air, and like shooting stars, they struck Jiaming's shoulders. With a loud pof sound, the light around Jiaming's body dimmed, and all the protective light was broken. Immediately after, there was a kacha sound, and the second hammer followed closely, smashing Jiaming's shoulders until they caved in. Jiaming screamed miserably, and his figure fell from midair dead. How is this possible? Qianhan almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator was actually smashed to death by another middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator using a devil weapon. This was a legend that only existed in the demon-resisting valley. However, without waiting for him to rub his eyes, the pitch-black devil hammers were actually thrown out by Xiaohua again, and in Qianhan's eyes, they became bigger and bigger, and were precisely aimed at himself. Junior Marshal Brother Yen, save me. Qianhan suddenly felt a burst of coldness in his heart. Even Jieming couldn't dodge. How could he possibly escape? At this time, Yenyu also seemed to have awakened from a dream, and hurriedly waved the already somewhat uncontrollable array flag. Liangyu, who had long been eager to give it a try, or perhaps he was scared out of his wits, hastily clapped his hands, and a five-colored brilliance flashed, and a fierce chi was born from his hands. A magic weapon that looked like half a pair of scissors was raised in midair by Liangyu. Qianhan felt a chill like cutting his face, and his heart unconsciously relaxed, knowing that Liangyu had an extremely powerful magic weapon in his hands. But his heart relaxed, and he also saw the devil hammers flying in front of his eyes suddenly change direction and fly towards Liangyu's magic weapon. But an even more dangerous feeling was born, because Xiaohua's devil hammers went, but Xiaohua's figure flew several times faster than the devil hammers in front of him. Xiaohua's smiling face was so magnified, so clear. Even Xiaohua's lightly waving hand was incomparably clear in Qianhan's eyes. True Samadhi fire? But seeing that within the pale green color of Xiaohua's hand was a wisp of crimson true Samadhi fire, Qianhan did not know whether to rejoice or grieve in his heart. He did not expect that Xiaohua would quickly wipe his own body and immediately chase after the devil hammer and attack Liangyu. He could only naturally cry out in alarm. The seemingly weak true Samadhi fire suddenly burned fiercely, instantly igniting the restrictions around him. It was as if all the restrictions and spiritual chi of heaven and earth were helping the true Samadhi fire to burn. Ah! Qianhan screamed in agony as he followed in Jieming's footsteps. The true Samadhi fire seemed to have burned through his heart and lungs. His talismans and other items were like paper. Seeing Xiaohua advance instead of retreating and kill Jiemingjing and Qianhan with extreme ease, Yenyu and Liangyu were greatly shocked in their hearts when they saw that Xiaohua's previous fear and panic were just a cover-up. Especially Yenyu, he was the master of the Four Gates restrictive spell formation. From the backlash of the formation flags, he already knew that Xiaohua's cultivation and magic power had long exceeded his expectations. The rumors he heard that Xiaohua killed 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were definitely not hearsay. Fortunately, he laid down the formation in advance, otherwise the 4 of them would have already died in Xiaohua's hands. And at this time, Liangyu's flying scissors had already been released. The flying scissors were in the shape of a flood dragon, the head of the dragon coiled around the handle of the scissors, the body of the dragon as the scissors. The flying scissors were in the air, just like a flood dragon swinging its tail. Although Liangyu was afraid, he was also in the formation, so it was difficult for him to sheath his blade. But Liangyu braced himself and urged his magic power. The flying scissors shone brightly and chopped down towards Xiaohua's head. Hiss, feeling the coldness of the flying scissors and the sharpness of the magic treasure flying scissors. How could Xiaohua not know the power of this magic treasure? Sucking in a breath of cold air, he pointed his finger at the cloud-suppressing seal. At this time, the cloud-suppressing seal also released a brilliant brilliance. Several clouds flew out from the cloud-suppressing seal and quickly blocked above Xiaohua's head. Swish, 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 several light sounds rang out in succession. The flying scissors cut through the clouds like a sickle harvesting wheat, easily cutting through the clouds. The cloud-suppressing seal hacked down. Withdraw, seeing the power of the flying scissors. How could Xiaohua dare to let the cloud-suppressing seal touch it? With a wave of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal quickly flew towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's other hand brushed, and the devil hammer was taken out again to meet the flying scissors. With a sharp screeching sound, the flying scissors slashed across the devil hammer. Under Xiaohua's tremendous strength, the scissors were sent flying into the air. Xiaohua's eyes swept over the devil hammer, and he couldn't help but be shocked. A faint scar had actually appeared on the devil hammer. Good, what magic treasure is this? Xiaohua's eyes swept over the flying scissors that made a slight turn in the air and flew towards him again, and he thought to himself. In the distance, Yenyu was originally afraid and wanted to escape. But seeing how powerful Liangyu's magic treasure was, he hesitated in his heart. With a pu, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the array flag in his hand. The array flag that was not easy to control immediately stabilized, and a trace of blood-red light was emitted from the array flag. Fight! Yan Yu waved the array flag again, as if the array flag was extremely heavy. And following the wave of the array flag, a great force appeared out of nowhere around Xiaohua, as if it wanted to crush Xiaohua. Not only that, after Yan Yu strengthened the 4 forbidden formations, he slapped his hand, and a fist-sized pill furnace flew out from his storage pouch. Yan Yu opened his mouth again, and a wisp of flame flew out from his mouth. The flame flashed and flew into the pill furnace. The pill furnace suddenly expanded, and a scarlet flame shot out from the pill furnace. Go! Yan Yu's divine sense swept out, and he saw Liang Yu's flying scissors chopping towards Xiaohua again. He also pointed his finger at the pill furnace, and he chanted an incantation. A palm-sized fiery swallow flew out from the pill furnace and rushed towards Xiaohua's back. That fiery swallow's temperature was extremely high, and the surrounding air was burned to the point of collapse. From the looks of it, it was absolutely not inferior to the true Samadhi fire. Xiaohua saw that Yan Yu and Liang Yu did not escape, and he was overjoyed in his heart. At the same time that he held the devil hammer in his left hand to block the flying scissors, he waved his right hand, and the yang leaf fan appeared. Gathering his magic power, he waved it, and a crimson dragon rushed towards Yan Yu's fiery swallow. Ah! Seeing the crimson dragon rushing towards the fiery swallow, and easily swallowing the fiery swallow, Yan Yu could not help but be stunned. If there was no formation, he might have thought that Xiaohua's magic treasure was powerful, but this was a formation. If Xiaohua did not have magic power that was several levels higher than his, it was impossible for him to have such an absolute advantage. Go! Yan Yu changed his mind, and his previous obsession with revenge had now turned into nothingness. He waved his hand, wanting to take back the pill furnace, and at the same time, he quickly set up the formation flags, and one restriction after another struck towards Xiaohua. While he himself urged his flying technique, ignoring Liang Yu, and prepared to escape by himself. But at this moment, Yan Yu felt a sudden pain in his mud pill palace, as if he had been pierced by a flying sword. Ah! Yan Yu screamed in pain. The dermic powers in his body were withdrawn, and his body fell from midair. However, this piercing pain only lasted for an instant. When the pain subsided, Yan Yu stabilized his body in midair. Before he could realize what was going on, Xiaohua's figure once again abruptly sped up. With lightning speed, he pounced in front of Yan Yu. That massive devil hammer smashed towards Yan Yu like a mountain. Feeling the incomparable suffocation of the demonic hammer smashing down, Yan Yu was a little flustered. He waved the formation flags in his hand again, and the power of the formation rose sharply, wanting to block the demonic hammer's path. However, at the critical moment, another stabbing pain appeared in his divine sense. Yan Yu's magic power stagnated, and he could not wave the formation flags. With a muffled sound, the demonic hammer smashed down, easily hitting Yan Yu's forehead. The brilliance around Yan Yu's body flickered, and then it was annihilated. Despair appeared in Yan Yu's eyes from the stabbing pain. Before he could scream, his head was smashed into pieces, and his entire corpse fell from midair. With Yan Yu's death, the 4 forbidden formations immediately lost their effectiveness. Liang Yu did not say anything, turned around, and flew in the direction of Haoming City, and even ignored the flying scissors that were flying towards Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua let Liang Yu go? His figure flew again, and his speed was several times faster than Liang Yu's. Without waiting for Liang Yu to fly more than 300 meters, Xiaohua had already caught up to him. Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Liang Yu began to condense, and his magic power was also imprisoned. "Senior Xiao, please spare my life." Liang Yu urged his magic power several times, wanting to cast a spell, but Xiaohua's powerful earth condensation technique did not allow him to urge his true essence at all. Liang Yu immediately understood that Xiaohua's cultivation was definitely not something he could compare to, and he immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. "In your next life." Xiaohua sneered. He waved the yang leaf fan in his hand again, and a fire dragon also flew out, howling as it drowned Liang Yu. Ah! The bone-piercing pain caused Liang Yu to have no choice but to scream. His figure fell from midair, and in just a dozen breaths of time, he was burned until there was not a trace of him left. "Humph," Xiaohua snorted coldly. He was not in a hurry to take the storage pouch. Instead, he waved his hand, and the half-flying scissors floating in midair fell into his hand. At this time, The flying scissors had lost their brilliance, but the sharp blades still flashed with a cold light. My goodness, what kind of magic weapon is this? It's actually so sharp? Xiaohua praised inwardly. With a wave of his hand, Liang Yu's storage pouch flew over. But just as Xiaohua took the intact storage pouch in his hand and wanted to check it, a divine sense swept over from afar, and then a slightly dignified voice sounded. Which fellow Taoist is rashly making a rash move here? Are you not taking the warning of my Haoming city seriously? Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. His divine sense quickly swept over, and when he saw who it was, his expression changed several times. His hand was dissatisfied, and with a flick of his finger, a wisp of true samadhi fire flew out, landing on the corpses of Yanyu, Jieming, and the others that were not destroyed in time. Then his face was as calm as water. With another wave of his hand, Yanyu and Jieming's storage pouches were also taken by him and slowly flew into Xiaohua's hand. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.